Chapter 3 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Suspicions. As the stage swirled through the dusty street of Hendersville an hour later and drew up before the Donovan house, the loiterers about the hotel and the saloons gathered about it for the news and the gossip from the outer world. Gum Smith, sheriff, was among them. "Stuck up again, Gum, at the Gap," the driver called to him. "They bored Mac." Mary Donovan and the little old gentleman were assisting the messenger from the stage, though he protested that he was all right and required no assistance. As the woman's eyes alighted upon the sheriff, she turned upon him, her arms akimbo. "Sure, ye's a fine spaceman of a sheriff, Gum Smith, that ye are. Not," she yelled in a voice that could be heard the length of the single street. "3 hold-ups in the 2 months right under your nose, and all you do is deputize and deputize and deputize. Why don't you get out and get 'em, you old woman?" she concluded scornfully, and then, turning to the wounded man, her voice instantly as soft as a lullaby, "Get inside wid ye poor boy, and Mary Donovan'll be after making ye comfortable till we get hold of the old sawbones, if he's sober, which he ain't, or I'm no lady, which I am. Come on now, aisy like, there's a good boy." And she put a motherly arm about the lad and helped him to the porch of the hotel, just as Diana Henders appeared from the interior, attracted by the sounds from without. "Oh, Mrs. Donovan," she exclaimed, "what has happened? Why, it's Mac. The Black Coyote again?" she guessed quickly. "Sure, and it was none other. I seen him wid me own eyes. The black silk handkerchief about the neck of him, and another over his ugly face, and his pardner. Sure now, I couldn't be mistaken with the rolling walk of him. If it wasn't that dirty greaser Gregorio, me name's not Mary Donovan, which it is." Together the two women helped the messenger into a bedroom where Mary Donovan, despite the embarrassed protests of her patient, undressed him and put him to bed while Diana Henders went to the kitchen for hot water and cloths. Mac had an ugly flesh wound in his side, and this they had cleansed as best they could by the time a doctor arrived, a drink-broken old man who had drifted in from the east. His knowledge and skill were of the first rank, and Hendersville boasted that it owned the best doctor in the territory, when he was sober. In Gum's Place, Liquors and Cigars, the male population was listening to the account of the hold-up as expounded by the little old gentleman and the other passenger, the latter being a stranger in the community. It was he who had the floor at the moment. "I never laughed so much in my life," he averred, "as when the old woman calls the old man here the old woman with the artillery." The little old gentleman was standing at the bar with a glass of whiskey in his hand. Apparently with this single movement, so swift was he dashed the glass and its contents in the face of the stranger, whipped out both guns, and commenced shooting. A stream of lurid profanity accompanied his act, yet through the flood of incoherent obscenity the nub of an idea occasionally appeared, which was to the effect that no blankety-blank tin horn could get gay with Wildcat Bob. Almost instantly, as if a magician had waved his wand, the room, that had been comfortably filled with men, became deserted, as far as human eye could discern, except for the little old gentleman with the tobacco-dewed whiskers. The front door had accommodated some, while heavy pieces of furniture and the bar accounted for the rest, all but the stranger with the ill-directed sense of humor. He had gone through the back window and taken the sash with him. The shooting over, the company reappeared, grinning. Most of them knew Wildcat Bob. It had been the stranger's misfortune that he had not. "I orter board him, the dinged polecat," growled the little old gentleman, filling a fresh glass, "but I guess I larnt him his lesson. The idear of him a speaking of Mrs. Donovan disrespectful like that, calling her the old woman. Why, she's the finest lady ever drew breath. And says she to me, says she, 'Mr. Bob,' says she, 'it's such a relief to have a man like you along when there's danger,' says she, but she can't stand bloodshed, being that timid and shrinking, and she begged me not to start shooting at the varmints. Otherwise than which I sure would have messed them up something awful," interspersed with which were quite 2 oaths or obscenities to each word. The shooting over and quiet restored, Gum Smith made his belated appearance. At sight of the little old gentleman he smiled affably. "Dog on my hide if it ain't Bob," he exclaimed, crossing the room with extended hand. "Have a drink on the house, Bob." Wildcat Bob ignored the proffered hand. "I got the dust to cover my own drinks, Mr. Sheriff," he replied, "and instead of loafing around here buying drinks, why ain't you all out scouting after that there Black Coyote hombre? You're sure a hell of a sheriff, you are, Gum Smith." "Don't get excited, Bob," urged the sheriff, flushing. "Give a man time. I got to get me a posse, ain't I? That's just what I was allowing to do right now, and I'll start by deputizing yo." "You'll deputize me, hell you will, Gum Smith," returned the old man with a snort of disgust. "I've been out with you all before. When you thinks danger's north, you head south. I had all the traveling I wants today." The sheriff mumbled something beneath his breath and turned away. Some half-hour later he rode out of town with a posse consisting of half a dozen of his cronies and leisurely took his way toward the Gap. In Mrs. Donovan's sitting room, Mary Donovan sat rocking comfortably and chatting with Diana Henders. Mac had been made as comfortable as circumstances permitted. The doctor had assured them that he was in no danger and had gone his way, back to Gum's place, liquors and cigars. "And what are you doing in town this day, Diana?" inquired Mrs. Donovan. "I rode in with Hal Colby. He's foreman now," replied the girl. "I wanted to buy a few things while Hal rode on over to the West Ranch. We have some horses over there. He ought to be back any minute now." "So Colby's foreman. What became of Bull? Quit?" "He got drunk again and Dad broke him. I'm so sorry for him." "Don't be after wasting your pity on the likes of him," advised Mary Donovan. "There's not the one of them's fit to black your boots, darling." "I don't understand Bull," continued the girl, ignoring the interruption. "Sometimes I think he's all right, and then again I'm afraid of him. He's so quiet and reserved that I feel as though no one could ever know him, and when a man's like that, as Hal says, you can't help but think that maybe he's done something that makes him afraid to talk for fear he'll give himself away. So Hal Colby was after saying that? Well, maybe he's right and maybe he's wrong. It's not Mary Donovan that'll be saying as don't know, but this I do be after knowing. They're both of them in love with ye, and—" "Hush, Mrs. Donovan. The boys all think they're in love with me, but I hate to hear anyone else say it seriously. It's perfectly silly. They'd be just as much in love with any other girl if she chanced to be the only girl on the ranch, as I am, and pretty nearly the only girl in the county, too. There's Hal now. I must be going. Goodbye, Mrs. Donovan." "Goodbye, darling, and be after coming over again soon. It's that lonesome here you never could imagine, and what with that old scoundrel back in town again, to say nothing of Gum Smith." "What old scoundrel?" inquired the girl. "Sure, no one else but Wildcat Bob, the spalpeen." Diana Henders laughed. "He's a very persistent shooter, isn't he, Mrs. Donovan?" "Sure, he's a very pestiferous shooter. That's what he is, the old fool. Acting like a wild broth of a boy. And him 70 if he's a day. He ought to be ashamed of himself, I'm saying. But at that he's better than Gum Smith. Say, that man's so crooked you could pull corks with him." The girl was still laughing as she emerged from the hotel and mounted her pony. Hal Colby sat his horse a few yards away, talking with half a dozen men. At sight of Diana Henders, he reined about and joined her. "The boys were just telling me about the latest hold-up in Hell's Bend," he said, as they cantered, stirrup to stirrup, out of town. "How's Mac?" "The doctor says he'll be all right," replied Diana. "Just a bad flesh wound. I don't see why something isn't done to put a stop to these hold-ups. Gum Smith doesn't seem to care whether he gets the Black Coyote or not." "Oh, Gum's doing the best he can," Colby assured her good-naturedly. "You're too easy, Hal. You never like to say anything against a man, and of course that is right, too. But the lives and property of all of us are under Gum Smith's protection, to a greater or less extent, and if he was the right sort, he'd realize his responsibility and make a determined effort to run down this fellow. He went out after him with a posse. The boys just told me so. What more can he do?" "It was half an hour or more after the stage pulled in before Gum started," she retorted. "Does he or anyone else imagine that those two scoundrels are going to wait around the Gap till Gum gets there? And he'll be back with his posse right after dark. He'll say he lost the trail, and that'll be the end of it until next time." The man made no reply, and the two rode on in silence for a few minutes. It was the girl who spoke again first. "I wonder," she said, "who this Black Coyote really is." "Everybody seems pretty sure it was the Black Coyote," remarked Colby. "How did they know?" "The black silk handkerchief he uses for a mask, and the other one about his neck," she explained. "It must be the same man. Everyone has noticed these handkerchiefs on one of the men in every hold-up in Hell's Bend Pass during the last 6 months. There is scarce anyone that isn't positive that the second man is the Mexican, Gregorio, but no one seems to have recognized the principal." "I got my own opinion," said Colby. "What do you mean? Do you know who the Black Coyote really is?" "I wouldn't want to say that I know, exactly, but I got my own opinion." "Well," she urged, "I wouldn't want to mention no names until I was sure. But," after a pause, "I'd like to see his cayuse. No one ever sees either his or his partners. They keep 'em hid out in the brush alongside the trail, but I gotta guess that if anyone ever seed the Black Coyote's pony, we'd all know for sure who the Black Coyote is." She did not insist further when she saw that he was apparently shielding the name of some man whom they both knew, and whom he suspicioned. It was only right that he should do this, she thought, and she admired him the more for it. So they talked of other things as they jogged along the dusty road toward home, the man riding his stirrups width behind that he might feast his eyes upon the profile of his companion. As they neared the ranch, they saw the figure of a solitary horseman approaching from the north. "Looks like Blazes," remarked the girl. "It is," said the man. "I sent Bull up to Cottonwood this morning. I don't see what he's doing coming in from the north. The cottonwood trail's almost due west." "He might have come back along the foothill trail," suggested Diana. "He might, but it's farther, and I never seed a puncher yet that'd ride any farther than you told him to." "Bull's different," she replied simply. "If you sent him out for any purpose, he'd accomplish it no matter how far he had to ride. He's always been a good hand." A moment later the ex-foreman joined them where the two trails met. He accorded the girl the customary "Howdy, miss" of the times, and nodded to Colby. His mount was streaked with sweat and dust. It was evident that he had been ridden hard. "Did you find them cows?" asked the foreman. Bull nodded. "In Cottonwood?" "No, Belter's." Diana Henders glanced at the foreman as much as to say, "I told you so." Then, glancing back at Bull, she noticed a reddish-brown stain on the side of his shirt, and gave a little exclamation of concern. "Oh, Bull," she cried, "you've been hurt. That's blood, isn't it? How did it happen?" "Oh, that ain't nothing, miss, just a little scratch," and he closed up like a clam, spurring ahead of them. Neither Colby nor the girl spoke, but both were thinking of the same things: that Bull wore a black silk handkerchief about his neck, and that Mary Donovan had fired back upon the Black Coyote and his confederate following the hold-up in Hell's Bend earlier in the afternoon. Mrs. Donovan, her hands on her hips, stood just inside the dining-room door as her guests filed in for supper that evening and seated themselves at the long deal table covered with its clean red and white cloth. She had a good-natured word for each of them until her eyes alighted upon Wildcat Bob, attempting to sneak in unnoticed behind the broad figure of Jim Weller. "So," she exclaimed scornfully, "you old fool, you're drunk again. Take off them guns and give them to me." "I haven't had a drink, Mary," expostulated the old man. "Don't marry me, you old reprobate, and be after giving me them guns. Quick!" Meekly he unbuckled his belt and passed it over to her. "I was just bringing 'em in to you, Mrs. Donovan," he assured her. "You'd better be. Now go and sit down. I'll feed you this night, but don't you ever step foot into Mary Donovan's dining room again in liquor." "I tell you I ain't had a drink," he insisted. "Fat?" The word reeked with disbelief. "Only just a drop to settle the dust after we pulled in," he qualified his original statement. "You must have been that dusty then," she exclaimed scornfully. "I was. Don't talk back." "And did you find your horses yet, Jim Weller?" she inquired of the man behind whom Wildcat Bob had made his unimpressive entrance. Weller shook his head negatively, his mouth being full of baked beans. "Patch has probably run 'em off," suggested Bill Gatlin, the stage driver. "What with renegades and hold-ups, this country ain't safe to live in no more," remarked Mrs. Donovan. "If some of these here would-be bad men would get out and shoot up the bandits and the Injuns instead of shooting up saloons," she stated meaningfully, casting a baneful look at Wildcat Bob. "Hadn't orter be hard to find 'em, leastwise one of 'em," stated Weller, "when every son of a gun in the county knows who he is." "Meanin'?" inquired the stage driver. "Gregorio, of course," said Weller. "I seen him coming out of Cottonwood not 3 hours before the stage was stuck up, and he was heading towards Hell's Bend, him and that Bar-Y Bull feller." "You mean them two was together?" asked Gatlin. "Well, they weren't exactly together. Gregorio comes out first, and about 5 minutes later I meets Bull coming down the canyon, but they couldn't have both been up there without t'other knowing it." "I don't believe Bull would be doing it," said Mary Donovan. "You can never tell nothing about them quiet fellers," remarked Gatlin, sententiously. There was a pounding of hoofs without, the creaking of leather as men dismounted, and a moment later the sheriff and some of his posse entered the dining room. "I suppose ye got 'em, Gumsmith," said Mrs. Donovan, with sarcasm, "or you wouldn't be back this soon." "I ain't no cat, Mrs. Donovan," said the sheriff, on the defensive, "to see in the dark." "Yez ain't no sheriff, neither," she shot back. Wildcat Bob succeeded in calling attention to derisive laughter by pretending to hide it. Gumsmith looked at his rival angrily, immediately discovering that he was unarmed. "What's the matter with the old woman with the artillery? Is she choking?" he inquired sweetly. Wildcat Bob went red to the verge of apoplexy, seized a heavy cup half filled with coffee, and started to rise. "Sit down wid ye!" roared the stentorian voice of Mary Donovan. started Wildcat Bob. "Shut up and sit down." The Wildcat did both, simultaneously. "It's a shame, that it is, that a respectable widdy lady should be reduced to fading the likes of yez for a living," wailed Mrs. Donovan, sniffing, as she dabbed at her eyes with the corner of her apron. "All alone and unprotected as I am. Sure, and if poor Tim was here he'd wipe the ground with the both of yez." Wildcat Bob, very red and uncomfortable, ate diligently, his eyes glued to his plate. Well did Mary Donovan know how to handle this terror of an earlier day, whose short temper and quick guns still held the respect and admiration of the roughest characters of the great empire of the Southwest, but whose heart could be dissolved by a single tear. As for Gumsmith, he was only too glad to be relieved of the embarrassment of the wildcat's further attention, and he too gave himself willingly over to peace and supper. For the balance of the meal, however, conversation languished. At the Bar Y ranch, the men sat smoking after the evening meal. Bull was silently puffing upon a cigarette. Hal Colby, always good-natured and laughing, told stories. During the silences, Texas Pete strove diligently to recall the half-forgotten verses of The Bad Hombre. But over all there hovered an atmosphere of restraint. No one could have put his finger upon the cause, yet all sensed it. Things were not as they had been yesterday, or for many days before. Perhaps there was a feeling that an older man should have been chosen to replace Bull, for Colby was one of the newer hands. Without volition and unconsciously, the men were taking sides. Some, mostly the men who had worked longest for Henders, drew imperceptibly nearer Bull. Texas Pete was one of them. The others laughed a little louder, now, at Colby's stories. "By gollies," exclaimed Pete, "I remember some more of it. I am the original bad 'un, I am. I eats 'em alive, and I don't give a damn, for how fast they come or how many they be. Of all the bad hombres, the worst one is me," sang Texas Pete. "Good night, fellers. I'm going to turn in." End of Chapter 3. Chapter 8 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. You Don't Dare. The stage lurched down the steep and tortuous gradient of Hell's Bend Pass, bumped through a rutty gap at the bottom, and swung onto the left fork just beyond. The right fork was the regular stage route to Hendersville. The left-hand road led to town, too, but over Bar Y property and past the home ranch. The driver never came this way unless he had passengers, express or important messages for the ranch, though the distance was no greater and the road usually in better repair. Today he had a telegram for Diana Henders. There was a brief pause as he drew up his sweating team in the road before the ranch house, yelled to attract the attention of a ranch hand working about the corrals, tossed the envelope into the road, and then, with the crack of his long whip, was off again at a run, leaving billowing clouds of powdery dust in his wake. The man working in the corrals walked leisurely into the road, picked up the envelope, and, after scrutinizing the superscription and deciphering it laboriously, carried the message to the office, where Diana Henders was working over the books. "Telegram for ye, miss," announced the man, crossing the room to hand it to her. She thanked him and laid the envelope on the desk beside her as she completed an interrupted footing. The arrival of telegrams is no uncommon occurrence even on that faraway ranch, and as they always pertained to business, they caused Diana no flurry of excitement. Buyers often wired, while Uncle John Mannell used the comparatively new telegraph facilities upon the slightest pretext. The footing finally checked to her satisfaction, Diana picked up the envelope, opened it, and drew forth the message. At first she glanced at it casually, then she read it over again with knit brows, as though unable fully to grasp the purport of its contents. Finally she sat staring at it with wide, strained eyes, until, apparently crushed, she lowered her head upon her arms and broke into sobs, for this is what she had read. Miss Diana Henders, Bar Y Ranch, Hendersville, via Aldea, Arizona. Mr. Mannell died suddenly last night. Miss Mannell and I leave for ranch soon as possible after funeral. Morris B. Corson. For a long time Diana Henders sat with her face buried in her arms. Gradually her sobs subsided as she gained control of herself. Stunning though the effect of this new blow was, yet she grasped enough of what it meant to her to be almost crushed by it. Though she had not seen her Uncle John Mannell since childhood, he had, nevertheless, constituted a very real and potent force in her existence. Her mother had adored him, her only brother, and Elias Henders had never ceased to proclaim him as the finest type of honorable gentleman that nature might produce. His Eastern connections, his reputation for integrity, and his fine business acumen had all been potent factors in the success of the Henders and Mannell partnership. With the death of her father, the girl had felt keenly only her personal loss, for Uncle John Mannell loomed as a rock of Gibraltar to protect her in all matters of business, but now she was absolutely alone. There was no one to whom she might turn for counsel or advice now that these two were gone. Hal Colby, she realized keenly, was at best only a good cowman. In matters requiring executive ability or large financial experience he was untried. Of Corson, Mannell's attorney, she knew nothing, but she was reasonably sure that even though he proved honest and possessed of an excellent understanding of matters pertaining to the Eastern office, he would not be competent to direct the affairs of ranch and mine at the sources of production. That she might have carried on herself under the guidance of John Mannell she had never doubted, since she could always have turned to him for advice in matters of moment where she was doubtful of her own judgment, But without him she questioned her ability to direct the destinies of this great business with all its numerous ramifications. Suddenly she arose and replaced the books in the office safe, dabbed at her tear-dimmed eyes with her handkerchief, and, putting on her sombrero, walked from the office, adjusting her wavy hair beneath the stiff band of her heavy hat. Straight toward the corrals she made her way. She would saddle Captain and ride out into the sunshine and the fresh air, where, of all other places, she knew she might find surcease of sorrow and an opportunity to think out her problems more clearly. As she entered the corral, Hal Colby came running up from the bunkhouse. He had seen her pass and followed her. "Ridin', Di?" he asked. She nodded affirmatively. She was not sure that she wanted company, not even that of Hal Colby, today when she desired to be alone with her grief. "You weren't going alone, were you?" "You know it ain't safe, Di. Your dad wouldn't have let you, and I certainly won't." She made no reply. She knew that he was right. It was not safe for her to ride alone, but today she felt that she did not care what happened to her. Fate had been cruel. There was little more that it could do to harm her. In a way, she half resented Hal's new air of proprietorship, and yet there was something about it that carried a suggestion of relief from responsibility. Here there was at least someone who cared, someone upon whose broad shoulders she might shift a portion of her burden, and so she did not follow her first impulse to send him back. Together they rode from the corral, turning down the road toward town, and neither spoke for several minutes, after the manner of people accustomed to being much together in the saddle. The man, as was usual with him when they rode, watched her profile as a lover of art might gloat over a beautiful portrait, and as he looked at her he realized the change that had come over her face and noted the reddened lids. "What's the matter, Di?" he asked presently. "You look like you've been crying. What's happened?" "I just got a telegram from New York, Hal," she replied. "Uncle John is dead. He died night before last. The stage just brought the message in from Aldea." "Shucks," he said, at a loss for the proper words, and then, "That's sure too bad, Di." "It leaves me all alone now, Hal," she continued, "and I don't know what I'm going to do." "You ain't all alone, Di. There ain't anything I wouldn't do for you. You know I love you, Di. Won't you marry me? It would make it easier all around for you if we was married. There's them that's always trying to take advantage of a girl or a woman what's left alone. But if you've got a husband, you got someone to look out for you and your rights. I got a little money saved up." "I have plenty of money, Hal." "I know it. I wish you didn't have none. It makes me feel like you thought that's what I was after, but it ain't. Won't you, Di? Together we could run the ranch just like your dad was here." "I don't know, Hal. I don't know what to do. I think I love you, but I don't know. I don't even know that I know what love is." "You'd learn to love me," he told her, "and you wouldn't have to worry no more. I'd look after everything. Say yes, won't you?" The temptation was great, greater even than the man himself realized, to have a place to lay her tired head, to have a strong man to carry the burden and the responsibilities for her, to have the arm of love about her as it had been all her life until her father had been taken away. She looked up at him with a faint smile. "I won't say yes, yet," she said. "Wait a while, Hal. Wait until after Mr. Corson and my cousin come, and we see how things are going to turn out, and then I think that I shall say yes." He leaned toward her impulsively and put an arm about her, drawing her toward him with the evident intention of kissing her, but she pushed him away. "Not yet, Hal," she told him. "Wait until I've said yes." A week later, a group of boarders were lounging on the veranda of the Donovan house in Hendersville. It was almost supper time of a stage day, and the stage had not yet arrived. Mac Harbor, whose wound had given more trouble than the doctor had expected, was still there convalescing, and Mary Donovan was, as usual, standing in the doorway joining in the gossip and the banter. "Bill ain't niver late unless something's wrong," said Mrs. Donovan. "Like as not he's been held up again," suggested Mac. "I'd like to be sheriff of this yer county for about a week," stated Wildcat Bob. "Sure, and what would you be after doing?" inquired Mary Donovan, acidly. Wildcat Bob subsided, mumbling in his stained beard. For the moment he had forgotten that Mrs. Donovan was among those present. "Here they come," announced Mac. With the clank of chain, the creaking of springs, and the rapid pounding of galloping hoofs, the stage swung into the single street of Hendersville in a cloud of dust, and with a final shrieking of protesting brakes pulled up before the Donovan house. "Where's Gum Smith?" demanded Bill Gatlin from the driver's seat. "Dunno. Held up again?" asked one of the loungers. "Yes," snapped Gatlin. Mac Harbor had risen from his chair and advanced to the edge of the veranda. "The Black Coyote?" he asked. Gatlin nodded. "Where's that damn sheriff?" he demanded again. "He ain't here, and he wouldn't be no good if he was," replied Wildcat Bob. "We don't need no sheriff for what we oughter do," announced Mac Harbor, angrily. "How's that?" asked Wildcat. "You don't need no sheriff for a necktie party," said Mac, grimly. "No, but you gotta get your man fust." "That's plumb easy." "How come?" inquired Wildcat. "We all know who the Black Coyote is," stated Mac. "All we gotta do is get a rope and go get him." "Meanin' get who?" insisted the little old man. "Why, gosh all hemlock, you know as well as I do that it's Bull," replied Mac. "I dunno nothing of the kind, young feller," said Wildcat Bob. "Ner neither do you. If you got proof of what you say, I'm with ye. If you ain't got proof, I'm agin ye." "Don't Bull always wear a black silk handkerchief?" demanded Mac. "Well, so does the Black Coyote, and they both got scars on their chins. There ain't no doubt of it." "So you want to string up Bull 'cause he wears a black bandana and a scar, eh? Well, you ain't going to do nothing of the kind while old Wildcat Bob can fan a gun. Get proof on him, and I'll be the fust to put a rope around his neck. But you got to get more proof than a black handkerchief." "Sure, and for once you're right, you old blatherskite," commended Mary Donovan. "Be after coming to your suppers now, the all of yous, and forget stringing up decent young men like Bull. Sure, and I don't belave he ever held up nothing at all. He's that nice to me whenever he's here, with his Mrs. Donovan, mum. This, and his Mrs. Donovan, mum, that, and a fetching wood for me, which the likes of none of ye's ever did. The very idea of him being the Black Coyote. Go on, would ye?" "Well, we all know that Gregorio's one of 'em, anyway. We might string him up," insisted Mac. "We don't know that neither," contradicted Wildcat. "But when it comes to stringing up Gregorio or any other greaser, I'm with ye. Go out and get him, Mac, and I'll help you string him up." A general grin ran around the table, for of all the known bad men in the country the Mexican, Gregorio, was by far the worst. To have gone out looking for him and to have found him would have been equivalent to suicide for most men, and though there were many men in the county who would not have hesitated had necessity demanded, the fact remained that his hiding place was unknown, and that fact alone would have rendered an attempt to get him a failure. "There's only one way to get him, sonny," continued Wildcat Bob, "and that is to put a man on the stage with a bullion, instead of a kid." Mac flushed. "You was there when they got me," he fired back. "You was there with 2 big 6-guns, and what did you do, eh? What did you do?" "I wasn't hired to guard no bullion, and I wasn't sitting on the box with no sawed-off shotgun across my knees, neither. I was a-riding inside with a lady. What could I a-done?" He looked around at the others at the table for vindication. "Ye couldn't done nothing, ye," said Mary Donovan, "without a cord of barbed wire inside ye and some poor innocent tenderfoot to shoot the heels off on him." Wildcat Bob fidgeted uneasily and applied himself to his supper, pouring his tea into his saucer, blowing noisily upon it to cool it, and then sucking it through his whiskers with an accompanying sound not unlike snoring, but later he was both mollified and surprised by a second generous helping of dessert. When word of the latest hold-up reached the Bar-Y Ranch, it caused the usual flurry of profanity and speculation. It was brought by a belated puncher who had ridden in from the West Ranch by way of Hendersville. The men were gathered at the evening meal, and of a sudden a silence fell upon them as they realized, apparently simultaneously and for the first time, that there was a single absentee. The meal progressed in almost utter silence then, until they had reached the pudding, when Bull walked in, dark and taciturn, and with the brief nod that was his usual greeting to his fellows. The meal continued in silence for a few minutes, until the men who had finished began pushing back their plates preparatory to rising. "I reckon you know the stage was held up again, Bull, and the bullion stolen," remarked Hal Colby, selecting a toothpick from the glassful on the table. "How should I know it?" asked Bull. "Ain't I been up Sinkhole Canyon all day? I ain't seen no one since I left the ranch this morning." "Well, it was," said Colby. "The same 2 slick gents done it, too." "Did they get much?" asked Bull. "It was a big shipment," said Colby. "It always is. They don't never touch nothing else, and they seems to know when we're shipping more'n ordinary. Looks suspicious." "Did you just discover that?" inquired Bull. "No, I discovered it a long time ago, and it may help me to find out who's doing it." "Well, I wish you luck," and Bull resumed his meal. Colby, having finished, rose from the table and made his way to the house. In the cozy sitting room he found Diana at the piano, her fingers moving dreamily over the ivory keys. "Some more bad news, Di," he announced. She turned wearily toward him. "What now?" "The Black Coyote again. He got the bullion shipment." "Was anyone hurt?" "No," he assured her. "I am glad of that. The gold is nothing. I would rather lose it all than have one of the boys killed. I have told them all, just as Dad did, to take no chances. If they could get him without danger to themselves, I should be glad, but I could not bear to have one of our boys hurt for all the gold in the mine." "I think the Black Coyote knows that," he said, "and that's what makes him so all-fired nervy. He's one of our own men, Di. Can't you see it? He knows when the shipments are big and don't never touch a little one, and he knows your Dad's orders about not taking no chances. I've hated to think it, but there ain't no other two ways about it. It's one of our men, and I wouldn't have to walk around the world to put my finger on him neither." "I don't believe it," she cried. "I don't believe that one of my men would do it." "You don't want to believe it, that's all. You know just as well as I do who's doing it, down in the bottom of your heart. I don't like to believe it no more'n you do, Di, but I ain't blind, and I hate to see you being made a fool of and robbed into the bargain. I don't believe you'd believe it, though, if I caught him in the act." "I think I know whom you suspect, Hal," she replied, "but I'm sure you're wrong." "Will you give me a chance to prove it?" "How?" "Send him up to the mine to guard the bullion until Mac gets well, and then keep Mac off the job for a month," he explained. "I'll bet my shirt that either there ain't no hold-ups for a month, or else there's only one man pulls 'em off instead of two. Will you do it?" "It isn't fair. I don't even suspect him." "Everybody else does, and that makes it fair, for it gives him a chance to prove it if he ain't guilty." "It wouldn't prove anything except that there were no hold-ups while he was on duty." "It would prove something to my mind if they started up again pretty soon after he was taken off the job," he retorted. "Well, it might, but I don't think I'd ever believe it of him unless I saw him with my own eyes." "Pshaw, the trouble with you is you're soft on him. You don't care if your gold is stole if he gets it." She drew herself to her full height. "I do not care to discuss the matter further," she said. "Good night." He grabbed his hat viciously from the piano and stamped towards the doorway. There he turned about and confronted her again for a parting shot before he strode out into the night. "You don't dare try it," he flung at her. "You don't dare." After he had gone she sat biting her lip, half in anger and half in mortification, but after the brief tempest of emotion had subsided she commenced to question her own motives impartially. Was she afraid? Was it true that she did not dare? And long after she had gone to bed, and sleep would not come, she continued thus to catechize herself. As Hal Colby burst into the bunkhouse and slammed the door behind him, the sudden draught thus created nearly extinguished a single lamp that burned upon an improvised table at which 4 men sat at poker. Bull and Shorty, Texas Pete, and one called Idaho sat in the game. "I raise you $10, remarked Idaho, softly, as the lamp resumed functioning after emitting a thin, protesting spiral of black soot. "I see that, and raise you my pile," said Bull, shoving several small stacks of silver toward the center of the table. "How much you got there?" inquired Idaho, the others having dropped out. Bull counted. "There's your 10, he said, "and here's 10, 15, 25, he continued, counting in a monotone. 96, he announced. "I raise you $96, Idaho." "I ain't got $96, said Idaho. "I only got 8. "You got a saddle, ain't you?" inquired Bull sweetly. "And a shirt," suggested Texas Pete. "My saddle's worth $350 if it's worth a cent," proclaimed Idaho. "No one ain't never said it was worth a cent," Shorty reminded him. "I'll cover it and call you," announced Bull. "I don't want your shirt, Idaho. It's full of holes." "What you covering it with?" asked Idaho. "I don't see nothing." Bull rose from the table. "Wait a second," he said, and stepped to his blankets where he rummaged for a moment in his war bag. When he returned to the table he tossed a small buckskin bag among his silver. "They's $500 worth of dust in that," he said. "If you win we can weigh out what's coming to you over at the office tomorrow morning." Hal Colby looked on, an interested spectator. The others fell silent. Texas Pete knit his brows in perplexity. "Let's see it," demanded Idaho. Bull picked up the bag, opened it, and poured a stream of yellow particles into his palm. "Satisfied?" he inquired. Idaho nodded. "What you got?" demanded Bull. Idaho laid 4 kings on the table, smiling broadly. "4 aces," said Bull, and raked in the pot. "Why didn't you raise him?" demanded Shorty. "I just told you I didn't want his shirt," said Bull, "and I don't want your saddle neither, kid. I'll keep the money. It ain't good for kids like you to have too much money, but you keep the saddle." "I'm going to turn in," said Shorty, pushing back and rising. "You'd all better turn in and give someone else a chance to sleep," said the foreman. "What with your damn game and Pete's singing, a feller ain't got no more chance of sleeping around here than a jackrabbit. Why don't you fellers crawl in?" Crawl in," exclaimed Texas Pete. "Crawl in, crawl out. By gollies, I got another verse. The boss he crawls out then, all shaky and white, from under the bar where he's been sitting tight. 'Now set out the pizen right pronto, you coot,' the stranger remarks, 'or I sure starts to shoot. I only been practicing so far,' says he. 'A barkeep or two don't mean nothing to me. Most Alice I had one for breakfast each day. I don't mean no harm, it's just only my way.'" End of chapter 8. Chapter 12 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Corson Speaks. "Come here," he yells then to the rest of us boys. "Step up to the funeral and don't make no noise. the while we inter all the barbed wire what's here, after which we'll dispose of the cigars and beer," sang Texas Pete. "Hello, see who's came." Bull entered the bunkhouse with a grin and a nod. "Still singing, I see, Pete," he said. "Ain't you finished that one yet?" 2 weeks had slipped by since the arrival of Corson and Miss Mannel. Bull had just been relieved from duty as bullion guard, and was only now returning to the home ranch. In the weeks that he had brought the gold down from the mine, there had been no hold-up. The Black Coyote or Gregorio had not once been seen. "How's everything?" asked Bull. "So-so," replied Texas Pete. "Where's Colby? I got a report to him." "Up at the house. He eats there now." Bull made no comment. He thought he understood why Hal Colby ate at the house. One day soon, doubtless, he would sleep there, too, as master. "This Mannel heifer got stuck on him and insists on his eating there," explained Pete. "Things ain't been the same since them two shorthorns hit the diggins. The boss, she looks tired and worried all the time and sad-like. I reckon she ain't got no more use for him than the rest of us." "Is Colby gone on this Mannel girl?" asked Bull. "I dunno. Sometimes I reckons he is, and sometimes I reckons he ain't. Looks like as if he weren't quite sure which side his bread was buttered on, and he's waiting to find out." Bull busied himself arranging his blankets on his old bunk, working in silence. Texas Pete eyed him surreptitiously. There was a troubled look in Pete's eyes. Presently he coughed nervously. The two men were alone in the bunkhouse. "Say, Bull," Pete finally broke the silence, "you and me's been good pals." Bull looked up from the work of folding his tarpaulin. "Who said we ain't?" he inquired. "Nobody ain't said we ain't," Pete assured him. "Then what's eatin' you?" "It's only just what everybody's sayin', Bull," said Pete. "I thought you oughter know about it." "What?" "That you and the Black Coyote are the same feller. Not that it makes any difference with me. I ain't askin' whether you are or whether you ain't. I'm just a-tellin' you for your own good." Bull smiled one of his slow smiles. "If I wasn't, I'd say so, wouldn't I?" he asked. "I reckon you would." "And if I was, I'd say I wasn't, wouldn't I?" "I reckon you would," assented Pete. "Then what the hell's the use of saying anything?" he demanded. "And especially when I don't give a damn what they think." Pete shook his head. "I don't know," he said. Bull started for the doorway. "I'm going up to the house to report to Colby," he said. "Look out that Mannel heifer don't get her grub hooks on you," cautioned Pete. In the office he found Diana Henders writing a letter. She looked up with a little start as she heard his voice. "Oh, Bull," she cried, "I'm so glad you're back." "Thanks, miss. I come up to report to Colby, but I see he ain't here." "He's in the living room with Mr. Corson and Miss Mannel," she told him. "I reckon I'll see him later, then." He started to leave. "Don't go, Bull," she said. "I want to talk with you. Please sit down." He walked toward her and lowered himself into the big easy chair that had been her father's. His movements were like those of a lion, silent, powerful, and yet without stealth. For the first time in weeks, the sense of loneliness that had constantly oppressed her vanished. Bull was back. It was as if a big brother had come home after a long absence. That was why she was so glad to see him. Her heart forgot the thing that her reason had been practically convinced of, that Bull was the bandit of Hell's Bend, that it was Bull who had been robbing her father and her for months, that it was Bull who had shot Mac Harbor. She only knew that she felt relief and safety when Bull was near. Nearly everyone feared him. Many hated him. Could they all be wrong? Could she alone be right in believing in him, as her heart did against the wise counseling of reason? "Yes, miss?" he said interrogatively. "The Wainrights are trying to buy the ranch again, Bull," she said, "and Mr. Corson seems to favor the idea." "Do you want to sell?" he asked. "No, I do not, but the worst of it is the price they want to accept. $250,000 for all our holding, ranch, cattle, and mine. They are bringing all kinds of pressure to bear on me. Mr. Corson says I must either buy them out or agree to the sale. I haven't the cash to buy them out, and they won't take my notes." "Don't sell, miss, at that price, and don't sell at all if you don't want to. They can't force you to sell." "But they make it so unpleasant for me, and Mr. Corson is always telling me that the bottom has fallen out of the livestock business and that the new vein in the mine doesn't exist." "The livestock business is all right, miss. It wasn't never better. And as for the new vein, that's all right, too. I was scratching around a little bit myself when I was up there these past 6 weeks. The gold's there all right. The trouble is you ain't got the right man up there. That new superintendent looks to me like a sharper. Did you know the Wainrights was up there often?" "No, really?" "Yes, and that superintendent is thick as thieves with 'em. He has no business to permit them on the property." "He does, though," said Bull, "but he raised thunder when he found out I'd been snooting around the workings. I don't like that hombre, miss." "Everybody seems to be against me, Bull, and it's so hard to know what to do, now that Dad's gone. Mr. Corson and my cousin are nagging at me all the time to agree to sell. Sometimes I'm almost determined to just to get rid of them." "If you want to get rid of them, miss, that's easy," said Bull. "All you got to do is say so, and I'll run 'em off the ranch and out of the county. I wouldn't like nothing better." "I thought you had taken quite a fancy to my cousin coming in on the stage," said Diana. "The only rope she could ever have on me, miss, is that she's your cousin," replied Bull, and she knew that he meant it. "If you want me to run him out of the country, say the word, and I'll start him in 10 minutes, and keep him on the jump, too." "I'm afraid that wouldn't do, Bull," she said, smiling. "I don't see why not," he replied. Just then Hal Colby entered the room. He nodded to Bull. "You back?" Bull took no notice of a question so obviously foolish. "How long you been back?" continued Colby. "About half an hour." "Why didn't you report?" Colby was vexed. The easy familiarity of Bill's attitude, stretched comfortably as he was in Mr. Henders' chair, and then pleasant converse with Diana, galled him. "Ain't you got eyes?" inquired Bull. "Can't you see me sitting here reporting to my boss?" "You're supposed to report to me," snapped Colby. "I'm apt to do lots of things I ain't supposed to do," Bull told him softly. "I reckon most everybody knows that, too," said Colby, meaningly. "Come," cried Diana, "don't you boys quarrel. I have troubles enough now. Bull was looking for you to report when he came up here," she told Colby. "He asked for you." "Why didn't he say so, then? I got some work for him, and I've been expecting him all day." "Well, I'm here," said Bull. "What do you want me to do?" His voice, unlike Colby's, carried no trace of anger, if he felt any. "Kramer wants off a few days, and I want you to go over to the West Ranch and look after the hosses till he comes back. They's some colts over there that needs to be rid. Kramer'll tell you all they is to do." "When do you want me to go?" "Tonight. That'll give Kramer a chance to get an early start in the morning." "All right," said Bull, rising. "Good night, miss." "Good night, Bull. I may ride over while you're at the West Ranch. I've been intending to look the place over for a month or more. Kramer said we needed some new corrals." He nodded and left the room. "I don't see how you can be decent to a feller what's been robbing you and your dad for months," said Colby after Bull left. "Or maybe you don't believe it even now." "I know it looks suspicious, Hal, but it's so hard to believe it of Bull. I hate to believe it. I almost don't believe it. You're hard on him because you don't like him." "Didn't I tell you he was one of my best friends? You know that, till I got wise to his game. I ain't a-wantin' no rattlesnake like that as no friend of mine." Diana sighed and rose wearily from her chair. "I'm going to wash for supper," she said. She had been gone but a moment when Corson entered the office. "Well," he asked, "has she changed her mind?" "I didn't say nothing about the matter to her," replied Colby. "It wouldn't have done no good after what I hearn Bull telling her just before I come in the room." "What was that?" demanded Corson. "He was a-telling her not to sell, and furthermore he offers to run you and Miss Mannel out of the country if she gives the word." "What did she say to that?" Corson's voice showed indications of nervousness. "Oh, she wouldn't stand for that, of course, but he's a dangerous fellow to have around her. He's got too damn much influence over her." "I wish we could get rid of him," said Corson. "It seems funny that he isn't arrested, when everyone knows he's the Black Coyote." "He'll run his neck into a noose one of these days," replied Colby. "But in the meantime he may spoil this deal with Wainwright," said Corson, "and I've got my heart set on that. I want to get out of this damned country. It gives me the willies. Too many Indians and coyotes and irresponsible kids with firearms. It isn't safe." "I don't see why you're so anxious to sell now," said Colby. "You can get more if you half try." "That would mean going back to New York. There isn't any capital out here. Wainwright is a find, pure and simple. I can't chance taking the time to arrange a deal back east. I don't know what Miss Henders would be up to out here. What Miss Mannel wants to do is get some ready money out of it quick and get out. I guess there's only one thing to do, and that's to spring my last card on the girl. I'd rather have done it in an easier way, but she's so damn stubborn she's forcing me to it." "To what?" asked Colby. Corson leaned close to him and whispered for several minutes into his ear. When he was through, Colby leaned back in his chair and whistled. "You don't mean it," he exclaimed. "Wainwright is coming over to Hendersville on the stage tomorrow, and I want to get this matter settled with the Henders girls so that I can have something definite to say to him. I think she's coming around all right now that she's commencing to realize that the mine's about played out and that the cattle business isn't much better. Of course it don't make no difference what she thinks about it, except she could make it mighty unpleasant around here if she wanted to." "She sure could make it unpleasant for you and Wainwright if she wanted to," agreed Colby. "And don't fool yourself that she thinks the business ain't worth nothing. If you had her thinking so today, Bull's give her something new to think about since he was here." "How's that?" demanded Corson. "I hearn him telling her he'd been digging around in the mine when he was up there, and that he knows the new vein's rich as all get out. And he told her the cattle business was all right, too. I reckon she'll believe him afore she will you." Corson bit his lip. "That settles it," he exclaimed. "I've fooled around long enough. I'm going to tell her tonight." Outside the bunkhouse, some of the men were washing for supper. Inside, Bull was rolling and roping his bed preparatory to moving to the West Ranch after the evening meal. "What you doing?" demanded Texas Pete. "You ain't quit." "Going over to the West Ranch. Kramer's getting off for a spell," explained Bull. "Looks like they weren't crazy for your company here," remarked Pete. Bull shrugged his shoulders and went on with the business of half-hitches to the final knot, after which he tossed the bedroll onto his bunk. "I shouldn't think you'd stay on, Bull," said Texas Pete. "Let's pull our freight. I ain't never been to Californy. Have you?" The ex-foreman shook his head. "I got my own reasons for staying on a spell yet, Pete," he said. Pete said nothing more on the subject. Bull's answer to his suggestion that they leave the country troubled him, however. It was not Diana Henders who was keeping Bull, of that Pete was certain, because Hal Colby had long since as much as admitted that he, Colby, was engaged to marry the dainty boss. It wasn't because of any love he had for the job, either. Texas Pete knew that, for Colby had never made Bull's job any too easy since the former had become foreman, and Bull was not staying because he loved Colby. It was true that he never spoke a derogatory word concerning him, nor once had he criticized his methods as foreman, but Texas Pete knew as well as though Bull had told him that the latter had no use for the foreman. What was it, then, that was keeping Bull? Texas Pete's loyalty to his friend made it difficult for him to harbor the only answer that his knowledge of events permitted him to entertain, but that answer to the question persisted in obtruding itself upon his consciousness. If Bull was, after all, the Black Coyote, he could not work to better advantage as a bandit than while in the employ of the Bar-Y outfit, where he could easily obtain first-hand knowledge of every important bullion shipment. "By golly," soliloquized Texas Pete, "I don't give a dern if he be, but I'll be derned if I believe it yet." At the house, Hal Colby was talking earnestly to Lillian Mannel in the sitting-room. Supper had not yet been served. Corson had gone to his room to clean up, and Diana had not yet come down. "Look here, Lil," Colby was saying, "I don't like the way Corson's treating Di. I think a heap of that little girl, and I don't want to see her get the worst of it." Lillian Mannel reached up and encircled his neck with her arms. "I thought you were all over that, Hal," she said. "You've been telling me how much you love me, but how do you expect me to believe it if you're always thinking of her and not ever considering my interests? You want her to have all the property, and you don't want me to have any. You don't love me." "Yes, I do, Lil. I'm crazy about you," he insisted. "Then act like it," she advised him, "and quit siding with her all the time. I'm going to be a rich girl, Hal, and we can have a mighty good time after we're married, if you don't go and make a fool of yourself and try to keep me out of what rightly belongs to me." "I ain't always so darn sure you're going to marry me," he said gloomily. "You've been pretty thick with that feller Corson, and he's sweet on you. Any fool could tell that." "Oh, pshaw!" exclaimed Lillian Mannel, laughing lightly. "Why, old Morris is only like a big brother to me. Now give me a kiss and tell me that you won't let Diana or anyone else steal all our money." She drew his face down to hers, and their lips met in a long kiss. When they separated, Colby was panting heavily. "God," he exclaimed huskily, "I'd commit murder for you." In the shadows of the hall stood Morris B. Corson, scowling darkly upon them through the partially open doorway. Presently he coughed discreetly, and a moment later entered the room, where he found Lillian idly turning sheets of music at the piano, while Colby was industriously studying a picture that hung against the wall. Corson accosted them with a pleasant word and a jovial smile, and a minute later Diana Henders entered the room, and the four went into supper. The meal, like its predecessors for some weeks, was marked by noticeable constraint. The bulk of the conversation revolved about the weather, about the only thing that these four seemed to have in common that might be openly discussed, and as Arizona summer weather does not offer a wide field for discussion, the meals were not conspicuous for the conversational heights attained. Nor was this one any exception to the rule. When it was nearly over, Corson cleared his throat, as is the habit of many when about to open an unpleasant subject after long deliberation. "Miss Henders," he commenced. Hal Colby arose. "I got to see Bull before he leaves," he announced hastily, and left the room. Corson started again. "Miss Henders," he repeated, "I have a painful duty to perform. I have tried to work in harmony with you, but I have never met with any cooperation on your part, and so I am forced to reveal a fact that we might successfully have gotten around had you been willing to abide by my judgment in the matter of the sale of the property." "And what fact is that?" asked Diana, politely. "We will get to it presently," he told her. "Now, my dear young lady, your father's death has left you in very unfortunate circumstances, but of course, as is natural, Miss Mannel wants to do what she can for you." "I am afraid that I do not understand," said Diana. "Lillian and I have suffered equally in the loss of our fathers and our uncles, and together we have inherited the responsibilities of a rather large and sometimes cumbersome business. I am sure that we wish to help one another as much as possible, I as much as she." "I am afraid that you do not understand, Miss Henders," said Corson solemnly. "By the terms of your uncle's will, everything would have gone to your father had he survived, Mr. Mannel, but he did not. Your father made a similar will, leaving everything to your uncle. So you see, Miss Henders," Corson spread his palms and raised his brows in a gesture of helplessness. "I must be very dense," said Diana, "for I am sure I do not know even yet what you are driving at, Mr. Corson." "It's just this," he explained. "Your father left everything to your uncle. Your uncle left everything to his daughter. It is very sad, Miss Henders. Miss Mannel has grieved over it a great deal, but the law is clear. It leaves you penniless." "But it is not what was intended, and there must be another will," exclaimed Diana. Uncle John and Dad both wished that, when they were gone, the estate should be divided equally between their lawful heirs, half and half. Dad left such a will, and it was his understanding that Uncle John had done likewise, and I know he must have, for he was the soul of honor. Their wills were identical. Dad has told me so more than once. They had such implicit confidence in one another that each left everything to the other with the distinct understanding that eventually it was all to go to the heirs of both, as I have explained. I do not doubt that your father left such a will, if you say he did, but the fact remains that Mr. Mannell did not, said Mr. Corson emphatically. But you shall not want, Miss Henders. Your cousin will see to that. She has already authorized me to arrange for an annuity that will keep you from want until you are married. We thought best not to continue it beyond that time for obvious reasons. You mean, asked Diana dully, that I have nothing, that I am a pauper, that even this roof under which I have lived nearly all my life does not belong, even in part, to me, that I have no right here? Oh, please don't say that, dear, exclaimed Lillian Mannell. You shall stay here just as long as you wish. You will always be welcome in my home. My home! Diana suppressed a sob that was partially grief and partially rage. The injustice of it! To take advantage of a technicality to rob her of all that rightly belonged to her. She was glad, though, that they had come out into the open at last. Why had they not done so before? Of course, said Corson. As Miss Mannell says, you are welcome to remain here as long as the property is in her hands. But, as you know, we have received an advantageous offer for it, and so it is only fair to tell you that you may as well make your plans accordingly. You are going to sell to Wainwright for $250,000? Asked Diana. Corson nodded. Diana rose and walked the length of the room. Then she turned and faced them. No, you are not going to sell, Mr. Corson, if there is any way in which I can prevent it. You are not going to steal my property so easily. Why have you been attempting all these weeks to persuade me to agree to a sale if you knew all along that I had no interest whatsoever in the property? She demanded suddenly. That was solely due to a desire on our part to make it as easy as possible for you, he explained suavely. Your cousin would have given you half the purchase price rather than have had to tell you the truth, Miss Henders, but you have forced it upon us. She desires to sell. It is her property. You alone stood in the way. You have been your own worst enemy, Miss Henders. You might have had $125,000 had you not been stubborn. Now you must be content with whatever Miss Mannell sees fit to allow you in the way of an annuity. Diana squared her shoulders as she faced them. Miss Mannell shall give me nothing. I will not accept as a gratuity what rightfully belongs to me. If you think, Mr. Corson, that you are going to take my property away from me without a fight, you are mistaken. And she wheeled about and started for the doorway. Wait a moment, Miss Henders, cried the New Yorker. I am a lawyer, and I know how expensive litigation is. Such a case as you contemplate, and I take it for granted that you purpose taking the matter to court when you say fight, might drag on for years, wasting the entire property in attorney's fees and legal expense, so that neither of you would get anything. I have seen such things happen scores of times. Now, let us rather compromise. We were willing to make you a gift of half the purchase price immediately on the consummation of the sale to Mr. Wainwright. That offer is still open. It is extremely fair and generous, and if you will take my advice, you will accept it. Never, snapped Diana. Corson and Lillian sat in silence, listening to Diana's footfalls as she ascended the stairs. Presently they heard her door close. Then the girl turned upon Corson. You poor sucker, you, she exclaimed. What do you think you are, offering her $125,000 when we don't have to give her a cent? Don't be a hog, Lil, advised the man. We'll get enough, and if we can save a lot of trouble, we'd better let her have the $125,000. You can't tell what these people out here will do. Take that Bull fellow, for instance. He's already offered to run us out of the country if she says so. Look what he did to old man Wainwright, for instance. Why, say, there are a lot of her friends here that would think no more of shooting us full of holes than they would of eating their Sunday dinners, if she just so much as hinted that she thought we were trying to do her out of anything. And we'll be getting plenty anyway. You and I each get a third, and Wainwright gets the other third, and that mine alone is worth millions. Why, we could afford to give her the whole $250,000 if she'd agree to the sale. I'm not so keen as you on giving my money away, replied Lillian. Your money, hell, he replied. You wouldn't have anything if it wasn't for me, and as for that measly little $125,000, why, it'll cost us all of that to square these people around here before we get through with it. I've promised Colby $10,000 already, and say, speaking of Colby, I saw you two in the sitting room before supper. You got to lay off that business. You're getting too thick with that fellow to suit me. You belong to me, he added suddenly and fiercely. Oh, come on, Morris, don't be silly, replied Lillian. You told me to get him on our side. How did you suppose I was going to do it, by making faces at him? Well, you don't have to go too far. I heard you telling him what you two would do after you were married. You may be a good little actress, Lil, but that kiss you gave him looked too damn realistic to suit me. I'm not going to have you running off with him after you get your mitts on a little money. Say, you don't think I'd marry that rube, do you? And Lillian Mannell burst into peals of laughter. Colby found Bull in the bunkhouse. Bull, he said, I wish you'd ride up Belter's tomorrow and see how the water's holding out. "Listen, Bull," said Texas Pete, "I got the rest of it." And so we lines up at the bar, 12 or more. The boss tries to smile, but he can't, he's so sore. The stranger says, "Pronto, you dern little runt." Just then we hears someone come in at the front, and turnin' to look we see there at the door a thin little woman, my gosh, she was poor, who lets her eyes range till they rest on this bloke with funny ideas about what was a joke. She walks right across and takes hold of his ear. "You ornery old buzzard," she says, "you come here." He gives us a smile that was knock-kneed and lame, and "Yes, dear, I'm comin'," he says, and he came. End of chapter 12. Chapter 10 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Wildcat Bob Goes Courting. Bull sat in a corner of the Chicago saloon watching the play at the faro table. It was too early to go to bed, and he was not a man who read much, nor cared to read, even had there been anything to read, which there was not. He had skimmed the latest Eastern papers that had come in on the stage, and his reading was over until the next shipment of gold from the mine brought him again into contact with a newspaper. Then he would read the livestock market reports, glance over the headlines, and throw the paper aside, satisfied. His literary requirements were few. A man who had drunk not wisely but too well lurched up to him. "Have a drink, stranger," he commanded. It was not an invitation. "Ain't drinkin'," replied Bull quietly. "Oh, yes, you be," announced the hospitable one. "When I says drink, you drinks. See, I'm a bad man, I am. Whoopee!" And, drawing a six-shooter, he commenced firing into the floor at Bull's feet. Suddenly a large man enveloped him from the rear, held his gun hand aloft, and dragged him away into an opposite corner, where, to the accompaniment of a deluge of lurid profanity, he counseled him to greater discretion. "Why, you blankety-blank, he cried. "You trying to commit suicide? Don't you know who that is, you blitherin' idjit?" Then he whispered something in the other's ear. The effect was electrical. The man seemed sobered instantly. With staring eyes he looked across the room at Bull. "I'm going to get out of here," he said. "He might change his mind." "I can't see yet why I didn't bore ye," agreed his friend. "You better go and apologize." Slowly the pseudo-bad man crossed the room toward Bull, who had not moved sufficiently to have changed his position since the man had first accosted him. The man halted in front of Bull, a sickly grin on his bloated countenance. "No offense, pardner. Just had a drop too much. No offense intended. Just jokin'. That was all. Just jokin'." Bull eyed him intently for a moment. "Oh, yes," he said presently. "I remember you now. You're that flannel-mouth what got gay with old Wildcat a couple of months ago. Did you ever return that window sash you took with you? I hearn Gum was powerful cut up about that window sash." Not the shadow of a smile crossed Bull's face. "I warn't there, but I hearn all about it." The other flushed, attempted some witty repartee that fell flat, and finally managed to make his escape amid a roar of laughter from the nearer card-players and spectators who had overheard the brief dialogue. Bull rose. "Goin'?" asked an acquaintance. "I reckon so. Good night." "Good night, Bull." The man stepped out into the clear, starlit night. Involuntarily he turned and looked toward the northeast in the direction of the Bar Y Ranch. Diana was there. For a long time he stood motionless, gazing out across the arid, moon-bathed level that stretched away to her loved feet. What emotions played behind the inscrutable mask of his face? Who may say? As he stood there silently, he heard voices coming from between the Chicago saloon and Gum's place, liquors and cigars. "He's in there now," said one. "I can see him. If there weren't so tarnation many fellers at the bar, I could get him from here." "You better come along afore you get in more trouble than you got the capacity to handle," urged a second voice. "That's all right. I know what I'm doing. There can't no dried-up old buffalo chip like that run me out of no man's saloon and get away with it, and that's all they is to that." "Well, I'm going home," stated the second voice. "I know when I'm well off." "You go home. After I shoot the ears off in this Wildcat Bob party, I'm coming home too." "You go to shooting any ears off in Wildcat Bob, and you won't need no blankets where you're going." "That's so? Well, here goes. You better stay and see the fun." "I'm going now while I got the chanst," said the other, and Bull heard him coming from the side of the building. The former stepped quickly back into the doorway of the Chicago saloon, and an instant later he saw the large man who had dragged his friend from him a few minutes before pass up the street at a rapid walk. Then Bull looked from his place of concealment, just in time to see another figure emerge from between the buildings and enter Gum's place. Bull was close behind him. The door was open a crack. He saw that the other had advanced into the room a few feet and was standing behind one of the rough columns that supported the second story. Across the room, at the far end, Wildcat Bob had just set down his whiskey glass upon the bar, wiped his beard on his sleeve, and turned away toward the tables where the gambling was in progress. For a moment he would be alone, with only the rough rear wall behind him. Bull saw the stranger raise his six-gun to take deliberate aim. He was too far away to reach him before he pulled the trigger, and it would do no good to warn the wildcat. There was but a single alternative to standing supinely by and watching old Wildcat being shot down in cold blood by a cowardly murderer. It was this alternative that Bull adopted. As the smoke rose from the muzzle of his gun, the stranger threw his hands above his head. His weapon clattered to the floor, and he wheeled about. His eyes alighted upon Bull standing there, grim-faced and silent, the smoking six-gun in his hand. Suddenly the wounded man gave voice to a shrill scream. "He done it!" he cried, pointing at Bull. "He done it! The Black Coyote done it! He's killed me!" And with these last words the body slumped to the floor. Bull stood facing them all in silence for just a moment. The whole room full of men and women were staring at him. Then he slipped his gun into its holster and advanced into the room, a faint smile on his lips. He walked toward Wildcat Bob. "That hombre was after you, Bob," he said. "He was drunk, but I couldn't stop him no other way. He's the fellow you chased through the window that time." Gum Smith hurried to the rear of the bar. Then he leaned over it and pointed a finger at Bull. "Yo-all's under arrest," he cried. "Yo-all's under arrest for murder." "Go kick yourself through a knothole," advised Bull. "If I hadn't got that hombre, he'd have got Bob. There wasn't nothing else to do." "You all hearin' what he called him, didn't you?" yelled Gum. He pointed at first one and then another. "I deputize you! I deputize you!" he cried. "Arrest him, men!" No one moved except Wildcat Bob. He came and stood beside Bull, and he drew both his long, heavy guns with their heavily notched grips. "Anyone what's aiming to take this boy, why, let him step up," said Wildcat Bob, and his watery blue eye was fixed terribly upon the sheriff. "I want you all to know that when I deputizes yo, y'all's deputized," shrilled Gum. "Yo hearin' what the corpse called him, ain't that enough? Do yo duty, men." One or two of the men, friends of Gum's, moved restlessly. Bull, sensing trouble, had drawn both his weapons, and now he stood beside the wildcat, his steady gray eyes alert for the first hostile move. "Don't none of yo gents go for to start nothin'," he advised. "You all seen what happened. You know I couldn't have done nothin' else. And as for what that drunken bum called me, if Gum thinks I'm the coyote, why don't he step up and take me? I ain't a-honin' for trouble, but I don't aim to be the subject to no post-mortem, neither." "Do you all surrender, then?" demanded Gum. "Don't try to be no more of a damn fool than the Lord made you, Gum," advised Wildcat Bob. "You know that if this here boy ain't the Black Coyote, you don't want him, and if he is the Black Coyote, you wouldn't never get out and behind that bar if you was to try to take him. For my part, I don't believe he is, and I got two old pea-shooters here what thinks the same as I does. What do you think, Gum?" "Well," said the sheriff, after a moment's deliberation, "I reckon as maybe the corpse was mistook. Have a drink on the house, gents." As Bull and Wildcat Bob entered the office of the Donovan house, Mary Donovan espied them through the open doorway of her sitting room and called to them. "Come in and have a drop of tea with me before yez goes to bed," she invited, and as they entered she scrutinized Wildcat Bob with a stern eye. Evidently satisfied, her face softened. "I know they ain't run out of whiskey in Hendersville," she said, "so I reckon you must have run out of money, Wildcat." The little old gentleman reached into his pocket and drew forth a handful of silver, which he displayed with virtuous satisfaction. "The saints be praised!" exclaimed Mary Donovan. "You've money in your pocket and you're home early and sober. Be ye sick, Wildcat Bob?" "I've reformed, Mary. I ain't never going to touch another drop," he assured her solemnly. "You've not had a drink the evening?" she demanded. "Well," he hesitated, "you see—" "Yes, I see," she snapped scornfully. "But, Mary, I only had one little one. You wouldn't begrudge an old man one little nightcap." "Well," she consented, relenting, "one little one wouldn't do no harm. I wouldn't mind one myself." Wildcat Bob reached for his hip pocket. "I was thinking that same thing, Mary, and that's why I brung one home for you." And he drew forth a pint flask. "The divil fly away wid ye, Wildcat Bob," she cried, but she was smiling as she reached for the flask. Bull rose, laughing. "Good night," he said. "I'm going to turn in." "Have a drop with us before you go," invited Mary. "No thanks, I've quit," replied Bull. A moment later they heard him mounting the stairs to his room. "He's a good boy," said Mary, wiping her lips and replacing the cork in the bottle. "He is that, Mary," agreed Wildcat, reaching for it. There was a period of contented silence. "It's a lonesome life for a widdy lady, that it is," remarked Mary with a deep sigh. Wildcat Bob moved his chair closer, flushed at his own boldness, and fell to examining the toe of his boot. Mary rocked diligently, her red hands folded in her ample lap, keeping an eye cocked on the wildcat. There was another long silence that was broken at last by Mrs. Donovan. "Sure," she said, "and it's funny ye never married, Bob." Bob essayed reply, but a mouthful of tobacco juice prevented. Rising, he walked to the office, crossed that room, opened the front door, and spat copiously without. Returning to the room, he hitched his chair closer to Mary's, apparently by accident, as he resumed his seat. He started, but it was evidently a false start, since he commenced all over again. Again he paused. You what? Inquired Mary Donovan with soft encouragement. You, said Wildcat Bob, and stuck again. Inward excitement evidently stimulated his salivary glands, with the result that he was again forced to cross to the outer door. When he returned, he hunched his chair a bit closer to Mary's. As you was about to remark, prodded Mary. Yes, said Mary. Go on, Bob. I was just going to say that I don't think it'll rain tonight, he ended lamely. Mary Donovan placed her hands upon her hips, pressed her lips tightly together, and turned a withering glance of scorn upon Wildcat Bob, all of which were lost upon him, he having again returned to whole-souled consideration of the toe of his boot, his face suffused with purple. Rain, muttered Mary Donovan. Rain in Arizona this time of year? Sure, and you mean you thought it wouldn't snow, did ye? She demanded. Wildcat Bob emitted only a gurgle, and again silence reigned, unbroken for long minutes, except by the creaking of Mary's rocker. Suddenly she turned upon him. Give me that flask, she said. He handed it over, and she took a long drink. Wiping the mouth of the bottle with the palm of her hand, she returned it to him. Then Wildcat Bob took a drink, and the silence continued. The evening wore on, the flask was emptied, and midnight came. With it came Gum Smith, reeling bedward. They watched him stagger across the office floor and heard him stumbling up the stairs. Mary Donovan arose. Be off to bed, would ye? She said. I can't be sitting here all night gossiping, would ye? He, too, arose. Good night, Mary, he said. It's been a pleasant evening. Yes, said Mary Donovan. As Wildcat Bob climbed the stairs toward his room, he was mumbling in his beard. Doggone my hide, he said. If I'd just had a couple of drinks, I might have done it. Sure, soliloquized Mary Donovan as she closed the door of her bedroom. It's not so dumb funny after all that the old fool never was married. End of chapter 10. Chapter 19 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. Tell Me That You Love Me. It was 10 o'clock that morning before Bull, Texas Pete, and Shorty picked up Colby's trail, and by that time the man and his unwilling companion were a good 4 hours ahead of them. On tired horses, through the heat of a blazing Arizona day, it seemed hopeless to expect to overhaul their quarry before night had fallen, and by that time Colby would have crossed the border. Not, however, that that meant much to the three who pursued him, to whom international boundary lines were of no more practical import than parallels of latitude or isothermal lines. Before noon they were obliged to stop and rest their horses at a water-hole that afforded a brackish but refreshing drink for the three jaded animals. In the mud at its border they saw the fresh tracks of Colby's pony and Diana's. It was evident that they had stopped here for a considerable time, which, in truth, they had. So positive was Colby that he had thrown their pursuers off the track, leading them into a gunfight with a superior force that might reasonably have been expected to have accounted for them to the last man. 5 minutes was all the rest that the pursuers allowed their horses. Once again they were in the saddle. "Looky yonder," exclaimed Texas Pete, pointing toward the south. "If it ain't raining there, I'm a Siwash." "It's about a month too early for the rains," said Bull, "but it sure is raining. Raining like hell. Look at that lightning. Say, if they ain't crossed Sally's Flats yet, they won't never get across. Not while the rain lasts. And if they has crossed, we won't never catch 'em," said Shorty. "I'll catch 'em if I have to ride plumb to hell, and if it takes me 100 years," said Bull. The rain struck Colby and Diana at the northern edge of the flats. It came in driving sheets, and sometimes in solid masses that almost crushed them. It came with deafening reverberations of titanic thunder and vivid, almost terrifying displays of lightning. It was bad where they were, but Colby knew from experience of the country that in the low hills at the upper end of the flats it was infinitely worse, that there had been a cloudburst. He put spurs to his horse, and dragging Diana's into a gallop, urged them both to greater speed, knowing that if he did not cross the wash in the center of the flats within a few minutes, he might not cross it again for days. When they reached it, 3 feet of turbid water tumbled madly down the narrow bed between the precipitous clay walls. The man found a steep path that Stock had made for crossing when the bed of the wash was dry, and urged his horse downward. The force of the current almost swept the animal from its feet, but with wide spread legs it stemmed the torrent, while Colby, taking a few turns of the lead rope around his horn, dragged Diana's pony through in safety after him. At the top of the bank the man turned and looked towards the north and then down at the rising flood. "If this rain holds out, they won't nothin' more cross here for a spell," he said, smiling. "In 10 minutes she'll be plumb full. We can take it easier now." He started off again, but now at a walk, for he knew that there was no longer need for haste, if there had been before, which he had doubted. The horses, cooled and refreshed by the rain, would have been equal to a spurt now, but none was necessary, and so they came after a mile to the dim outlines of an adobe house showing through the driving downpour, directly ahead. Colby rode close up to the door and, leaning from his saddle, pounded upon it. There was no reply. "I reckon we'll stop here a while," he said, dismounting. He opened the door and looked in. The place was deserted. In rear of it was an open shed for stock, and to this they rode. Colby helped Diana from her horse, removed the saddles and bridles from the animals, and tied them beneath the shed. Then he led the girl to the house, her arms still bound by her riata. There was no chance that she could escape now, so the man removed her bonds. "We'll rest here a few hours and give the horses a chance. Then we'll hit the trail. We got to find a place where we can feed. My belly's wrapped around my backbone." "Let's be friends, Di. You might as well make the best of it. You can't blame a feller for loving you, and I ain't so bad. You might have done a lot worse." He came toward her and raised his hand as though to place it on her arm. "Don't touch me." She drew back with an appreciable shudder of revulsion. He laughed. "You'll feel better after a while," he said. "We're both too dog-tired to be very good company. I'm going to get in a little sleep. You'd better do the same, but I'll have to tie you up again unless you promise not to try to escape." She made no reply. "All right," he said, "if you'd rather be tied." He came then and tied her hands behind her. Keeping one end of the rope in his own hand, he lay down upon the dirt floor and was soon asleep. Diana sat with her back against the wall, listening to the rain beating upon the roof and driving against the walls. The roof leaked badly in several places, and the water that came through formed puddles on the floor, which joined together into a little rivulet that wound to the doorway and disappeared beneath the door. How hopeless! Diana stifled a sob. She was tired and hungry and weak from exhaustion. The frightful rain had cut off the frail vestige of a chance of rescue that there had been before. By now no man or beast could cross Salie's Flats. She knew one man who would try, had he known of her predicament, but how was he to know of it, a hunted fugitive hiding in the mountains far to the north? Realizing the necessity for haste, if they were to cross the flats before the wash became an impassable torrent, the three pursuers drove their tired horses onward at the top of their diminished speed. The race became at once a test for the survival of the fittest, and Blazes forged steadily farther and farther ahead of the other ponies. Long before Bull reached the flats, the rain was upon him, refreshing both horse and man, and Blazes, as though imbued with new life, increased the distance between himself and the two ponies now far behind. The driving rain was rapidly obliterating the trail that the man followed, yet he managed to cling to it to the very brink of the wash, to the very point where Colby and Diana had crossed, and there Bull drew rein to look down, scowling, upon a seething barrier of yellow water. 20 feet wide it was, and 10 feet deep, swirling and boiling like a cauldron of hell. He eyed the greasy, muddy footing of the bank. Had it been firm and dry, he had put Blazes to it for a jump, but he knew that it could not be done now, nor could he swim the horse. Even could the animal have made the crossing, it could not have clambered out upon the top of that perpendicular, constantly caving wall, with the mighty current always dragging at it. But Bull was not hopeless. He was merely devising ways and means. Not for an instant had he considered the possibility of giving up the pursuit, or even of delaying it by waiting for the waters to recede. Taking his rope in his hand, he dismounted and stepped close to the brink of the torrent, upon both sides of which grew numerous clumps of greasewood. He seemed already to have formed a plan, for he drew one of his 6 guns and hurled it across the wash. He followed it with the second gun, and then his heavy belt of cartridges. Then came his boots, one by one. Shaking down the Honda, he swung a noose at the end of his rope, which, opening up, described a circle that seemed to revolve around his head at an angle of 45 degrees with the ground, like a rakish halo, just for an instant, and then it rose and sailed gracefully across the newborn river to drop around a clump of greasewood upon the opposite bank. "Come here," said Bull to Blazes, and the horse stepped to his side, close to the water's edge. "Stand," commanded Bull, knowing that Blazes would stand where he was for hours, if necessary, until his master gave a new order. Bull drew in his rope until it became taut, and then he dragged heavily upon the greasewood across the channel. It held, despite his most strenuous efforts. He tied the loose end about his waist, stepped to the very edge of the water, and leaped in. Hal Colby awoke and looked about him. His eyes fell upon the girl sitting with her back against the wall across the room. "Feeling better?" he asked. "I am. Nothing like sleep, unless it be grub." She did not reply. He rose to his feet and approached her. "You're sure a sullen little devil, but I'll take that out of you. A little lovin'll do that. Get up and kiss me." "You unspeakable thing! It would be an insult to a cur to call you that." Colby laughed good-naturedly. "If you'd rather have a bandit, I might turn one," he said, and again he laughed, this time at his own joke. "But if you are trying to suggest that I would prefer Bull, you are right. You may thank God that he is not here, but he will come, and you will pay." "Well, you ain't got up and kissed me yet," said Colby. "Do you want me to yank you up? You got a lot to learn, and I'm the hombres what can learn you. I've had a lot of experience. I've tamed 'em before, as good as you. Tamed 'em and made 'em like it. If it can't be did one way, it can another. Sometimes a quirt helps." He struck his chaps with the lash of the one he carried. "Get up, you." He seized her by the arm and jerked her roughly to her feet. Again she struck him, and this time the man struck back, a stinging blow across her shoulders with the quirt. "I'll learn you," he cried. She tried to free herself, striking him repeatedly, but he held her off and lashed her cruelly.
nor did he appear to care where the quirt fell. The tumbling waters, engulfing Bull, rolled him over and over before, half drowned, his powerful strokes succeeded in raising his head above the surface. He had had no conception of the tremendous strength of the current. He was but as a bobbing bit of flotsam upon its surface. He could not stem it. He was helpless. The rope about his waist suddenly tautened, and he was again dragged beneath the surface. He grasped it with his hands and tried to pull himself in toward shore, but the giant waters held him in their grip, dragging him downward, stronger by far than the strength of many men. Suddenly the muddy flood spewed him to the surface once more, this time against the bank to which the opposite end of his rope was fastened and was dragging heavily upon its precarious anchor. He clutched at the slippery red mud, clawing frantically for a handhold. The waters leaped upon him and beat him down, but still he fought on valiantly, not for his life but for the girl he loved, and at last he won, dragging himself slowly out upon the bank. Almost exhausted, he rose, staggering, to his feet, and looked back across the torrent at Blazes. "It ain't no use, boy," he said, with a shake of his head. "I was a-going to rope you and drag you across, but it can't be did. Now I reckon I'll have to hoof it." He sat down in the mud and pulled on his boots, gathered up his guns and belt, coiled his rope, and turned his face southward. "If it takes 100 years and I have to follow him plumb to hell," he muttered, "I'll get him." Still spent and blowing from his tremendous exertions against the flood, he staggered on through the sticky clay and the blinding rain, his head bent down against the storm. It was hard work, but never once did the thought of surrender enter his mind. He would find a ranch house somewhere and get a horse. He might even come upon some range stock. He had his lariat, and there was a bare chance that he might get close enough to an animal to rope it, but he must have a horse. He felt helpless, entirely impotent without one. Imagine yourself thrust into a cold and unfriendly world, if you are a man, without a pocket-knife, a bunch of keys, a handkerchief, money, or a pair of shoes, and you will be able to appreciate how a cowboy feels without a horse. Thus, buffeted by the storm, he shouldered on until suddenly there loomed almost directly in his path the outlines of an adobe house. Fortune smiled upon him. Here he would find a horse. He stepped to the door and was about to knock when he heard the voice of a woman crying out in protestation and pain. Then he flung the door wide and stepped into the interior. Colby, holding Diana's wrist, was twisting it in an excess of rage, for she had struck him and repulsed him until the last vestige of his thin veneer of manhood had fallen from him, leaving exposed the raw, primordial beast. He saw Bull the instant that the latter opened the door, and, swinging the girl in front of him, reached for a gun. Diana, too, saw the figure in the doorway. A great wave of joy swept through her, and then she saw Colby's gun flash from its holster, and knew that Bull could not shoot because of fear of hitting her. But she did not know Bull as well as she thought she knew him, and similarly was Colby deceived, for the man in the doorway fired from the hip the instant that Colby's gun was raised. The weapon fell from nerveless fingers, the grasp upon Diana's wrist relaxed, and Hal Colby pitched forward upon his face, a bullet hole between his eyes. Diana swayed for an instant, dazed by the wonder of her deliverance, and then, as Bull stepped toward her, she went to meet him and put her arms about his neck. "Bull!" It was half a sob. The man took her in his arms. "Diana." The word carried all the reverence of a benediction. Raising her face from his shoulder, she pushed him away a little. "Bull," she said, "once you told me that you loved me. Tell me so again." "Love don't tell the half of it, girl," he said, his voice husky with emotion. "Oh, Bull," she cried, "I have been such a fool. I love you. I have always loved you, but I did not know it until that night, the night they came after you at the West Ranch." "But you couldn't love me, Diana, thinking I was the Black Coyote." "I don't care, Bull, what you are. All I care or know is that you are my man. We will go away together and start over again. Will you, Bull, for my sake?" And then he told her that he didn't have to go away, told her who the Black Coyote had been. "Why, he even planted one of the bullion sacks under my bedroll at the West Ranch to prove I was the right hombre," said Bull. "Saw a sack of dust I brung from Idaho, and he tried to make him think it was yours. He used to send me off alone the days he was going to hold up the stage, so's when the time was ripe he could throw suspicion on me. He sure was a clever fellow, Hal was." "But the day Mac was wounded?" she asked. "We saw you coming in from the north, and there was blood on your shirt. I got in a brush with Apaches up Cottonwood, me and Gregorio, and I got scratched. 'Twasn't nothing. And to think that all that time he was professing friendship for you, he was trying to make me believe that you were the Black Coyote," cried Diana. "He was worse than Mr. Corson, and I thought him about the wickedest man I had ever known." "We got to think about getting back and having a friendly powwow with that there Corson gent," said Bull. "By golly, the sun's out. Everything's happy, Diana, now that you're safe." They walked to the doorway. The rain had stopped as suddenly as it had begun, and now the fierce sun blazed down upon the streaming mud. "Where's your horses?" asked Bull. "In a shed behind the house." "Good. We'll start along. There's a bridge 25 miles below here, if I ain't mistaken. I think I know this here shack. I was down this way 2 years ago." "But what about him?" She nodded back toward the body of Colby. "He can rot here for all I care," said Bull bitterly. "A hurtin' you? God, I wish he'd had 9 lives like a cat so I could kill him a few more times." She closed the door behind them. "We'll have to notify Gum Smith so they can send down and bury him." "Gum Smith won't never get the chance," he said. They walked to the shed, and he saddled the 2 horses, rested now and refreshed a little by the past hours of relief from the heat, and after they had mounted and ridden halfway to the wash they saw the figures of 2 men upon the opposite bank. Texas Pete and Shorty, he told her. They recognized the girl and Bull, and whooped and shouted in the exuberance of youth and joy. It was a hard ride to the bridge through the heavy mud, but it was made at last, and then the 4 joined upon the same side and set out toward home, picking up Idaho en route, still weak, but able to sit a horse. It was 2 days later before they rode into the Bar Y ranch yard, where they were met with wild acclaim by Willie, Wong, and the men's cook. "Where's Corson?" demanded Bull. "The whole bunch has gone to town to close the deal. There was some hitch the other day. Wong said he heard him talking. Corson wouldn't take nothing but gold, and Wainwright had to send up to Aldea for it. They say it's coming in on today's stage." "I'm going to town," announced Bull. "So am I," said Diana. "We'll all go," said Shorty. "Get us up some fresh horses, Willie," said Texas Pete. Then he turned to Diana. "You ain't said yet that I ain't foreman no more." They both smiled. "Not yet, Pete. I'll have to talk it over with Bull," said Diana. Remounted, they galloped off toward Hendersville, all but Idaho. Him they left behind, much to his disgust, for he needed rest. They reached town half an hour after the stage had pulled in, and, entering the Donovan house, found Corson, Lillian Mantle, the 2 Wainrights, together with the attorney from Aldea and Gum Smith. At sight of Bull, Gum Smith leaped to his feet. "Yo' all's under arrest," he squealed. "What fer?" asked Bull. "For robbing the United States mail, that's what fer." "Hold your horses, Gum," admonished Bull. "I ain't quite ready for you yet. I craves conversation with these here dudes first." He turned to the elder Wainwright. "You was honin' to pay $125,000 to this here dude for the Bar Y?" "'Tain't none of your business," snapped Wainwright. Bull laid a hand upon the butt of one of his guns. "Does I have to run you out of Hendersville to get a civil answer?" he demanded. Wainwright paled. "I've paid already, and the Bar Y is mine," he answered, surlily. "You've been stung. Them 2's crooks. The girl ain't no relation to Miss Henders' uncle, and we've got the papers to prove it. We got the will, too, that this skunk tried to get hold of and destroy. Leastwise, Miss Henders had him, but she sent him to Kansas City before Corson could get hold of him. Texas Pete here took him to Aldea. That's why you didn't find him in the office, Corson, when you robbed the safe. Wong saw you and told us about it just before we left the ranch today. All you got was the copies she made. I don't wonder you wanted gold from Wainwright." "He's lying," cried Corson to Wainwright. "Do you believe what a fellow like he is says? Why, he'll be in a federal penitentiary inside of another month for robbing the mail. There isn't a jury on earth would take his word for anything." "I ain't there yet, and no more I don't expect to be," said Bull. "You all's under arrest, just the same, right now," cried Gum Smith, "and I warned you to come along peaceable like with me." "Now I'm comin' to you, Gum," said Bull. "You better beat it, Gum. You ain't worth shootin' with cartridges the price they be," he continued. "Gregorio has told me the whole story. He's going straight now, and he wants to square himself. He's writ out and signed a confession that's going to make this climate bad for your rheumatism." "Gregorio is a dirty lying greaser," screamed Gum. "They won't no one believe him neither. They ain't no one got the goods on me." "No," said Bull, "but you have. Nearly every ounce of that gold, except what you and Colby spent and what little you give Gregorio, is buried underneath the floor in the back room of your saloon. And me and Pete and Shorty's right here to see that no hombre don't get it what don't belong to it." Gum Smith paled. "'Tain't so. It's a damn lie." "That's the second time I've been called a liar in 5 minutes," said Bull. "I ain't did nothing 'cause they's ladies present, but I'm going to send them out in the room in a minute, and then we'll talk about that, if you're still here. I advise you not to be, though. Wainwright, I seen your buckboard tied out in front here. By crowdin' it'll hold 5, meanin' you, that ornery-looking dude son of yourn, Corson, Miss Mantle, and Gum. You all be in it and hittin' the trail north for t'other side of the hill inside of 5 minutes, or me and the boys is going to start shootin'. On the way, Wainwright, you and Corson can settle that little matter of the $125,000. If you can get it back from him, 'tain't nothing to me, but if you don't, you deserve to lose it, for you're just as big a thief as he is, only not quite so bright in the head. Now get, and get damn pronto." His voice had suddenly changed from mocking irony to grim earnestness. It was a savage voice that uttered the final command. Gum Smith was the first out of the room. He was followed by the others. "See 'em to the edge of town, boys, and see that they don't linger," said Bull to Shorty and Texas Pete. "Oh, mama," exclaimed Shorty, "lead me to them funny pants." Bull turned to the attorney from Aldea. "I ain't got no proof that you were in on this deal," he said, "so you can wait and go on the stage tomorrow." "Thanks," said the attorney. "No, I thought it was a perfectly legitimate transaction, but I am glad they called me down, for now perhaps I can transact some real business for some other clients of mine. I had not been aware that the Bar Y was for sale, or I had been over here before. I represent a large syndicate of Eastern packers, whom I know would be interested in this property, and if Miss Henders will make me a proposition, I shall be glad to transmit it to them. You will find them very different people to deal with than these others seem to have been." "I thank you," said Diana, "but the Bar Y is not for sale." We are going to run the ranch together, aren't we, Bull? You bet we are, he replied. Mary Donovan burst from an inner room at that moment. Bless me heart, she exclaimed, and I never knew you was here till this very minute, and I heard what yous just said, Diana Henders, and I'm not after being such a fool that I don't know what yous means. It makes me that happy, God bless ye. I must be after running in and telling me old man. He'll be that glad, he will. Your old man, exclaimed Diana. Sure now, said Mary Donovan, blushing. Didn't yous know that me and Bob was married the day before yesterday? Sure they had to shoot him before I could get him. He never was much, and having a bullet hole clean through him don't make him no better. But then he's a man, and a poor one's better than none at all. End of chapter 19. End of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Chapter 6 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6 The Renegades. The next morning Colby took Wainwright with him. Deep in the foreman's heart was a determination to ride hard over the roughest country he could find, and if the dude got killed it wouldn't be Colby's fault, nor would it be Colby's fault if he didn't. But the foreman's plans were upset at the last moment by Elias Henders and Diana, who elected to accompany him. You and Wainwright ride ahead, Hal, directed Henders, and Di and I will trail along behind. The foreman nodded silently and put spurs to his pony, and in silence Wainwright loped at his side. The arrangement suited neither, and each was busy concocting schemes whereby the other might be paired off with Elias Henders, though under ordinary circumstances either would have been highly elated at the prospect of spending a whole day in company with the old man. Glorious morning, ejaculated Henders to his daughter. God may have forgotten Arizona in some respects, but he certainly remembered to give her the most wonderful mornings in the world. Don't they fill one with the most exquisite sensations? She exclaimed. Almost as intoxicating as wine, he agreed, and then, by the way, Bull's been doing fine, hasn't he? I don't believe he's touched a drop since that night at Gum's. He's working hard, too, said the girl. He always did that. He's the best cowhand I ever saw, and a hog for work. There isn't a man in 7 counties that can commence to touch him when it comes to riding, roping, parting, calling brands, judging ages or weights, or handling cattle with judgment under any conditions, nor one that knows the range within 100 miles like he does. Why, day before yesterday he had to give a fellow from the Red Butte County some pointers about the fellow's own range. Bull knew it better than he did. He's wonderful, said Diana. I love to see him in the saddle, and anywhere in the cow country he fits into the picture. I'm always proud that Bull is one of our men. Oh, I hope he don't ever drink again. Elias Henders shook his head. I'm afraid he'll never quit, he said. A man's got to have something to quit for, and Bull has no incentive to stop, only just his job. And when did a little thing like a job keep a man from drinking, especially the best cowhand in the territory? There isn't an outfit anywhere that wouldn't hire him, drunk or sober. He don't seem to be hanging around you much lately, Di, and I'm glad of that. I'd hate to see you interested in a man like Bull. I don't take much to garrulous people, but neither do I want him as tight-mouthed as Bull. I'm afraid he's got something to hide that makes him afraid to talk for fear he'll let it out. What do you suppose happened last night, Dad? Asked Diana suddenly. I don't know, I'm sure. What? He asked. Jefferson Wainwright proposed to me. No. What did you tell him? What should I have told him? That depends upon how much or little you think of him, replied her father. Would you like him for a son-in-law? If you choose him, I shall like him. I should like the devil if you chose to marry him. Well, he isn't quite as bad as all that, is he? She cried, laughing. I didn't mean it that way. He seems to be a nice boy. He could give you everything, and he could take you among the sort of people that you belong among, and you wouldn't have to be ashamed of him, but I don't like his father. His father is something of an embarrassment, she assented. Do you love the boy, Di? He asked. I don't know, and I told him so. He wants me to marry him before we go east, and all go together. What a lovely idea, taking your fathers on a honeymoon. You can count me out, and anyway, if some other man is going to take you east, I won't have to go at all. Well, I haven't gone with him yet. I told him I'd give him his answer before we left. That would be a good idea. If he's going, he might want a few minutes' notice, he bantered. But how about Hal? I thought you leaned a little in that direction. I do, laughed the girl. When I'm with one, I like that one the best. And when I'm with the other, I like him. And when they are both with you at the same time, possibly you can find your answer there. I have thought of that, because then I always compare the two, and Hal always suffers by the comparison. That is, when we are sitting talking, but when they are in the saddle, it is the other way around. People can't spend their married lives in the saddle, he reminded her. She sighed. I am terribly perplexed. Of only one thing I am sure, and that is that I shall marry either Hal Colby or Jefferson Wainwright. Or someone else, he suggested. No, no one else, she stated emphatically. It was past noon, and they had turned back, gathering up the little bunches of cattle that they had driven down out of the canyon and coulee onto the flat below. Elias Henders and Diana were riding quite apart from the foreman and Wainwright when Henders turned back to ride to the summit of a low elevation for a final survey of the country for any straggling bunch that might have escaped their notice. Diana was a few yards in rear of him as he drew rein on top of the hillock. It was very quiet. The cattle were at a distance from them, moving slowly off down the valley. There was only the sound of her horse's unshod hooves in the soft dirt and the subdued noise of a well-worn saddle as she urged her mount toward the side of her father. Suddenly there was a crack of a rifle, and Elias Henders' horse dropped in its tracks. Henders fell clear and whipped out his revolver. "Get out of here, Di," he called to the girl. "It's Indians. You've got time if you keep behind this butte and ride like hell." She turned and looked toward the two men a quarter of a mile away, Colby and Wainwright. She saw them wheel their horses and look toward the point from which the shot had come, and from their position she guessed that they could see the Indians, though she could not. Then she saw Hal Colby put spurs and quirt to his mount until the wiry beast fairly flew over the ground toward her. Wainwright hesitated, looked toward the Indians, and then back down the valley in the direction of the camp 15 miles away. Suddenly he wheeled his horse and dashed off. To her mind flashed the impassioned words that he had poured into her ears only the night before. "I worship you. There is no sacrifice that I would not willingly and gladly make for you and yours. I would die for you, dear girl, and thank God for the chance." Her lip curled, and her eyes shot a single scornful glance in the direction of the retreating figure of Jefferson Wainwright before she turned them back toward Colby. How magnificent he was! He had drawn one of his 6-guns and was riding, not for the hill, but straight for the Indians, and just as he passed out of her sight behind the hillock he opened fire. She could hear the crack of his gun mingling with those of the Indians, and then her father, pausing in his fire, turned to her again. "My God, Di, haven't you gone?" he cried. "Hurry, there is time yet. Hal's got 'em on the run now, but they'll be back again. There must be a dozen of 'em. Ride back to camp for help." "Mr. Wainwright has already gone, Dad," she told him. "We have always been together, all my life, Dad, and it don't take two to get help. We need all the guns here we can get until the boys come." And she dismounted and crawled to his side, despite his protests. Over the crest of the hill she could see Colby galloping toward them, while the Indians, a quarter of a mile beyond them, were just circling back in pursuit. In the foreground a dead Indian lay sprawled in the open. To the right a riderless pony was loping away to join its fellows. Diana lay a few feet from her father, both in readiness to cover Colby's retreat when the Indians came within revolver range. "Wish we had a couple of rifles," remarked Elias Henders. "If I had a 30-30 I could hold 'em off alone until the boys get here." "We ought to be able to hold out for an hour, Dad. The boys should be here in that time." "We'll do the best we can, but Di," he paused, a little catch in his voice, "don't let them get you, dear. The boys might not get here in time. Wainwright is not much of a rider. He won't make the time that one of our boys would. They'd kill the horse, but they'd get there. And then there may not be anyone in camp but the cook that time of day. That's what I'm really most afraid of. We'll do the best we can. Likely as not, we'll pull through. But if we don't, why, remember what I said. Don't let 'em get you. Save one shot, you understand?" "I understand, Dad." Colby, his horse stretched to quirt and spur, swung around to their side of the hill, threw his horse to its haunches as he reined in close to them and leaped from the saddle. Without a word, he dragged the blowing, half-winded animal directly in front of them, raised his 6-shooter to its forehead, and shot it between the eyes. Diana Henders voiced a little gasp of dismay, and then she saw the man turn toward her own pony, but she only covered her eyes with her palms and bit her lip to stifle a sob. A moment later there was a shot and the sound of a falling body. "Crawl behind that cayuse of mine, Di," said Colby. He was tugging at the body of the girl's pony to drag it closer to the others, in order to form a rude triangle with the 2 other dead horses. Henders rose to his knees and gave Colby a hand, while Di opened fire upon the approaching braves. "Reckon we ought to hold out here till the boys come," remarked the foreman. He was cool and self-possessed, just as cool and self-possessed as Jefferson Wainwright would have been in a Boston drawing-room. Even as she took aim at a half-naked, yelling buck, and missed him, Diana Henders' mind was considering this fact. She fired again, and this time the buck ceased to yell, grasped his stomach with both hands, and toppled headlong to the ground. Hal Colby might learn to be cool and self-possessed in a Boston drawing-room, but could Jefferson Wainwright ever learn to be cool and self-possessed inside a yelling circle of painted savages thirsting for his life's blood? The Indians were now riding a wide circle entirely about the hillock, firing as they rode. Naturally their aim was execrable, and the 3 were in danger only of a chance hit. After the warrior fell to Diana's bullet, the circle widened to still greater proportions, and a few minutes later the Indians withdrew out of effective revolver range and gathered in a compact group where the 3 on the hillock could see them gesticulating and talking excitedly. "They're up to some new devilment," said Henders. "I hope they don't charge from different directions before the boys get here," remarked Colby. "If they do, we might as well kiss ourselves goodbye. I wish he wasn't here, Di." "Damn that white-livered dude's hide. If he hadn't turned tail, you could have gone. You could ride rings around that slab-sided maverick, and besides, you'd have been safe. Look, they're separating now." "Yes, they're riding to surround us again," said Diana. "If they charge, Hal," said Henders, "wait until they get close and then stand up and let 'em have it. Di, you lie as close to the ground as you can. Don't move. Just watch us, and when you see we're both down, you'll know it's all up, and you must do what I told you to." Hal Colby looked at the beautiful girl at his side and scowled, for he guessed without being told what her father meant. "Damn that dude," he muttered. "Maybe I hadn't oughta shot all the hosses," he said presently. "Maybe Di could have got away." "No," Henders assured him. "You did just right, Hal. Di wouldn't go. I told her to, but she wouldn't. It was too late then, anyway." "I figured it was too late," said Colby, "but maybe it wasn't. I wish I had that damn dude here." "They're coming!" cried Diana. From four sides the Indians were racing towards them, their savage cries breaking hideously the silence of the sun-parched valley. The three crouched, waiting. No word was spoken until the nearest of the redskins was no more than 25 yards away. Then, "Now!" said Henders, leaping to his feet. Colby was up simultaneously, firing as he rose. Diana Henders, far from lying close to the ground as she had been directed, was on her feet almost as quickly as the men. "Get down, Di!" commanded her father, but her only reply was a shot that brought down a warrior's pony 20 paces from them. Colby and Henders had each shot an Indian, and there was another pony down in front of Colby. The renegades were close now, and presented splendid targets for the three whites, all of whom were excellent revolver shots. At each report of their weapons a hit was scored. Now a pony screamed and wheeled away, bearing its rider in headlong flight down the gentle declivity of the hillside. Another stumbled and crumpled to the ground, sprawling its painted master in the dust. A warrior, wounded, veered to one side and raced off to safety, or again one slumped silently to earth, never to charge again. Two of the unhorsed warriors sprang in close quarters, clubbing their empty rifles. One was leaping toward Diana, the other for Colby. At the same instant Elias Henders lifted both hands above his head, his gun slipped from nerveless fingers, and he lunged forward across the body of his dead horse. Colby put a shot through the stomach of the buck leaping upon him, and then turned toward Diana. He saw the painted face of a tall chief just beyond Diana's. He saw the rifle swinging to brain her as she pulled the trigger of her Colt with the muzzle almost against the sweat-streaked body. There was no answering report, and then Colby, leaping between them, seized the upraised rifle and tore it from the hand of the red man. The two clinched, the Indian reaching for his knife, while the white, who had emptied both guns and had no time to reload, strove to brain his antagonist with one of them. Struggling, they fell. Diana Henders, reloading her own weapon, looked hurriedly about. The other warriors, momentarily dispersed, had rallied and were returning with wild, triumphant yells, for they saw that the battle was already theirs. Elias Henders raised himself weakly on one elbow and looked about. Instantly his gaze took in the situation. "Di!" he cried. "My little girl! Quick! Don't wait! Shoot yourself before they get you!" "Not yet!" she cried, and turned toward the two men, the red and the white, battling at her feet. Stooping, she held the muzzle of her weapon close to the rolling, tossing men, waiting an opportunity to put a bullet in the chief when she could do so without endangering Colby. From behind her the returning braves were approaching rapidly, the racing hooves of their ponies pounding a dull tattoo on the powdery earth. They were almost upon her when Colby's fingers found the chief's throat and the latter's head was pushed momentarily away from that of the white man. It was the instant that Diana had awaited. She stepped in closer, there was the sound of a shot, and the renegade collapsed limply in Colby's grasp. Simultaneously a wild yell arose from below them in the valley. The remaining Indians, almost upon them, were riding in a close mass from the opposite side. What could it be? More Indians? Colby had hurled the dead chief aside and was on his feet beside the girl. They both looked in the direction of the new sound to see two horsemen racing madly toward them. "It's Bull! It's Bull!" cried Diana Henders. "Bull and Texas Pete!" The ponies of the oncoming men were racing neck and neck. Their riders were howling like demons. The Indians heard, paused in their charge, and wheeled to one side. There were 5 of them left. The reinforcements were too much for them, and with a parting volley they galloped off. But Bull and Texas Pete were of no mind to let them go so easily. For a mile or more they pursued them, until they realized that their already almost spent horses could not outdistance the mounts of the Indians. Then they turned and loped slowly back toward the 3 upon the hillock. Instantly the immediate necessity of defense had passed. Diana Henders kneeled beside her father and lifted his head in her arms. Colby stepped to the opposite side of the prostrate man to help her. Suddenly she looked up into his eyes, an expression of horror in hers. "Oh, Hal! Hal! He's gone!" she cried, and burying her face in her arms, burst into tears. The man, unaccustomed to a woman's tears, or a sorrow such as this, was at a loss for words, yet almost mechanically his arms went about her and drew her close to him, so that she stood with her face buried in the hollow of his shoulder as Bull and Texas Pete rode up the hill and dismounted beside them. They took in the pitiful scene at a glance, but they saw more in it than the death of the old man, whom they both loved. At least Bull did. In the attitude of Diana and Colby he read the death knell of whatever faint hope he might have entertained of ultimate happiness. It was a hurt and bitter man that lifted the dead body of his employer in strong arms and laid it across the saddle of his horse. "You ride Pete's hoss, miss," he said gently. "Colby, you walk ahead with her. Pete and I'll come along with the old man." They all did as he bid, without question. There was something about the man that demanded obedience, even if he was no longer foreman. It was always that way with Bull. Wherever he was the leader. Even though men mistrusted or disliked him, and many did, they involuntarily obeyed him, possibly because he was a strong man who thought quickly and accurately and was almost invariably right in his decision. It was certainly not because a large proportion of them loved him, for they did not. There was that something lacking in Bull, that quality which attracted the love of his fellows. After Diana and Colby had gone ahead, Bull and Pete roped the body of Elias Henders securely to the saddle, and presently the sorrowful little cortege took its slow way back toward camp. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 13 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. The Necktie Party. When Diana Henders left the dining room after hearing Corson's explanation of her status as an heir to the estate of her father and uncle, she definitely severed relations with the two, whom she now firmly believed had entered into a conspiracy to rob her of her all. The following day she ate her meals in the kitchen with Wang, to whom she confided her troubles. The old Chinaman listened intently until she was through. Then he arose and crossed the kitchen to a cupboard, a crafty smile playing over his wrinkled yellow countenance. "Me fixie, me no like 'em," he said, and he returned with a vial of white powder in his hand. "Oh, Wang, no, no!" cried the girl, grasping instantly the faithful servitor's intent. "You mustn't do anything so horrible as that. Promise me that you won't." "All righty, just say me you say," he replied with a shrug, and returned the phial to the cupboard. "I'm going away tonight, Wang," she told him, "and I want you to promise me that nothing like that will happen while I am away, and that you will stay until I return. There is no one else I could trust to look after the house." "You clum me backy?" "Yes, Wang, I'm going to Hendersville tonight so that I can catch the stage for Aldea in the morning. I'm going to take the train for Kansas City and consult some of Dad's friends and get them to recommend a good lawyer. You'll take care of things for me, Wang?" "You bloody bloody." That afternoon she sent for Hal Colby and told him what Corson had said to her. Colby seemed ill at ease and embarrassed. "I'm mighty sorry, Di," he said, "but I don't see what you can do about it. If I was you, I'd accept half the purchase price. They got you dead to rights, and you won't make no money fighting 'em." "Well, I won't accept it, and I'm surprised that you'd advise me to." "It's only for your own good, Di," he assured her. "It ain't Lillian's fault that your uncle done your dad out in the property. You can't blame her for wanting what was left to her, and I think it was mighty pretty of her to offer to split with you." "I don't," she replied, "and I think there's something behind that offer that is not apparent on the face of it. I'm going to find out, too. I'm going to Kansas City to hire a lawyer, and I'll want the buckboard and one of the men to drive me to town after supper tonight." "I'm plumb sorry, Di, but Corson and Lillian have took the buckboard to town already." "Then I'll go on Captain," she said. "Please have him saddled for me right after supper." She packed her traveling dress and other necessary articles in a small bag that could be tied to a saddle, leaving on her buckskin skirt and blouse for the ride to town, and after supper made her way to the corral after waiting a few minutes for Captain to be brought to the house, and rather wondering why Hal had neglected to do so. To her surprise, she discovered that Captain had not even been saddled, and was, as a matter of fact, still running in the pasture a mile from the house. She went to the bunkhouse to get one of the men to catch him up, but found it deserted. From there she walked to the cookhouse, where she found only the cook setting bread for the morrow. "Where are all the men?" she asked. "They's a dance to Johnson's tonight, and some of 'em went there," he told her. "The rest went to town. Idaho, Shorty, and Pete went to the dance." "Where's Hal?" "I reckon he went to town. I ain't seen him since this afternoon sometime." "Did Willie go too?" "No'm, he's here summers. Hey, Willie! You, Willie!" Willie appeared from the outer dusk. "Oh, Willie," said Diana, "won't you please catch Captain up for me and saddle him?" "You ain't going to ride tonight all alone, be you?" he asked. "I've got to get to town, Willie, and Hal forgot to tell anyone to ride with me," she explained. "Well, I'll go along with you," said Willie. "I'll have the hosses saddled pronto," and off he ran. 10 minutes later they were in the saddle and loping away through the rapidly falling night toward town. "I can't understand how Hal happened to let all the boys go at the same time," she said, half musingly. "It was never done before, and it isn't safe." "Bull wouldn't never have done it," said Willie. "Bull was a top-notch foreman." "You like Bull?" she asked. "You bet I do," declared Willie emphatically. "Don't you?" "I like all the boys," she replied. "Bull wouldn't never have left you here alone at night. He set a heap of store by you, miss." Willie was emboldened to speak freely because of the darkness that would cover any sudden embarrassment he might feel if he went too far. The same darkness covered Diana's flush, a flush of contrition that she harbored a belief in Bull's villainy. Before they entered Hendersville, they became aware that something unusual was going on in town. They could hear the hum of excited voices, above which rose an occasional shout, and as they rode into the single street they saw 100 figures surging to and fro before Gum's place. A man stood on the veranda of the saloon, haranguing the crowd. "This business has gone far enough," he was saying, as Diana and Willie paused at the outskirts of the crowd. "It's high time we put an end to it. You all knows who's a-doing it as well as I do. What we ought to do is ride out and get him tonight. There's a bunch of cottonwoods where he is, right handy, and we got plenty ropes in the cow country. Who's with me?" 20 voices yelled in savage assurance of their owner's hearty cooperation. "Then get your broncs," cried the speaker, "and we'll go after him and get him." Diana saw that the orator was Hal Colby. She turned to one of the men who was remaining, as the majority of the others hastened after their ponies. "What is it all about?" she asked. "What has happened?" The man looked up at her, and as he recognized her, pulled his hat off awkwardly. "Oh, it's you, Miss Henders. Well, you see, the stage was held up again today, and Mac Harbor was killed. It was his first trip since he was wounded that time. It was the first trip, too, since Bull quit guarding the gold, and a lot of the fellers have got it in their heads that it's Bull has done it." "'Tain't no such thing," cried a little old man near by. "'Tain't Bull." The speaker was Wildcat Bob. "I don't like to think so neither," said the first man, "but it sure looks bad for him. Them fellers is all het up. They ain't one in that crowd but what would lynch his grandma if he'd had another drink, and they sure have had plenty. Gum's been setting 'em up in there for a couple of hours on the house. Never did see Gum so plumb liberal." "He's aiming to get someone else to go after the Black Coyote," said Wildcat Bob, "or he wouldn't be so doggone liberal with his rot gut. He couldn't get up enough nerve if he drunk a whole distillery." "You think they really intend to lynch Bull?" asked the girl. "There ain't no two ways about it, miss," said the man she had first accosted. "They're aiming to do it, and I reckon they will. You see, they're pretty sore. Mac tried to put up a little fight, and this Black Coyote feller bored him plumb between the eyes. Then he takes the gold, cuts all the horses loose from the stage and vamooses. That's why we didn't hear of it till just a bit ago, 'cause they didn't have no way to get to town, only hoofing it." Already the avenging mob was gathering. They came whooping, reeling in their saddles. Not one of them, sober, would have gone out after the ex-foreman of the Bar Y, but drunk, they forgot their fear of him, and Diana knew that they would carry out their purpose. They were going to lynch Bull. It seemed incredible, and yet, could she blame them? Knowing him as she did, she had herself half admitted the truth of the rumor of his guilt before this, the latest outrage, that seemed to fix the responsibility beyond peradventure of a doubt. For the 6 weeks that Bull had guarded the bullion there had been no hold-up, and now on the very first stage day after he had been relieved the depredations had been renewed. She recalled the fact that he had been seen with Gregorio on the very afternoon of a previous hold-up. She recalled the blood on his shirt that same day, the day that Mary Donovan had fired upon the bandits. She thought of the bag of gold dust that he had displayed at the bunkhouse. There seemed no possible avenue of escape from a belief in his guilt. The yelling avengers were milling around in a circle in front of Gum's place, firing off their guns, cursing, shouting. The sheriff appeared on the veranda and raised his hand for silence. "I'm sheriff here," he said, "and as an arm of the law I can't permit you all to go for to lynch nobody, but I can and do invite you all in to have a drink on the house before you go." There was a wild shout of approval and a scramble for room at the tie rail. Those who lost out rode their ponies into the saloon, and as the last of them disappeared, Diana, who had lost sight of Willie in the jostle and excitement of the past few minutes, turned her pony about and rode back in the direction from which she had come. Just beyond the last house she turned abruptly to the left. The Bar Y ranch lay to the right. Urged Captain into a lope and started off through the darkness toward the west. Presently she struck a well-defined trail, and then with a word and a touch of her spurs she sent Captain into a run. Swiftly the wiry animal sprang through the night, while the beating of his mistress' heart kept time to the rapid fall of his unshod hoofs. What was she doing? Was she mad? A dozen times Diana Henders repeated those questions to herself, but the only answer was a monotonous cadence that beat upon her brain, reasonless, to the accompaniment of Captain's flying hoofs. "They shall not kill him. They shall not kill him. They shall not kill him." Constantly she listened for sounds of the coming of the lynching party, though she knew that she had sufficient start to outdistance them completely, even had Captain not been the fleet and powerful runner that he was. It was 10 miles to the west ranch from Hendersville, and the Captain made it in 30 minutes that night. Diana threw herself from the saddle at the gate and crawled through the bars, leaving Captain on wide-stretched feet and with nose to the ground blowing after his hard run, knowing that he would not move from the spot for some time. She hastened to the darkened cabin and pounded on the door. "Bull!" she cried. "Bull!" But there was no answer. Then she opened the door and entered. Fumbling around for a table, she found it and matches, striking one. The cabin, a one-room affair, was empty. Her ride for nothing. Bull was away, but they would hide in the brush and wait for him to come back, and then they would shoot him down in cold blood, and he would never have a chance for his life. If she only knew where he had gone, she might ride out and meet him, but she did not know. Wait, there was one chance. If he was the Black Coyote, he would doubtless come in from the north or the northeast, for in the latter direction lay Hell's Bend, the scene of his many hold-ups. But it wasn't Bull. It couldn't be Bull. Bull, of all the men in the world, could never have robbed her or killed her messenger. Slowly she returned to Captain, standing with heaving sides and dilated nostrils. The animal staggered a bit as she mounted, but at a touch of the rein he turned and walked out into the sagebrush toward the north. She rode for a quarter of a mile, and then she reined in her mount and called the man's name aloud. There was no reply, and she turned to the east and rode in that direction for a while, now and then calling, "Bull!" her voice sounding strange and uncanny in her own ears. In the distance a coyote yapped and wailed. She turned and rode west to a point beyond the cabin, and then back again, establishing a beat where she might hope to intercept the returning bull before he reached the danger of the ambush. At intervals she called his name aloud, and presently she halted frequently to listen for the coming of the lynchers. It was a matchless Arizona night. The myriad stars blazing in the blue-black vault of infinite space cast their radiance softly upon vale and height, relieving the darkness with a gentle luminosity that rendered distant objects discernible in mass, if not in form, and because of it, Diana saw the black bulk of the approaching horsemen while they were yet a considerable distance away, and, seeing them, dared not call Bull's name aloud again. The mob rode silently now, a grim and terrible shadow creeping through the darkness to lay bloody hands upon its prey. A quarter of a mile from the cabin it halted, while its members dismounted, and leaving a few to hold the horses, the balance crept stealthily forward on foot. Diana, too, had dismounted, knowing that she would be less conspicuous thus, and was leading Captain over a circuitous trail toward the north and east. The girl knelt and placed an ear to the ground. Faintly, as though at a great distance, she heard the rhythmic pounding of a horse's hoofs. He was coming, loping through the night. Bull was coming, all unconscious of what awaited him there in the darkness. He was riding to his death. She hastened forward a short distance and listened again. If the sounds should be plainer now, she would be sure that he was coming from the northeast. The self-appointed posse crept toward the cabin, and according to a general plan imparted to them by Colby, separated into two sections and surrounded it, finally worming their way close in on hands and knees, taking advantage of the cover of the sage to shield them from the sight of the man they believed to be there. Then Colby arose and walked boldly to the door. Knocking, he called Bull's name aloud. There was no response. "Hey, Bull!" cried Colby, again in a friendly voice. "It's Hal!" Still no reply. Colby pushed the door open and entered. Of all the motley crew that followed him, he alone had the courage to do the thing he was doing now. He struck a match and lighted a candle that stood on the rude table, embedded in its own grease in the cover of a baking powder can. A brief survey of the interior showed him that it was untenanted. He extinguished the light and returned to his party, where word was passed around that they were to remain quietly in hiding where they were until the quarry came. In the meantime, a lone horseman had thrown himself from a half-spent pony in the Bar-Y ranch yard, and seeing a light in the cookhouse, had burst in upon the astonished cook. "What in all tarnation's the matter of you, Wildcat Bob?" he demanded. "Where's Bull?" asked the little old man. "Reckon he's over at the West Ranch. Leastways, there's where he's supposed to be. Why? Weren't there a gang of the boys just here looking for him?" "No." A burst of lurid profanity filled the room as Wildcat Bob explained just how he felt and what he thought of himself. "They set out to lynch Bull," he explained finally, "and I, supposing of course that he was here, got away ahead of 'em, and now, ding-bust ornery old carcass, like as not they already got him over at the West Ranch. Where's the rest of the boys? Where's Texas Pete? You don't reckon that critter's with Colby, do you?" "Not by a long shot," replied the cook. "He'd stick up for Bull if he massacred the whole dern county. So'd Shorty in Idaho, but they ain't none of 'em here. They's all down to Johnson's to a dance." "Well," said Wildcat Bob, "I done my best, which same ain't no good. If I had a hoss instead of a hunk of coyote fodder, I'd try to get to the West Ranch in time, but I reckon they ain't no chance now. Howsomever, I'll do the best I can. So long," and he was gone. A half-hour later, his horse fell dead a mile north of Hendersville, while his rider was taking a short cut straight across country for the West Ranch. It was a warm and lurid Wildcat Bob who plodded through the dust of Hendersville's lone thoroughfare and stopped at the veranda of the Donovan house some time later to be accosted by one of the group gathered there in semi-silent expectancy. "The saints be praised!" exclaimed Mary Donovan. "Is it a banshee or is it not?" "It's worse," said Bill Gatlin, the stage driver. "It's Wildcat Bob, walking." "Did they get the poor boy?" demanded Mary, whereat the little old gentleman burst forth anew with such a weird variety of oaths that Mr. Jefferson Wainwright, Jr., could feel the hot flush that mounted to his ears fairly scorching his skin. "If I ever gets hold of the blankety-blank-blank that loaned me that blankety-blank-blank, ewe-necked, ring-boned, spavined excuse for a cayuse, I'll cut his heart out," announced Wildcat Bob in a high falsetto. Finally Mary Donovan unveiled the facts from him. "You done well, Bob, that you did," she assured him. "Sure, and how was yous to know that he wasn't at the home ranch?" "I shouldn't think you'd care if they did hang a bandit and a murderer," declared Mr. Jefferson Wainwright, Jr. Who in hell told you to think, you darn dude? Screamed Wildcat Bob, reaching for his gun. Mr. Wainwright sought the greater safety of the office, tipping over his chair and almost upsetting Mary Donovan in his haste. "Don't shoot," he cried. "Don't shoot. I meant no offense." Wildcat Bob would have followed him within, but Mary Donovan caught him round the waist and pushed him into a chair. "Be calm, Robert," she soothed him. As Diana arose to her feet, after listening close to the ground for the second time, she was assured by the increased loudness of the sounds she had heard that the lone rider was rapidly approaching from the northeast, and in that direction she again led Captain, intending to dismount once more as soon as she had reached what she considered a safe distance from the cabin and the hidden watchers encircling it. She had forged ahead for about 5 minutes, when the way dipped into a shallow swale in which the sagebrush grew to greater size. Here would be a good place to remount, and with this intention crystallized, she wound downward among the scattered brush toward the bottom, when, rounding a particularly high bush, she came suddenly face to face with a man leading a horse. "Stick 'em up," whispered the man in a low voice, presenting an evil-looking 6-gun at the pit of her stomach. "Oh, Bull," she cried in low tones, for she would have known his voice among thousands. "You," he cried. "My God, miss, what are you doing here?" "They've come to lynch you, Bull," she told him. "There are 40 or 50 of them lying in the brush around your cabin now. They say that you held up the stage and killed Mac Harper today." "And you came to warn me?" His voice sounded far away, as though, groping for a truth he could not grasp, he spoke half to himself. "You must go away, Bull," she told him. "You must leave the country." He paid no attention to her words. "I seen a light flash for a minute in the shack," he said, "and so I reckoned I'd have a look around before I came too close. That's why I was walking when I hearn you. I was just a-going to leave Blazes here and go ahead and scout around a bit. Mount up now and I'll take you home." "No," she said. "You get away. I can get home all right. I only have to go to town. I'm stopping at Mary's tonight." "I'll ride with you," he insisted. She knew him well enough to know that he would never let her ride to town alone through the night, and so she mounted as he did, and together they followed the swale which ran in the general direction of Hendersville. "You say you're stopping at Mary's?" he asked. "Just for tonight. I'm taking the stage for Aldea in the morning. I'm going to Kansas City to consult a lawyer. They are trying to take the property away from me, Bull." And then she told him all that had transpired since yesterday. "You don't need a lawyer, miss," he told her. "What you need is a 2-gun man, only you don't need him 'cause you got one already. You go back to the ranch, and come morning there won't be ary dude or dudess to try to put their brand on nothing that belongs to you." "Oh, Bull, don't you understand that you mustn't do anything like that?" she cried. "It would only make things worse than they are now. Wong wanted to poison them." "Good old Wong," interjected Bull. "But we can't make murderers of ourselves just because they are wicked. It ain't murder to kill a rattlesnake," he reminded her. "But promise me that you won't," she urged. "I wouldn't do nothing you didn't want done, miss," he said. They were nearing town now, and could see the lights plainly, shining through the windows and doorways. "You better go now, Bull," she said. "Not till I get you in town safe," he replied. "But I am safe now. It is only a little way, and I'm afraid they might get you if you came in." "Shucks, they won't get me now that I know they're after me," he replied. "Say, miss," he exclaimed suddenly, "you ain't asked me if it was me that kilt Mac." She drew herself up proudly. "I'll never ask you, Bull," she said. "But you wouldn't have come out to warn me if you'd thought it," he suggested. She was silent for a moment, and then, "Yes, I would, Bull," she said in a very little voice. He shrugged his shoulders. "As I told Pete, if I had done it or if I hadn't done it, I'd say I hadn't, so what's the use to wasting breath? But I sure appreciates what you done, miss." "And you will go away?" she asked. "No, I'll stay here. I reckon you need me, miss, from what you've told me, so I'll hang around a spell. I'll ride over to the ranch o' nights now and then. If you happen to hear a meadow lark setting up late after dark, you'll know it's me." "But I'm afraid they'll get you, Bull, if you stay in the country. They're terribly angry," she warned. "They won't be so keen to find me after they're sobered up a bit," he said with a smile. "Colby's the only one that's got the nerve to go agin guns single-handed." "I don't see why he hates you so," she said. "I used to think that he liked you." "Then all I got to say, miss, is that you must be plumb blind," said Bull. Diana was evidently not so blind as he thought her, for she flushed deliciously. "Now you must turn back," she said. They were almost in town. "I will, because they mustn't see you riding in with me," he replied. She reined in her horse and held out her hand to him. "Good-bye, Bull," she said. He took her slim hand in his and pressed it strongly. "Good-bye, Diana," said Bull. She spoke to Captain and moved off toward the little town, and the man sat there in the darkness watching her retreating form until it was hidden behind a corner of the Donovan house. End of chapter 13. Chapter 5 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5 The Roundup. "I had a letter from Wainwright in the mail today, Di," said Elias Henders to his daughter about a week later. "He's after me again to put a price on the whole shebang." "We could go east and live then, couldn't we?" asked the girl. Henders looked at her keenly. There had been just the tiniest trace of wistfulness in her tone. He crossed the room and put an arm about her. "You'd like to go east and live?" he asked. "I love it here, Dad, but there is so much there that we can never have here. I should like to see how other people live. I should like to go to a big hotel, and to the theaters and opera, and meet educated people of my own age. I should like to go to parties where no one got drunk and shot the lights out," she concluded with a laugh. "We don't have to sell out to go back," he told her. "I'm afraid I've been selfish. Because I never wanted to go back after your mama left us. I forgot that you had a right to the same advantages that she and I enjoyed. The ranch seemed enough, the ranch and you." "But there'd be no one to manage things if you went away," she insisted. "Oh, that could be arranged. I thought you felt that we couldn't afford to go unless we sold." "It would be nice if you were relieved of all responsibility," she said. "If you sold the ranch and the brand, you wouldn't have to worry about how things were going here." "Old Wainwright wouldn't pay what they are worth, even if I was ready to sell," he explained. "I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make him a price. If he takes it, I'll sell out, and anyway, whether he does or not, we'll go east to stay, if you like it." "What price are you going to ask?" $750,000 for the ranch and the brand. They might bring more if I wanted to make an effort to get more, but that will show a fair profit for us, and I know will be satisfactory to John. He has asked me a dozen times in his letters why I didn't sell the cattle end of the business and come east. "Yes, I know Uncle John has always wanted us to come back," she said. "But old Wainwright really doesn't want the ranch and cattle at all," said her father. "What he wants is the mine. He has offered me $1 million for all our holdings in the county, including the mine. He mentions the fact that the workings have pretty near petered out, and he's right, and he thinks I'll grab at it to unload. I suspect he's had a man up there for the past 6 months, the new bookkeeper that Corson sent out while your Uncle John Mannell was in Europe, and he thinks he's discovered something that I don't know, but I do. For years, Di, we've been paralleling a much richer vein than the one we've been working. I've known it for the past 2 years, but John and I figured we'd work out the old one first. We've all the money we need, anyway. The mine alone is worth 10 or 20 millions. Uncle John knows it? There wouldn't be any danger that someone might trick him into a deal? Not a chance, and of course, as you know, he wouldn't do anything without consulting me. Ours is rather a peculiar partnership, Di, but it's a very safe one for both of us. There isn't a scratch of a pen between us as far as any written agreement is concerned, but he trusts me and I trust him. Why, before either of us married, the only precautions we took to safeguard our interests was to make our wills. I left everything to him and he left everything to me. After we married, we made new wills, that was all. If I die first, everything goes to him, and when he dies, it is all divided equally between our surviving heirs, or just the other way around if he dies first. Each of us felt that we could thus best safeguard the interests of our respective families, since we both had implicit confidence in the other's honesty and integrity. "Oh, let's not talk about it," exclaimed the girl. "Neither one of you is ever going to die." "All right, Di," laughed her father. "Just as you say. You've always had your own way. Now we'll plan that eastern trip. Can't very well go until after the spring roundup, and in the meantime we can be sizing up Colby. If he takes hold all right, we couldn't do better than to leave him in charge. I never did like the idea of importing a new man as superintendent if you could possibly use one of your own men. What do you think of him, Di?" "I don't know yet, Dad," she replied. "I like him immensely, and I think he's honest and loyal, but he don't know stock, nor the range, as well as Bull." "Bull is out of the question," replied her father. "I could never trust him again." "I know how you feel. I feel the same way. And yet there's something about him, Dad. I can't explain it, but when I'm with him I cannot doubt him." "He's got you hypnotized. I hope he hasn't been making love to you," he concluded seriously. "Oh, they all do," she cried, laughing, "but Bull least of all. I suppose you'll have to be marrying one of these days, and if you were going to live here I'd rather you married a Western boy. But if you are going east you mustn't fall in love yet, for you are sure to find a great difference between the boys you have known and the boys back there." "Don't worry, Dad. I haven't fallen in love yet. But if I do soon, I'm afraid it's going to be either Hal Colby or Jefferson Wainwright." "Senior?" he asked. "Oh, isn't he funny, and impossible!" she cried. "He's all of that and more too," replied her father. "What do you mean?" "I mean that I wouldn't trust him as far as I could throw a bull by the tail. He's one of those blue-bellied Yankees who considers any means as honest that'll keep him on the right side of a jail door, but the boy appears to be a much more decent sort." "He is delightful and wonderful," said Diana. The days passed, lovely sunshiny days during which Diana spent long hours dreaming of the coming eastern trip. She rode much, as usual, sometimes with one man, again with another, but more often with her father or Hal Colby. Bull's assignments usually took him too far afield for her to accompany him. If he thought that Colby had some such purpose in mind when he laid out the work from day to day, he said nothing of it. But he could not have failed to notice that following each of the few occasions upon which Diana accompanied him, usually a Sunday, He was given work the next day that kept him in the saddle until late at night, and upon several occasions away from the ranch for 2 days or more. At last the time of the spring rodeo arrived. Riders from other outfits commenced straggling in, some from 100 miles away, until the Bar Y ranch commenced to take on the appearance of an army camp. The chuck wagon was overhauled and outfitted. The cavvy was brought over from the West Ranch, wild, half-broken horses, with a sprinkling of colts that had never felt leather, and assigned to the riders. There were enough to give each man a string of 8 horses. With the others came Jefferson Wainwright, Jr., arrayed like Solomon. At first the men had a lot of fun with him, but when he took it good-naturedly they let up a bit, and after a few evenings, during which he sang and told stories, they accepted him almost as one of them. He was much with Diana Henders, with the result that he found himself with 4 unbroken broncs in his string. The Bar Y hands grinned when Colby picked them for him, and everyone was present when he first essayed to ride one of them. Diana was there too. She chanced to be standing near Bull when the first of the 4, having been roped, thrown, and hog-tied, was finally saddled, bridled, and let up. It was a ewe-necked, wall-eyed, Roman-nosed pinto, and its back was humped like a camel's. "He sure looks mean," remarked Bull to the girl. "They ought not to let Mr. Wainwright ride him," she replied. "He's not used to bad horses, and he may be killed." "I reckon that's just about how Hal figured it," said Bull. "I didn't think it of him. It's a shame," she exclaimed. "Someone ought to top that horse for Mr. Wainwright. Someone who can ride, like you, Bull," she added flatteringly. "You want me to?" he asked. "I don't want to see the poor man killed." Bull stepped forward and climbed into the corral. Wainwright was standing several feet from the pinto, watching several men who were trying to readjust the blind over the brute's eyes. Bull saw that the man was afraid. "Want me to top him for you, young feller?" he asked. "Don't you think he's safe?" asked Wainwright. "Oh, yes, he's safe, like a Kansas cyclone." Wainwright grinned a sickly grin. "I'd appreciate it," he said, "if you'd try him first. I'll be glad to pay you for your trouble." Bull approached the men with the horse. "Lead him out," he said. "When I rides one like that, I wants elbow room." They ran the pony, bucking, out of the corral. Bull stepped to the animal's side. "What you doing?" demanded Colby, who had been standing too far away to overhear the conversation. "Topping this one for the dude," replied Bull. "No, you're not," snapped Colby. His voice was angry. "You'll ride the hosses I tells you to, and so will he." "I'm riding this one," replied Bull. He had grasped the cheek strap with his left hand. His right was on the horn of the saddle. Carefully he placed his left foot in the stirrup. Then he nodded to a man standing at the horse's head. The blind was snatched away, and the man leaped aside. The horse reared, wheeled, and struck at Bull, but Bull was not there. He was in the saddle. The animal lunged forward awkwardly once. Then he gathered himself, stuck his nose between his front feet, and went to pitching, scientifically and in earnest. And as he pitched, he lunged first to the right and then to the left, twisting his body, squealing and kicking. Bull waved his sombrero and slapped the beast on neck and rump with it, and the pinto bucked the harder. Finding that these tactics failed to unseat the rider, he commenced suddenly to turn end for end in air at each jump. Yet still the man stuck, until the beast, frantic with combined terror and rage, stopped in his tracks and turned savagely to bite at Bull's legs. Just a moment of this, until he felt the sting of the quirt, and then he reared quickly and threw himself over backward in an effort to crush his rider. Nor did he miss him by a matter of more than inches. There are those who will tell you just how you should throw yourself safely to one side when a horse falls. But any man who has had a horse fall with him, or deliberately throw himself backward, knows that it is 5 parts chance and the rest luck if he isn't caught. And so it was just luck that Bull fell clear. Diana Henders felt a sudden lump in her throat, and then she saw the horse scramble to his feet, and the rider too, just in time to throw a leg across the saddle and come up with a firm seat and both feet in the stirrups. The quirt fell sharply, first on one flank and then on the other. The pinto took a dozen running jumps and then settled down to a smooth run across the open. 5 minutes later he came loping back, blowing and sweaty, still trembling and frightened, but with the hump out of his back. "You can ride him now," said Bull to young Wainwright, as he dismounted carefully and stood stroking the animal's neck. Hal Colby came forward angrily, but Bull had dismounted close to where Diana Henders stood, and it was she who spoke to him first, and Colby, approaching, heard her words. "Thank you ever so much, Bull," she said. "I was sorry afterwards that I asked you to ride him, for I thought you were going to be hurt when he threw himself. I should never have forgiven myself." "Shucks," said Bull. "It wasn't nothing." Colby walked off in another direction. If there had been bad blood between the 2 men in the past, it had never been given outward expression, but from that moment Colby made little or no effort to hide the fact that he had no use for Bull, while the latter in many little ways showed his contempt for the foreman. Better friendships than had ever existed between these two have been shattered because of a woman, but there were other exciting causes here. That Colby had gotten Bull's job might have been enough to cause a break, while the foreman's evident suspicion that Bull knew a great deal too much about the holdups in Hell's Bend and the shooting of Mac Harbor would have turned even more generous natures than Hal Colby's against the ex-foreman. In spite of herself, Diana Henders could not deny a feeling of chagrin that Jefferson Wainwright had permitted another man to top a bad horse for him, although it had been she who had arranged it. Perhaps she was a trifle cool to the young Easterner that evening, but she thawed gradually beneath the geniality of his affable ways and entertaining conversation, and in the weeks that followed, during which she accompanied the outfit throughout the roundup, she was with him much of the time, to the great discomfiture of Hal Colby and others. The Bar Y foreman had, however, after the day that Bull rode the Pinto for Wainwright, left the latter severely alone, for the following morning Elias Henders had come to the corral and selected a new string of horses for the dude, and spoken a few words in the ear of his foreman. The long, hard days in the saddle left them all ready to turn into their blankets soon after supper. A smoke, a little gossip, and rough banter, and the men jingled away through the darkness in search of their bedrolls to the accompaniment of their tinkling spurs. "I seen Injun signs today," remarked a tall, thin Texan one evening. "'Bout a dozen of 'em been campin' over yonder a piece in them hills. Signs weren't over 4 hour old." "They mought be peaceable Injuns on pass from the reservation," suggested another. "More likely they're renegades," said Shorty. "Anyhow, I ain't a-takin' no chances on no Injuns. I shoots fust and axes for their pass later." "You ain't never seed a hostile Injun, Shorty," said Texas Pete. "A lot you knowed about it, you sawed-off, hammered-down, squint-eyed horse thief," retorted Shorty courteously. "I'm a bad man with Injuns." "By gollies," exclaimed Pete, "that reminds me of another verse. So bring on your bad men, your killers and sech, and send out some greasers to dig me a ditch. For when I gets through, if I takes any pains, you'll need a big hole for to plant the remains." On the opposite side of the chuck wagon, where a tent had been pitched for Diana Henders, a little group surrounded her fire. Beside the girl there were her father, Hal Colby, and Jefferson Wainwright, Jr. The two young men always gravitated in Diana's direction when off duty. Colby had been quick to realize the advantage that the other's education gave him, and bright enough to remain a silent observer of his manners and conversation. Inwardly he held the Easterner in vast contempt, yet he cultivated him and often rode with him that he might learn from him something of those refinements which he guessed constituted the basis of Diana's evident liking for Wainwright. He asked him many questions, got him to talk about books, and made mental note of various titles with the determination to procure and read the books that he heard the man discuss with Diana. Bull, on his part, kept away from the Henders' fire in the evening, and in the daytime Colby saw to it that his assignment sent him far afield from where there was much likelihood of Diana being, with the result that he saw less of her than was usual at home. The ex-foreman's natural reserve had degenerated almost to sullenness. He spoke seldom and never smiled, but he rode hard and did his work well, until he came to be acknowledged as the best all-round man in the outfit. There was no horse that he wouldn't ride, no risk that he wouldn't take, no work that he would ever refuse, no matter how unfair the assignment, with the result that the men respected him, though there were none who seemed to like his company, with the exception of Texas Pete. "Well, boys," said Elias Henders, rising, "I guess we'd better be turning in. Tomorrow's going to be a hard day." The two younger men rose, Colby stretching and yawning. "I reckon you're right, Mr. Henders," he agreed, but waiting for Wainwright to make the first move to leave. The latter paused to roll a cigarette, an accomplishment that he had only recently brought to a state even approximating perfection. He used both hands and was rather slow. Colby eyed him, guessing that he was merely fighting for time in order to force the foreman to go first. Slowly the latter withdrew his own pouch of tobacco from his shirt pocket. "Reckon I'll roll a smoke by the light of your fire, Di, before I go," he remarked. He creased the paper, poured in a little tobacco, and, as he drew the pouch closed with his teeth in left hand, deftly rolled the cigarette with his right, bending it slightly in the center to keep it from opening up. Wainwright realized that if he had a conversational advantage over Colby, there were other activities in which the foreman greatly outshone him. Rolling a smoke was one of them, and that was doubtless why Colby had chosen to roll one at the moment that odious comparison might be made. Wainwright lifted his and shifted to the other foot. Would Colby never leave? Colby permitted 3 matches to burn out before he finally succeeded in getting a light, thus gaining a considerable advantage in time over Wainwright. Elias Henders had repaired his blankets, just beyond Diana's tent and out of sight. The girl realized the game that the two men were playing, and could scarce repress an inclination to laughter. She wondered which would win, or if she would have to call it a draw and send them both about their business. Wainwright decided the matter. "Come on, Colby," he said, throwing an arm about the other's shoulders. "We're keeping Miss Henders up. Good night, Miss Henders." And raising his hat, he moved off, taking Colby with him. They had taken about 20 steps when Wainwright halted and wheeled about. "Oh, I say, Miss Henders," he called, "there's something I wanted to ask you," and he started back. "Don't wait for me, Colby," he threw over his shoulder. "I'll be along in a moment." Colby glared at the others retreating back through the darkness. hurled his cigarette to the ground, and stamped away, out-generaled. "I'll get him yet," he mumbled. "He may be pretty slick at them parlor tricks, but they ain't many parlors in Arizona, the damn dude." Wainwright rejoined Diana by the fire. "It's too beautiful an evening to go to bed," he said, "and I haven't had half a chance to talk with you. Colby hangs around as though he had a mortgage on your time and was going to foreclose. He sort of puts a damper on conversation unless it revolves about cows. That's all he can talk about." "It's a subject that's always of interest to us out here," replied the girl loyally. "Cows are really our lives, you know." "Oh, that's all right for men, but there are other things in life for a girl like you, Miss Henders. You deserve something better than cows, and cowboys. You love music and books, and you can't deny that you like to talk about them. You belong East. You belong back in Boston." "We're going back, not to Boston, but to New York, after the roundup, Dad and I," she told him. "No, really? How funny. I've got to go back, too. Maybe we could all go together." "That would be fine," she agreed. "Wouldn't you like to stay back there?" he asked, almost excitedly, and then quite unexpectedly he took her hand. "Miss Henders," he exclaimed. "Diana, wouldn't you like to stay there always? I'd make a home for you there. I'd make you happy. I love you, Diana. We could be married before we left. Wouldn't it be wonderful, going back there together on our honeymoon? And then to Europe. We could travel everywhere. Money would mean nothing. I don't have to tell you how rich we are." "No," she replied. "I have heard your father mention it," and withdrew her hand from his. He did not seem to notice the allusion to his father's boastfulness. "Tell me that you love me," he insisted. "Tell me that you will marry me." "But I don't know that I do love you," she replied. "Why, I scarcely know you, and you certainly don't know me well enough to know that you would want to live with me all the rest of your life." "Oh, yes, I do," he exclaimed. "If there was only some way to prove it. Words are so futile. They cannot express my love, Diana. Why, I worship you. There is no sacrifice that I would not willingly and gladly make for you or yours. I would die for you, dear girl, and thank God for the chance." "But I don't want you to die for me. I want you to go to bed and give me a chance to think. I have never been in love. Possibly I love you and do not know it. There is no need for haste, anyway. I will give you my answer before I go East. Now run along like a good boy." "But tell me, darling, that I may hope," he begged. "You will do that anyway, if you love me," she told him, laughingly, as she turned and entered her tent. "Good night." End of chapter 5. Chapter 18 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. Through the Night. In a back room of the Chicago saloon, Thompson sat guard over Hal Colby, who was neatly and securely trussed and tied to a chair, in which he sat. In the Donovan house, guests were seated at dinner when Gum Smith entered and took his accustomed place. He had just come from the Bar Y, and as the streets of Hendersville had happened to be deserted at the meal hour, he had met no one. "'Lo, Gum," greeted Bill Gatlin. "I reckon you hearn we got the Black Coyote." "I hain't seen no one since I reached town," replied Smith, "but I knowed Colby'd git the critter." Yet withal he looked a bit mystified and uneasy. "Where be he?" he asked. "He's safe in the Chicago," said Wildcat Bob. "I reckon I'd better get him over to the jail," said Gum Smith. "I reckon you'll leave him at the Chicago," replied Wildcat. "Do you know who he is?" "Bull, of course." "Bull, hell! It's Colby." Gum Smith paled just a trifle. "There must be some mistake," he said weakly. "Who got him?" "Bull got him, and they ain't no mistake," said Bill Gatlin. "I knew all along 'twarn't Bull." "Well," said Gum Smith, "the Chicago saloon ain't no place for a dangerous prisoner. Soon's I've et my vittles, I'll take him over to the jail whar he'll be safe." "I tells you you'll leave him at the Chicago," said Wildcat Bob. "I'm sheriff of this yer county," bawled Gum Smith, "and nobody don't want to interfere with me in the discharge of my duties. Do y'all hear me, Wildcat Bob?" "I hears you, but just like a jackass brain it don't make no impression on my understanding," replied Wildcat, embellishing his remarks with lurid and descriptive profanity. He finished his meal first and went out. When Gum Smith left the Donovan house, he repaired at once to his own saloon. Here he deputized half a dozen loafers, gave each of them several drinks, and led them to the Chicago saloon, where he demanded of the proprietor that he turn over to him, forthwith, the person of Hal Colby, otherwise known as the Black Coyote. "He's in the back room yonder," replied the owner of the Chicago saloon. "If you craves him, go get him. I don't want him." In front of the door to the back room sat Wildcat Bob. His elbows were resting on his knees, and from each hand dangled a .45. "In the name of the law," piped Gum Smith in his high voice, "I demands the person of one Hal Colby." "Get the hell out'n here, you blankety blank blank blank," screamed Wildcat Bob. "You all better listen to reason, Wildcat Bob," yelled the sheriff, "or I'll have the law on you." Wildcat Bob, raising his voice yet higher again than that of his ancient enemy, bawled out an incoherent volley of blasphemous and obscene invective. Gum-Smith turned and whispered to one of his followers, who withdrew from the room with 2 others. Presently Gum-Smith stepped to one side of the room and, pointing at the little old man sitting before the locked door, called to his remaining deputies, "Take him, men. Do your duty." One of the men stepped forward. Wildcat Bob whirled a gun about his forefinger and without taking aim shot the fellow's hat from his head. The 3 stepped back. Almost simultaneously there came the sound of the crashing of glass from the interior of the room where Colby was confined, the voice of Thompson raised in protest, and then shots. Wildcat Bob leaped to his feet and reached for the knob of the door. As he did so his back was toward the barroom for an instant, and in that instant Gum-Smith raised his 6-shooter and fired. Without a word Wildcat Bob crumpled to the floor and lay there motionless. Smith and his men leaped for the door. It was locked, and, being a strong door, withstood their combined efforts for several minutes. When at last it gave before their assault and they stepped across the threshold, they saw only the body of Thompson sprawled upon the floor in a pool of blood. The Black Coyote was gone. Surrounded by masked men, her escort shot from his horse. Diana Henders realized only too well the gravity of her situation, and though she recognized no individual among those who had lain in ambush for her, she guessed well enough that they acted under orders from Corson. Her note to him, revealing the fact that she knew the entire truth concerning his duplicity and was in possession of the papers that proved it beyond peradventure of a doubt, had, she guessed, prompted the desperate adventure in which he pitted all against all. So suddenly had the masked riders come upon them from the bed of a dry wash that they had had them covered before either could draw. Yet Idaho, true to the unwritten code of his calling and his time, had invited death by drawing in the face of their leveled guns in defense of a woman. Had he been alone, or with another man, his hands had gone up the moment he realized that the odds were all against him. And one of them had gone up, but it had carried a 6-gun with it, and he had been shot out of his saddle for his chivalry, and left for dead upon the parched ground as his assailants galloped off toward the south with Diana. Night fell, and yet the men kept on, 2 riding ahead of Diana Henders and 4 behind. They rode rapidly, not sparing their horses, and from both their haste and the direction of their way the girl guessed that they were making a try for the border. Once in the mountains they were forced to a slower gait, and around 9 o'clock they halted for a brief rest where there was water for both the horses and their riders. At first Diana had attempted to question them relative to their intentions, but they would not tell her where they were taking her, and at last silenced her with oaths and threats. Nor did they remove their masks until darkness equally as well hid their features from her. This and their almost unbroken silence convinced her that her abductors were men who feared recognition and therefore must have been recruited in the neighborhood. A shrewd guess suggested that an habitué of Gum's Place, Liquors and Cigars, would have recognized them all. The abduction had therefore been engineered or at least connived in by the sheriff, and this line of reasoning but corroborated what was already a foregone conclusion that it had been done at Corson's behest. What their purpose with her she could not guess. It might be but a plan to remove her temporarily to some hidden spot where she might not further interfere with the plans of the New Yorker, or it might easily have a more sinister purpose. She knew that Corson would never be safe in possession of the Barway property while she lived, and she did not believe that he was fool enough not to appreciate that fact. But would he dare to have her done away with? She wondered. It was after midnight when they crossed the summit at a point where there appeared not the slightest vestige of a trail, and dropped down a dangerous and rocky declivity into a wooded canyon. A dozen times the girl's life was in jeopardy, her only safeguard the agility and sure-footedness of Captain. A half-hour later the canyon widened into a little pocket in the mountains, and here they stopped again. Through the gloom of the deep gorge her eyes finally distinguished the outlines of a small cabin. The men dismounted. "Get down," said one of them to Diana, and when she had done so the fellow took her by the arm with a gruff "Come along," and led her toward the shack. He pushed open the door and told her to enter. Following behind her he struck a match, revealing a single room, rudely furnished with a table, a few benches, and a couple of cots, all constructed in rustic fashion from branches of the trees which grew about the place. On the table was a candle holder and a candle, which the men lighted. At one end of the room was a blackened fireplace, above which a long shelf supported a few small boxes and cans. On pegs flanking the fireplace were crude cooking utensils, a frying pan, a stew pan, and a coffee pot, while a larger kettle for heating water squatted in the ashes of the dirty hearth. The other men came in presently. All were masked again. One of them took the kettle and went out, returning shortly with water. Another brought wood, and then a third set about preparing a meal. They had brought some flour and bacon with them. There were baking powder, salt, pepper, and sugar in the cans upon the mantel-shelf, together with one of coffee and another of tea. The aroma of cooking food awoke Diana to a realization of the fact that she was hungry. Her situation, while grave, had not as yet reached a point that she might consider dangerous. The attitude of the men had been determined, albeit somewhat nervous, yet never at any time actually menacing. What they had done had evidently been accomplished under orders from some person or persons who were taking no active part in the actual abduction, who were not even present when the thing was done, nor now that they had reached this hiding place in the mountains. Diana Henders was more or less familiar with these southern hills, and she knew that she never had been in this spot before. What an ideal place it would be to commit and effectually hide all traces of a crime. She put such unpleasant thoughts from her, and turned her attention to the bacon sizzling upon the hearth, the while it filled the room with its delicious aroma. She was given a portion of the food, and, seated upon one of the rude cots, devoured it ravenously. Her fears, of whatever magnitude they might be, had not spoiled her appetite, nor did she show in any outward manner that she was afraid, either of her abductors or contemplation of the fate that awaited her. The meal over, one of the men arose and left the cabin. From the monosyllabic conversation that ensued, she gathered that he had been sent back along their route to a point where he could act as sentinel and thus safeguard them from surprise. They did not appear to expect pursuit, but took this precaution, evidently in accordance with orders previously received, or a plan prearranged. After the meal the men smoked for a while, and then, one by one, lay down upon the rough boards to sleep, so disposing themselves that the girl could not approach either the door or the single window without disturbing one or more of them. The last man blew out the candle before he lay down. Diana Henders stretched herself at length upon the rough branches that formed the bottom of one of the cots, and tried to sleep. How long she lay awake she did not know, but eventually she fell into a light slumber, from which she was awakened about 3 in the morning by the sound of horses' feet on the ground outside the cabin. Then she heard men's voice speaking in subdued tones. A sudden premonition seized her. Rescue was at hand. She heard the door open, and immediately 2 of the men upon the floor awoke and sat up. "Who's that?" demanded one. "Me," replied one of the newcomers. "The rest of you fellers wake up. We got to get out of here." He stepped to the table, struck a match, and lighted the candle. In its first flare Diana recognized his figure as that of the man who had gone out after the meal to act as guard along the trail. The man with him was Hal Colby. "Put out that light, you damn fool!" cried one of the wakened sleepers. "Do you want this girl to recognize us all?" The light went out quickly. Hal Colby stepped across the room to her side. "Everything's all right, Di," he said. "I've come for you." The other man was speaking to his fellows. "They's someone on our trail. Colby passed them on the cutoff. He'd been riding behind him for an hour. He says they's 3 of 'em. We got to get out." Hastily the men rose and sought their horses. Colby took Diana by the arm. "Come," he said. "I'll get you out of here." "Why should I want to get out when someone is coming to take me away from these men?" she demanded. "But I'm here. I'll take you out, Di. Come, we must hurry." She shook her head. "No, I shall stay here." "They won't let you. They'll take you along. You had better come with me. I am your friend." "You cannot be a friend of theirs and mine, both." He took her by the arm again. "Come, this is no time for fooling." She struggled to free herself, and when he attempted to drag her forcibly, she struck him in the face with a clenched fist. "You!" he cried, applying a vile epithet to her. "You'll come, damn you!" and he picked her up and carried her out into the waning night. Most of the men had found their horses and mounted. "Where's your horse?" demanded Colby of one of them, and when it was led forward he threw her roughly into the saddle, and with her own riata he bound her there. Then he mounted his own animal and, leading hers, started down the rough and wooded gorge toward the south. A few miles away 3 men drew rein upon a ridge. "We've lost the damn trail again," muttered Texas Pete sourly. Bull sat erect upon Blazes, his head thrown far back, his nostrils dilated. "What you looking up yonder for?" demanded Shorty. "The trail that bunch of shorthorns on don't lead to heaven." "Smell it?" asked Bull. "What?" "Wood smoke. There's an east wind. Come on." He rode blindly through the darkness, trusting to the instinct and the eyesight of his horse, toward the east and the fire from which that tenuous suggestion of wood smoke emanated. Where there was fire there should be man, thus reasoned Bull. A half-hour later the 3 slid and rolled with their horses down the steep side of a gorge into a cup-like opening in the hills, and before them, in the growing dawn, they saw a mean, weather-worn shack. From the crumbling chimney a thin wisp of smoke arose into the still air, to be wafted gently westward after it had topped the summit of the canyon walls. They hid their horses among the trees and the underbrush, and crept stealthily toward the building from 3 sides. Bull was the first to come into the open, and as he did so he stood erect and sprang toward the doorway of the building, bursting into the interior with 2 guns ready in his hands. The place was empty. Embers smoldered upon the dirty hearth. A greasy frying pan lay upon the floor at one side, a kettle half filled with warm water upon the other. There was the odor of cigarette smoke in the air of the single room. "They been here, but they's gone," said Bull as his 2 friends joined him. "They ain't been gone long," said Shorty. They found the trail leading down the canyon and followed it, while a few miles ahead Colby and Diana with the 6 masked men debouched upon the wide flat at the foot of the hills. Here they halted. "One of you fellers swap horses with the girl," commanded Colby, "and then you all circle back to the west and north and hit the high spots for Hendersville. Here, Griff, you take her horse." "How come?" demanded Griff. "Why, to lead the folks back at Hendersville off on the trail, of course," replied Colby. "You'll tell 'em you found her horse t'other side of the west ranch, and they'll look there till the cows come home." Griff, satisfied with this explanation, dismounted and took Diana's horse, after which she was bound to the one he had quitted. "Now beat it," said Colby. "I'll take care of the girl," and he started off toward the south, while the others turned westward. "I reckon I fooled him," remarked Colby when the others were out of hearing. Diana made no reply. "Them 3 hombres is trailin' you, Di," he continued, "and they'll be just wise enough to follow our captain's tracks. I reckon I fooled 'em fine. Griff never would have swapped horses if he'd a knowed what my reason was." Diana said nothing. She did not even look at him. They rode on in silence then for some time. "Look here, Di," he exclaimed finally. "You might as well come down offen your high horse. You're mine now, and I'm going to keep you. As long as I want. I'm rich now. I'll get all the money I wants from Lillian, but you're the one that I love. You're the one I want, and you're the one I'm going to have. After I gets all of Lillian's money, I'll quit her, and you and me'll do some travelin'. But in the meantime I gotta marry her to get the money. Savvy?" "Cur," muttered Diana, shuddering. "Well, if you wants to belong to a cur, call me one," he said, laughing. "'Cause you're going to belong to me after today. You won't never want to go back then. You thought you'd turn me down, did you? You wanted that dirty damn bandit, didn't you? Well, you won't never get him. If he isn't following you with the 3 that's behind us, he won't never catch up to us this side of the border, and after that he couldn't never find us in 100 years. If he is with them, he'll follow the captain's hoof prints until he catches up with them, and then that bunch of bad uns will shoot him full of holes. I guess maybe I wasn't fooling the whole bunch on him, eh?" Diana Henders looked her unutterable contempt and loathing. Colby fell silent after a bit, seeing that it was impossible to draw the girl into conversation. Thus they continued on for miles. Suddenly, from far away toward the north, came, just barely audible to their ears, faintly the sound of distant firearms. Bull and his pals had come upon the 6. There had been no preliminary, no questions asked. The 3 had but put spurs to their horses and overtaken the fleeing abductors, who, their work done, had no desire to enter into an argument with anyone. The moment he thought that he was within safe range, Bull had opened up with a single gun, and at the first shot a man had tumbled from his saddle. It was a running fight from then on until but a single one of the 6 remained. Holding one hand far above his head, he reined in his jaded mount, at the same time letting his gun fall to the ground. Bull drew up beside him. "Where's Miss Henders?" he demanded. "I don't know nothing about her. I ain't seen her." "You lie," said Bull, in a low voice. "You're riding her horse now. Where is she? I'll give you 5 seconds to answer before I send you to hell." "Colby taking her, south, toward the border," cried Grift, and Bull wondered, for he had left the man safely in Hendersville. "You take that horse home, Grift," said Bull, "to the Bar Y. If you've lied to me about Miss Henders, or if that horse ain't in a Bar Y corral when I gets back, I bore you. Savvy?" Grift nodded. "Now beat it," said Bull, and reined about toward the south. Again the hard, pitiless grind commenced. Beneath a scorching sun, over blistering alkali flats, the 3 urged their weary horses on. "You gotta make it, Blazes, you gotta make it," whispered Bull in the ear of his pony. "She can't be much ahead, and there ain't nothing can step away from me and you, Blazes, forever. We'll catch up with 'em some day." End of chapter 18.
Chapter 9 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Lillian Mannell. "You sent for me, miss?" asked Bull as he stepped into the office the following morning, his hat in his hand, his chaps loose buckled about his trim hips, his 2 big 6 guns a trifle forward against the need for quick action, the black silk handkerchief falling over the blue shirt that stretched to his deep chest, and his thick black hair pushed back into an unconscious half pompadour. From silver-mounted spurs to heavy hatband, he was typical of the West of his day. There was no item of his clothing or equipment the possession of which was not prompted by utilitarian considerations. There was ornamentation, but it was obviously secondary to the strict needs of his calling. Nothing that he wore was shabby, yet it all showed use to an extent that it made each article seem a part of the man, as though he had been molded into them. Nothing protruded with stiff awkwardness. Even the heavy guns appeared to fit into accustomed hollows and become a part of the man. The girl, swinging about in her chair to face him, felt a suggestion of stricture in her throat, and she felt mean and small and contemptible as she looked into the eyes of the man she knew loved her and contemplated the thing she was about to do. Yet she did not hesitate now that she had, after a night of sleepless deliberation, committed herself to it. "Yes, I sent for you, Bull," she replied. "The stage was held up again yesterday, as you know. Mac won't be fit for work again for a long time, and I've got to have someone to guard the bullion shipments. The fellow who came down with it yesterday has quit. He said he was too young to commit suicide." "Yes'm," said Bull. "I don't want you to take any chances, Bull. I would rather lose the gold than have you hurt." "I won't get hurt, miss. You don't mind doing it?" she asked. "Of course I'm a puncher," he said, "but I don't mind doing it, not for you. I told you once that I'd do anything for you, miss, and I wasn't just talking through my hat." "You don't do everything I ask you to, Bull," she said, smiling. "What don't I do?" he demanded. "You still call me miss, and I hate it. You're more like a brother, Bull, and miss sounds so formal." It must have been a woman who first discovered the art of making fire. A shadow of pain crossed his dark countenance. "Don't ask too much of me, miss," he said quietly as he turned on his heel and started for the doorway. "I go up to the mine today, I suppose?" he threw back over his shoulder. "Yes, today," she said, and he was gone.
For a long time Diana Henders was troubled. The assignment she had given Bull troubled her, for it was a tacit admission that she gave credence to Colby's suspicions. The pain that she had seen reflected in Bull's face troubled her, as did his parting words and the quiet refusal to call her Diana. She wondered if these had been prompted by a feeling of pique that his love was not returned, or compunction because of a guilty knowledge that he had betrayed her and her father. Hal Colby had told her that morning of the bag of gold dust Bull had displayed in the poker game the night before, and that troubled her too, for it seemed to bear out more than anything else the suspicions that were forming around him, suspicions that she could see, in the light of bits of circumstantial evidence, were far from groundless. "I won't believe it," she said, half aloud. "I won't believe it," and then she went for a ride. All the men had left but Hal Colby and Texas Pete when she reached the corrals, but she did not feel like riding with Hal Colby that morning, and so she rode with Texas Pete, much to that young man's surprise and rapture. The days dragged along and became weeks. The stage made its 2 trips a week, the bullion shipments came through regularly and safely, and there were no hold-ups. And then one day Morris B. Corson and Lillian Mannell arrived. The stage took the Bar Y road that day and pulled up before the gate of the ranch house just as Diana Henders and Hal Colby were returning from a trip to the West Ranch. Diana saw Lillian Mannell for the first time in her life. The Eastern girl was seated between Bill Gatlin, the driver, and Bull. All three were laughing. Evidently they had been enjoying one another's company. Diana could not but notice it, because it was rarely that Bull laughed. It was Bull who stepped to the wheel and helped her to alight. Morris B. Corson emerged from inside of the coach, through the windows of which Diana could see 3 other passengers, 2 of whom she recognized as the Wainrights, and then she dismounted and ran forward to greet her cousin, a handsome, dark-haired girl of about her own age. Bull, still smiling, raised his hat to Diana. She nodded to him, briefly. For some reason she was vexed with him, but why she did not know. Bull and Colby ran to the boot and dragged off the Corson-Mannell baggage, while Lillian presented Corson to Diana. Corson was a young man, a typical New Yorker, in his early 30s. "Get a move on there, Bull," shouted Gatlin, "or they'll think I've been held up again." "I reckon the Black Coyote's gone out of business, for a while," said Colby, shooting a quick look at Diana. Instantly the girl's loyalty was in arms. "He's afraid to try it while Bull's guarding the gold," she said. "How much longer are you going to keep me on the job?" asked Bull, as he clambered to the seat of the already moving coach. "Mac looks pretty all-fired healthy to me." "Just another week or 2, Bull," Diana shouted after him as the stage careened away at a full gallop. "Isn't he wonderful?" exclaimed Miss Mannell. "A real cowboy, and the first one I ever talked to." "Oh, there are lots of them here," said Diana, "just as nice as Bull." "So I see," replied Lillian Mannell, smiling frankly at Hal Colby. "But Bull, as you call him, is the only one I've met." "Pardon me," exclaimed Diana. "This is Mr. Colby, Miss Mannell." "Oh, you're the foreman. Mr. Bull told me. How exciting." "I'll bet he didn't tell you nothing good about me," said Colby. "He told me about your heroic defense of Diana and my poor uncle," explained Lillian. Colby flushed. "If it hadn't been for Bull, we'd all been killed," he said, ashamed. "Why, he didn't tell me that," exclaimed the girl. "He never said he was in the battle at all." "That is just like Bull," said Diana. They were walking toward the house, Diana and Colby leading their ponies, and the 2 Easterners looking interestedly at the various buildings and corrals over which hung the glamour of that irresistible romance which the West and a cattle ranch always hold for the uninitiated, and for the initiated, too, if the truth were but known. "It is just too wonderful, Mr. Colby," Lillian confided to the big foreman walking at her side. "But doesn't it get awful lonesome?" "We don't notice it," he replied. "You know we keep pretty busy all day with a big outfit like this, and when night comes around we're ready to turn in. We don't have no time to get lonesome." "Is this a very big outfit, as you call it?" she asked. "I reckon they ain't none much bigger in the territory," he replied. "And to think that you are foreman of it! What a wonderful man you must be." "Oh, it ain't nothing," he assured her, but he was vastly pleased. Here, indeed, was a young lady of discernment. "You big men of the great outdoors are always so modest," she told him, a statement for which he could find no reply. As a matter of fact, though he had never thought of it before, he realized the justice of her assertion, and fully agreed with her. She was looking now at the trim figure of her cousin, walking ahead of them with Corson. "How becoming that costume is to Diana," she remarked, "and I suppose she rides wonderfully." "She sure does, and then some," he assured her. "Oh, how I wish I could ride. Do you suppose I could learn?" "Easy, miss. It ain't nothing, once you know how." "Do you suppose someone would teach me?" She looked up at him archly. "I'd be mighty proud to learn you, miss." "Oh, would you? How wonderful! Can we start right away, tomorrow?" "You bet we can, but you can't ride in them things," he added, looking ruefully at her New York traveling costume. She laughed gaily. "Oh my, I didn't expect to," she cried. "I'm not such a silly as that. I brought my habit with me, of course." "Well, I suppose it's all right," he said politely. But you don't have to bring no habits to Arizona from nowheres. We mostly have enough right here, such as they be, good and bad." Again her laugh rang out. "You big funny man," she cried. "You're poking fun at me just because you think I'm a tendershoe, trying to make me believe you don't know what a riding habit is. Aren't you ashamed of yourself, teasing poor little me?" They were passing the bunkhouse at the time, where the boys, having scrubbed for supper, were squatting about on their heels watching the newcomers with frank curiosity. After they had passed, Shorty gave Texas Pete a shove that sent him sprawling on the ground. "Say," he said, "did you see them pants?" "I sure did," replied Pete, "but you don't have no call to knock me down and get my riding habit all dusty, you gosh ding tendershoe, just because a guy blows in with funny pants on." "Did you see the mug on Colby?" inquired Idaho. "He don't know a riding habit from a cigarette habit." "I reckon he thought she was confessing a sin," said Texas Pete. "Oh, them pants," moaned Shorty, rocking to and fro on his heels, his long arms wound around his knees. Shorty was 6'3" and thought that Kansas City was on the Atlantic seaboard. Corson's keen, quick eyes were taking in the salient features of their immediate surroundings as he walked at Diana's side toward the two-story adobe ranch house, on two sides of which a broad covered veranda had been built within recent years. He saw the orderly, well-kept appearance not only of the main buildings, but of the corrals, fences, and outbuildings as well. Everything bespoke system and excellent management. It was evidently a well-ordered plant in smooth-running conditions. He thought of it in terms of Eastern factories and found it good. "You keep things up well here," he said to Diana Henders. "I want to compliment you." "Thank you," she replied. "It was something that Dad always insisted upon, and of course I have carried out all his policies since his death." "What are these buildings? They look like cement, but of course you wouldn't have that out here. The freight on it would make the cost prohibitive." "They are adobe," she explained, "just big clay bricks dried in the sun." He nodded in understanding. "Nothing much very fancy about the architecture," he commented, laughing. "The only attempt at ornamentation is that sort of parapet on the roof of the house with the loopholes in it, and that doesn't add much to the looks of the place." Diana thought that his criticisms were in rather poor taste, and that there was something about them that vaguely suggested the air of a man viewing for the first time a property that he had only recently acquired. Something proprietorial that she inwardly resented. Outwardly she was polite. "You would think that it added a lot to the place," she told him, "if you should ever chance to be here when the Apaches stage a raid. It was never intended to be ornamental." He sucked in his breath with a whistling sound. "You don't mean," he exclaimed, "that they are so bad you have to live in a fortress?" "They haven't been on the warpath in any considerable numbers for a long time," she assured him, "but that parapet has been used more than once since the house was built, and there is always the chance that it may come in handy again. It may not be beautiful from this side, but I can tell you it looks mighty good from the other side when there are sneaking Apaches skulking behind every outhouse. I know, because I've viewed it under those conditions." "You think there is any great danger?" he asked her, looking about nervously. "There's always danger," she replied, for she saw that he was afraid, and a spirit of mischief prompted her to avenge his indelicate criticisms of the home she loved. "It's only a matter of weeks, you know," she reminded him, "since Dad was killed by Apaches." Corson appeared worried, and his further scrutiny of the house as they approached it was influenced by other than artistic architectural considerations. "I see you have heavy shutters at all the windows," he said. "I suppose you have them closed and fastened every night." "Oh, my, no," she cried, laughing. "We never close them except for dust storms and Indians. But suppose they come unexpectedly? Then we stand a chance of getting dust or Indians in the house." "I think you had better have them closed nights while Miss Mannel is here," he said. "I'm afraid she'll be very nervous." "Oh, your rooms are on the second floor," she replied, "and you can lock them all up tight. Possibly you'll get air enough from the patio. The nights are always cool, you know, but I'd feel stuffy with all the shutters closed." "We'll see," was all he said, but there was something about the way he said it that she did not like. In fact, Diana Henders was sure that she was not going to like Mr. Morris B. Corson at all. As they sat down to supper an hour later, Lillian Mannel looked inquiringly at her cousin. "Where's Mr. Colby?" she asked. "Over at the cookhouse eating his supper, I suppose," replied Diana. "Don't he eat with us? He seems such a nice fellow." "He is a nice fellow," replied Diana, "but the boys would rather eat by themselves. Women folks would take away their appetites. You have no idea how we terrify some of them." "But Mr. Colby seemed very much at ease," insisted Lillian. "Hal is different, but the very fact that he is a foreman makes it necessary for him to eat with the other men. It's customary." "Mr. Bull seemed at ease, too, after I got him started," continued Lillian. "He isn't much of a talker, but he didn't seem a bit afraid of me." "Bull is not afraid of anything," Diana assured her. "But if you got him to talk at all, then you must exercise a wonderful power over men. I can scarcely ever get a dozen words out of him." "Well, I guess I've got away with men," said Lillian, complacently. "I'm afraid that you will find that Bull is not very susceptible," said Diana, with just the vaguest hint of tartness. "Oh, I don't know," replied the other. "He has promised to teach me to ride and shoot." Diana ate in silence for several minutes. She was wondering already if she were going to like her cousin, But then, of course she was. How silly of her to think she was not, she concluded. I met an old friend on the stage today, remarked Corson presently. Diana raised her eyebrows politely. How nice, she said. Yes, it was. Haven't seen him for a couple of years. Nice chap, Jefferson Wainwright. Fraternity brother. Of course I was years ahead of him, but I used to see him when I'd go down to Cambridge for the games. His governor's a nice old chap, too, and got a wad of the long green. So he has told us, said Diana. Oh, you know them? They didn't mention it. I have met them. Mr. Wainwright tried to buy the ranch. Oh, yes, I believe he did mention something of the kind. Why didn't you sell it to him? His offer was too low, for one reason, and the other is that I do not care to sell my interest. Corson and Miss Mannel exchanged a quick glance that escaped Diana. How much did he offer you? Asked Corson. $250,000. Why, that seems a very fair price, said Corson. It is ridiculous, Mr. Corson, replied Diana, and if you are at all familiar with Mr. Mannel's business, you know it as well as I. I am very familiar with it, replied the New Yorker. In fact, from your remarks, I imagine that I am much more familiar with it than you. Then you know that the cattle interests alone are worth 3 times that amount, without considering the mine at all. Corson shook his head. I'm afraid that way out here you are too far from the financial center of the country to have a very comprehensive grasp of values. Now, as a matter of fact, the bottom has dropped out of the livestock market. We'll be lucky if we make expenses for the next year or so, and it probably will never come back to what it was. And as for the mine, that, of course, is about done. It won't pay to work it a year from now. If we could get $250,000 for this business, we'd be mighty lucky, but I doubt if old Wainwright would renew that offer. He's too shrewd a businessman. Diana Henders made no reply. She was wondering just how much Morris B. Corson did know about the livestock market and the mine. She was inclined to believe that he knew a great deal more than his remarks concerning them would indicate. At the same hour, Mary Donovan's boarders were gathered about her table. She had other guests this evening in addition to her regular clientele. There were the Wainrights, and Bull was there for supper and breakfast as was usual when the bullion came down from the mine. It was not a gay company. Mac Harbor and Jim Weller looked with suspicion on Bull, an attitude that would have blossomed into open and active hostility could they have gained the support of Gum Smith, but Gum was not searching for trouble. He glowered at his plate and hated Bull. Wildcat Bob inhaled soup and hated Gum Smith. The Wainwrights scarcely raised their eyes from the business of eating for fear of the embarrassment of meeting those of the man who had run the elder Wainwright off the Bar Y ranch, an occurrence which rankled horribly in the breasts of both. Bull, taciturn as usual, ate in silence with something of the mien of a lion feeding among jackals. Mary Donovan hovered in the doorway. Bull laid down his spoon, drank a glass of water, and rose from the table. "Sure, and you won't have another helpin' of pudding now, Bull?" urged Mary. "No thanks, Mrs. Donovan," he replied. "I'm plumb full." He walked past her into the kitchen and out the back door. An almost audible sigh of relief rose from the remaining guests. "I reckon he thinks he owns the shack," commented Jim Weller apropos of Bull's exit through the sacred precincts of Mary Donovan's kitchen. "Sure, he could have it for the asking, the fine boy he is," shot back Mary. "Him a-going out to fetch in wood for me with the likes of ye, Jim Weller, what ain't fit to black his boots. Sits here and makes remarks about him, you lazy whelp." Mr. Weller subsided. The meal over, the guests departed with the exception of Mac Harbor, Jim Weller, and the Wainwrights who had congregated on the veranda. "You don't seem to like the fellow they call Bull," remarked the younger Wainwright to Weller. "I didn't say I didn't like him, and I didn't say I did," replied Weller, noncommittally. "Well, I don't like him," said Mac vehemently. "I wouldn't like my grandmother if she shot me in the belly." "You mean that he shot you?" asked Wainwright. "The Black Coyote shot me, and if Bull ain't the Black Coyote, my name's McGinnis." "You really think that he's been pulling off these hold-ups?" demanded the elder Wainwright. "I ain't the only one what thinks so," replied Mac. "Everyone, most, thinks so. And if we had a decent sheriff, that feller'd be behind bars where he belongs, er strung up a cottonwood to Hell's Bend." "'Pears to me like Gum was either in on the deal or afeard of Bull." "Gum's afeard of everyone," said Weller. "Well," remarked Jefferson Wainwright, Sr., "when we come over on this side of the hills, I calculate as how things are going to be a heap sight different. There won't be no more of this here funny gunplay stuff. I'm going to run all these would-be bad men out of the country." "You figuring on coming over here?" asked Mac. "I certainly am. I'm a-going to buy the whole Bar Y outfit." "The hell you is!" exclaimed Mac. "I heard that Miss Di wouldn't sell it to you." "She ain't got nothing to say about it. I'm a-going to buy it from the man that's running that outfit now, and he's a mighty good businessman, too." "Who's that, Colby?" "No, Colby nothing. It's Mr. Corson in New York. He's handling all of John Mannel's interests, and he just come here today with Mannel's daughter. We come over on the stage with him. I was telling Corson of the fine airs that chit of a Henders girl puts on, but things is going to be different now. Corson's going to close out the estate, and the holdings here is as good as sold to me already." End of chapter 9. Chapter 14 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. Bull Sees Colby. Bull turned Blaze's head toward the northeast and rode off slowly in the direction of Coyote Canyon, near the head of which there was a wild and almost inaccessible country just east of Hell's Bend Pass. There was water there and game for himself, with year-round pasture for Blazes. As he rode, he hummed a gay little air, quite unlike the grim, taciturn Bull that his acquaintances knew, for Bull was happy, happier than he had been for months. "And to think," he mused, "that she rode out there all alone to warn me. Bull, says she, I don't love any man, Bull, that way, but if ever I do, he'll know it without my telling him. I'll do something that will prove it, a girl always does. That's what she says, them's her very words. I ain't never forgot 'em, and I ain't never going to, even if I don't believe it. It was just her good heart that sent her out to warn me. She'd have done as much for any of the boys." When Diana reined in before those assembled on the veranda of the Donovan house, she was greeted by a gasp of astonishment from Mary Donovan. "Diana Henders, child," she exclaimed. "What are you doing here this time of night? Sure, and I thought you'd gone back to the ranch, after hearing you was in town earlier in the evening." Diana dismounted without making any reply and tied Captain to the rail in front of the hotel. As she mounted the steps of the veranda, the younger Wainwright rose politely. Corson and the elder Wainwright nodded, the latter grunting gruffly. Lillian Mannell pretended that she did not see her. "I'm going to stop here tonight, Mrs. Donovan," said Diana to the proprietress. "That is, if you have room for me." "And if I didn't, I'd be after making it," replied the latter. "I wonder if you'd mind putting Captain up for me, Bob," said Diana, turning to the wildcat, and as the old man stepped from the veranda to comply with her request, Diana turned and entered the office, followed by Mary Donovan. "May I have a cup of tea, Mrs. Donovan?" asked the girl. "I feel all fagged out. This evening has been like a terrible nightmare." "You mean about poor Bull?" asked Mary. Diana nodded. "They ain't back yet," said Mary, "but I suppose they got him. Bad cess to him." Diana came closer to the older woman and whispered, "They didn't get him. I just saw him. He brought me to the edge of town." "Now the Lord be praised for that," ejaculated Mary Donovan. "For sure, and if it's guilty he is, I'll not be after believing it at all. "It looks pretty bad for him, Mrs. Donovan," said Diana. "But even so, I can't believe it of him either. I won't believe it." "Ain't no more don't ye's, darlin'," advised Mary Donovan. "And now make yourself comfortable, and I'll have ye a cup of tea in no time." As her hostess left the sitting room by one doorway, Jefferson Wainwright, Jr., appeared in the other, which opened from the office, his hat in his hand. "May I have just a word with you, Miss Henders?" he asked. The girl nodded her assent, though none too cordially, and Wainwright entered the little sitting room. "I can't begin to tell you, Miss Henders," he commenced, after clearing his throat, "how badly I feel over this matter that Mr. Corson has explained to us. There isn't any question, of course, about the unfairness and injustice of it, but the fact remains that the law is the law, and I don't see how you are going to get around it by fighting them." "It is a matter, Mr. Wainwright, that I do not care to discuss with you," said Diana, rising. "Wait a minute, Miss Henders," he begged. "That wasn't exactly what I wanted to discuss with you, though it has a bearing on it. There is a way out for you, and it was that I wanted to talk over. Your father was a wealthy man. You've been accustomed to everything that money could buy in this country. To drop from affluence to penury in a single day is going to be mighty hard for you, and it is that I wanted to save you from." "It is very kind of you, I am sure," she told him, "but I cannot see how you, of all people, can help me, for your own father is a party to this whole transaction." "I think you are a bit hard on him," he said. "You surely cannot blame him for wanting to drive as good a bargain as possible. He is, first and last, a businessman." Diana only shrugged her shoulders. "Now, as I said," continued Mr. Wainwright, "there is a way for you to continue to have, not only the luxuries you have been accustomed to, but many more, and at the same time to retain the Barway Ranch." She looked up at him questioningly. "Yes," she said, "and how?" "By marrying me, Miss Henders. You know I love you. You know there is nothing I would not do for you. There is no sacrifice that I would not willingly and gladly make for you. I would die for you, dear girl, and thank God for the chance." Diana Henders' lip curled in scorn. "It seems to me that I heard you make that very assertion once before, Mr. Wainwright, and in those self-same words. The night before you ran away, like the coward you are, and left us at the mercy of the Apaches. If you had half the courage that you had effrontery, the lion would appear a mouse by comparison. Please never mention the subject to me again, nor is there any reason why you should ever address me upon any subject. Good night." "You'll regret this," he cried as he was leaving the room. "You see if you don't. You might have had one friend, and a good one, on your side. Now you haven't any. We'll strip you to the last cent for this, and then you'll marry some ignorant, unwashed cowpuncher and raise brats in a tumble-down shack for the rest of your life. That's what you'll do." "And do you know what you'll do?" demanded a squeaky voice behind him. Jefferson Wainwright, Jr., turned to see Wildcat Bob glaring at him from the center of the office floor. The young man turned a sickly hue and glanced hurriedly for an avenue of escape, but the wildcat was between him and the outer doorway and was reaching for one of his terrible guns. With a half-stifled cry, Wainwright sprang into the sitting room and ran to Diana. Seizing her, he whirled the girl about so that she was between him and the wildcat's weapon. "My God, Miss Henders, don't let him shoot me. I'm unarmed. It would be murder. Save me. Save me." His screams brought his father, Corson, Lillian Mantle, and Mary Donovan to the room, where they saw the younger Wainwright kneeling in abject terror behind Diana's skirts. "What's the meaning of all this?" yelled the elder Wainwright. "Your son insulted me. He asked to marry me," said Diana. "Let him go, Bob," she directed the wildcat. "Gosh a'mighty, miss," exclaimed the old man in an aggrieved tone. "You don't mean it, do you? Why, I just been honing for a chance to clean up this here whole bunch of tin horns, and now that I got an excuse, it don't seem right to let it pass. By cracky, it ain't right. 'Tain't moral, that's what it ain't. Please, Bob, I've got trouble enough. Let him go." Slowly, Wildcat Bob returned his gun to its holster, shaking his head mournfully, and Jefferson Wainwright, Jr. arose and sneaked out of the room. As his party returned to the veranda, the young man's father was growling and spluttering in an undertone, but Wildcat Bob caught the words law and sheriff. "What's that?" he demanded in his high falsetto. The elder Wainwright cringed and stepped rapidly through the doorway. "Nothin'," he assured the wildcat. "I didn't calculate to say nothin' at all." It was almost morning when the weary and now sobered members of the necktie party returned to town. Gum Smith and several others, among whom was Wildcat Bob, met them in the street. "Get him?" demanded the sheriff. "No," replied Colby, "and I don't savvy it neither. Someone must have put him wise, but I got some evidence," and he drew a worn leather pouch from his shirt. "Here's one of the bullion bags that was took from the stage yesterday. I found it under his blankets. He may have been there and saw us comin', but that ain't likely, 'cause we snuck up mighty careful. Someone must have put him wise." "I wonder who all it could have been," wondered Gum Smith. As the crowd was dispersing, Wildcat Bob caught sight of Willie among them. "Hey there, you," he called. "What was you doing with that bunch? I thought you claimed to be a friend of Bull's." "Course I am," maintained Willie stoutly, "but I hain't never seed no one hanged." A few hours later, Diana Henders left on the stage for Aldea, and after she had departed, Corson and Lillian Mantle drove back to the ranch, taking the Wainrights with them, while Hal Colby trotted along beside them. He had not seen Diana before she left, nor had he made any effort to do so. "We might save a right smart of trouble if we could get everything fixed up before she gets back, Corson," the elder Wainwright was saying. "The government patent to the land as well as Mantle's will are in the New York office," replied Corson. "I've sent for them. They ought to be along now any time. I rather expected them on yesterday's stage. They certainly must come in on the next, and I imagine she won't get back for a week at least. That will give us 3 days. Then we'll all go to Aldea, have the papers drawn up there. You turn the money over to us and Miss Mantle, and I can get away for New York on the train that night. I've had all this damn country I want." Hal Colby, fortunately for his peace of mind, did not overhear the conversation. It outlined an entirely different plan from that which Lillian Mantle had explained to him only the preceding day, a plan which included a hasty wedding and a long honeymoon, during which the bar-wife foreman would taste the sweets of world travel in company with a charming and affectionate bride. "You're going to leave me here to run all the risk, eh?" demanded Wainwright, Sr. "Oh, there's no risk now that bull feller's out of the way," Corson assured him. "I wish I was sure he was out of the way," said Wainwright dubiously. "I don't like that fellow a little bit." "He'll never show up again," said Corson confidently. "And anyway, just as soon as I can get to New York, I'll look up a good man to represent me here, and I'm going to pick the toughest one I can find in New York, too." "I'm afraid I'm buying a heap of trouble with that 1/3 interest of mine," said Wainwright, scratching his head. "But look what you're going to get out of it," Corson reminded him. "I'll bet we take $1 million out of that mine in the next year." Back at the ranch, Colby was met by a scowling trio, Texas Pete, Shorty, and Idaho. "Where's Bull?" demanded Texas. "How should I know?" replied Colby gruffly. "When was I elected as nurse girl?" "You went out after him with a bunch of drunken shorthorns last night," accused Shorty. "You know whether you got him or not." "They didn't get him," said Colby shortly. "It's a damn good thing for you, Colby, that they didn't," said Texas Pete. "And another thing, we wants our time. We ain't a-aimin' to work under no polecat no more." "I reckon we can get along without you," retorted Colby, ignoring the insult. "You can come back in a week for your checks. The boss ain't here." "Then we'll stay till she is," said Pete. "Suit yourselves," replied Colby as he turned and walked away. The routine of the ranch moved in its accustomed grooves as the days passed, though there was noticeably absent the spirit of good fellowship that marks the daily life of a well-ordered cow outfit. The little coterie, headed by Texas Pete, herded by itself in the vernacular of the West, while the remaining punchers grouped themselves about the foreman. Mealtimes, ordinarily noisy with rough but good-natured badinage, had become silent moments to be gotten through with as rapidly as possible. There was a decorous restraint that was far too decorous among these rough men to augur aught of good. It revealed rather than veiled the proximity of open hostilities. There was one topic of conversation that was eschewed particularly. It would have been the steel to the flint of prejudice which lay embedded in the powder of partisanship. Bull's name was never mentioned when the factions were together. The stage came again to Hendersville on the 3rd day after Diana's departure. It brought mail for the ranch, but the vaquero who had been sent from the bar Y for it tarried longer at Gum's place, Liquors and Cigars, than he intended, with the result that it was well after supper and quite dark before he delivered it to the office. As he approached the yellow rectangle of the open office door, it may have been the light shining in his eyes that prevented him from seeing the figure of a man beneath the darkness of the cottonwoods that surrounded the house, or the horse, standing as silently as its master, 50 feet away, a blazed-faced chestnut with 2 white hind feet. The vaquero entered the office, where Corson was sitting in conversation with the 2 Wainrights, and laid the mail upon the table. The New Yorker picked it up and ran through it. There was a bulky letter addressed to him, which he opened. "Here's what we've been waiting for," he said, glancing quickly through 2 enclosures and laying them aside to peruse the accompanying letter. The man beneath the shadows of the cottonwoods moved closer to the open office doorway, keeping well out of the yellow shaft of lamplight. Bull had not come down to the Bar Y from his hiding place in Coyote Canyon for the purpose of spying upon Corson. He had hoped against hope that Diana might return on the day's stage, for he wanted a word with her. He knew that she could not have made the trip to Kansas City and returned in so short a time, but then she might have changed her mind at Aldea and given up the trip. It was on this chance that he had come down out of the mountains tonight. Diana had not returned. He had convinced himself of this, but still he tarried. These were her enemies. It could do no harm to keep an eye on them. He did not like the proprietorial airs of Corson sitting there in the old man's easy-chair, and as for the Wainrights, they too seemed much more at home than suited Bull. His hand caressed the butt of a 6-gun affectionately. "Hell!" exclaimed Corson explosively. "The addle-brained idiot!" "What's the matter?" inquired the elder Wainwright. Corson was in the midst of the letter. He shook it violently and angrily in lieu of anything more closely representative of its writer. "The chump has dug up some papers that we don't want. We don't want him in Arizona at all. He's a new man. I thought he had good sense and discretion, but he hasn't either. He's sending them out here by registered mail. If anything happens to them, if they fall into the Henders girls' hands, our goose is cooked. He says they put a new aspect on the situation, and that he knows I'll be delighted to have them. They surely will put a new aspect on the situation, but I don't want 'em, not here. If I'd had any sense I'd have destroyed them before I left New York, but who'd have thought that they weren't safe right in my own office? I'd be delighted to have 'em, by the neck. Lord, suppose they're lost now. They should have been here with this other mail." "If it's registered stuff, it may have been delayed just enough to miss the stage at Aldea by 1 train," suggested Wainwright. "If that is the case, it'll be along by the next stage." "What were the papers?" demanded the elder Wainwright suspiciously. Corson hesitated. He realized that he had been surprised by his anger into saying too much. "Perhaps I overestimate their value," he said. "They might not do any harm, after all." "What were they?" insisted Mr. Wainwright. "Oh, they were reports that show the tremendous value of the new vein in the mine," lied Corson, glibly. Wainwright sank back in his chair with a sigh of relief. "Oh, if that's all they was, we don't need to worry none about them," he said. "We as good as got the place now. We'll drive over to Aldea tomorrow and fix things up, eh?" "I think I'll wait for the next mail," said Corson. "Those reports might not do any harm, but I'd rather be here when they come and see that no one else gets hold of them." "Maybe you're right," assented Wainwright. He rose, yawning, and stretched. "I calculate to go to bed," he said. "I think I'll do the same," said his son. "I hope Miss Mannel is feeling better by morning." "Oh, she'll be all right," said Corson. "Just a little headache. Good night. I'm coming along too." They lighted lamps, blew out the one in the office, and departed for their rooms. The man in the shadows turned slowly toward his horse, but he had taken only a few steps when he halted, listening. Someone was approaching. He glanced through the darkness in the direction of the sounds which came out of the night along the pathway from the bunkhouse. Stepping quickly behind the bole of a large tree, Bull waited in silence. Presently he saw dimly the figure of a man, and as it came nearer, the starlight revealed its identity. It was Colby. Like himself, Colby waited in the shadows of the trees, waited silently, watching the dead black of the office windows. The silence was tangible. It was so absolutely dominant, reigning supreme in a world of darkness. Bull wondered that the other did not hear his breathing. He marveled at the quietness of Blazes. Even the roller in his bit lay silent. But it could not last much longer. The horse was sure to move in a moment, and Colby would investigate. The result was a foregone conclusion. There would be shooting. Bull did not want to shoot Colby. Not now. There were 2 reasons. One, however, would have been enough, that Diana Henders was thinking of marrying this man. And then the silence was broken. Very slightly only it was broken. A suspicion of a sound came from the interior of the house, and following it a dim light wavering mysteriously upon the office walls, growing steadily brighter until the room was suddenly illuminated. From where he now stood, Bull could not see the interior of the office, but he knew that someone carrying a lamp had come down the stairway, along the hall, and entered the office. Then he saw Colby move forward and step lightly to the veranda, and an instant later the office door swung open, revealing Lillian Mannel in diaphanous negligee. Bull saw Colby seize the girl, strain her to him, and cover her lips with kisses. Then the girl drew her lover into the room and closed the door. With a grimace of disgust, Bull walked to Blazes, mounted him, and rode slowly away. Now there was only one reason why he could not kill Colby yet. End of chapter 14. Chapter 4 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain.
Chapter 4. I Love You. Diana Henders was troubled. Ever since the hold-up several days before, she had not been able to expunge from her thoughts a recollection of the sinister circumstances that pointed an accusing finger at Bull. There had always been a deep-seated loyalty existing between the Henders and their employees, and this alone would have been sufficient to have brought the girl to arms in the defense of the reputation of any of her father's boys. In the case of Bull, there were added reasons why she could not bear to foster a suspicion of his guilt. Not only had he been a trusted foreman, but there was something in the man himself, or rather in his influence upon the imagination of the girl, that made it almost impossible for her to believe that he had shot Mac Harbor, another employee, and stolen the bullion from her father's mine. He had always been reticent and almost shy in her presence. He had never presumed to even the slight familiarity of addressing her by her given name, a customary procedure among the other men, many of whom had seen her grow so gradually from a little girl to a young lady that they scarce yet discerned the change. Yet she knew that he liked to be with her, though she was far from being sure that she cared for his company. He was quiet to taciturnity, and far from being the pleasant companion that she found in Hal Colby. There was something, however, that she felt when in his company to a much greater degree than when she was with other men, absolute confidence in his integrity and his ability to protect her. Now, she was sorry for him, since his reduction from a post of responsibility and her loyalty aroused by the inward suspicions she had permitted herself to entertain, to the end that she was moved by something akin to remorse to make some sort of overtures of friendship that he might know that the daughter of his employer still had confidence in him. It was a quiet Sunday morning. The men were lazily occupying themselves with the overhauling of their outfits, replacing worn latigo and stirrup leather lacings, repairing hackamores and bridles, polishing silver and guns, cleaning boots with bacon grease and lampblack, shaving or hair-cutting. Down past the bunkhouse, toward the corrals, came Diana Henders. Presently she would pause near the men and ask one of them to catch up a horse for her. The lucky fellow whom she asked would ride with her. It was a custom of long standing, but she was earlier than usual this Sunday morning, and several of the men worked frantically to complete the jobs they were engaged upon before she should arrive within speaking distance. 2 or 3 affected attitudes of careless idleness indicative of perfect readiness to meet any call upon their time or services. Texas Pete was cutting the hair of another puncher. He had reached the point where his victim was entirely shorn upon one side, the other displaying a crop of thick brown hair 4 or 5 inches long, when he looked up and saw Diana approaching. Pete tossed the shears and comb into the lap of the victim. "You all don't need a haircut nohow," he announced, strolling away with what he believed to be a remarkable display of nonchalance, along a line that would, quite by accident of course, intercept Diana's course to the corrals. The deserted and disfigured puncher wheeled upon him with a loud yell. "Come back here, you knock-kneed, bow-legged son of a—" Then his eyes, too, alighted upon Diana. His fountain of speech dried at the source. His tanned face assumed a purple cast, and in 2 jumps he had reached the seclusion of the bunkhouse. Hal Colby walked deliberately forward to meet the girl, a pleasant smile of greeting upon his handsome face as he raised his wide sombrero in salutation. Had he been on trial for his life at that moment, the entire outfit would have voted unanimously to hang him on the spot, but gosh, how they envied him. Bull sat, apparently unmoved, with his back against a cottonwood tree, running a wiping rag through the barrel of a revolver. He did not even look up, though he had seen Diana Henders from the moment that she left the house. Bull realized that after the affair in town that had caused his downfall, there was no chance for him to ride with her again for many long days, possibly forever. "Going for a ride, Di?" asked Colby, confidently, as the girl came abreast of the men. "Why, yes, I was thinking of it," she replied sweetly. "I was just going to ask Bull if he wouldn't catch up Captain for me. The rest of you all seem so busy." Colby appeared abashed, but not defeated. "I haven't a thing to do," he assured her. "But I've made you ride with me so much lately, Hal," she insisted. "I'd rather ride with you than eat," he whispered. Texas Pete had made a feeble pretense of searching for something upon the ground, apparently given it up in despair, and was passing them on the way back to the bunkhouse. "I don't think you ought to ride with him, nohow," continued Colby. The girl drew herself up slightly. "Don't be nasty, Hal," she said. "You know I hate to say that," he assured her. "I set a heap of store by Bull. He's one of my best friends, but after what's happened, you can't blame me, Di. I think your dad would say the same thing if he knew." Bull was halfway to the corrals. "I'll have the hosses up in a jiffy, miss," he called back over his shoulder. "Good-bye, Hal," laughed the girl, teasingly. "You'll have plenty of time to lay out the work for tomorrow. A foreman's always busy, you know." And she walked away briskly after Bull. As Colby turned back toward the men, he saw broad grins adorning the faces of most of them. Texas Pete, just approaching the bunkhouse door, halted, removed his hat with a flourish, bowing low. "Going to get your hair cut, Jim?" he inquired sweetly. "You know I'd rather cut your hair than eat." A loud roar of laughter acknowledged this sally. Colby, flushing crimson, beat a hasty retreat toward the office. "Which way?" asked Bull when the two had mounted.
"I'm going to town to see how Mac is getting along," replied the girl, watching his face. "I seen Wildcat Bob yesterday. He said he was getting along fine, nothing but a flesh wound." Neither his voice nor his expression betrayed more than ordinary concern. "Have you seen Mac since he was shot?" she inquired. "Ain't had time. Colby keeps me pretty busy. Mac was a dinged fool for getting creased anyhow," he observed. "When a feller's got the drop on you, stick 'em up. There ain't nothing else to do. Mac orter known better than to make any funny gun play with them two hombres covering him." "It was mighty brave of him," said Diana. "He's no coward, and he was loyal to Dad." "I don't see nothing brave about it," he replied. "It was just plumb foolishness. Why, he didn't have a chanct on earth." "That's what made him act so courageous," she insisted. "Then the feller what commits suicide must be a regular hero," he rejoined, smiling. "I never looked at it that way. I reckon Mac must have been aiming to commit suicide." "You're horrid, Bull. I believe you haven't any heart at all." "I sure have. Leastways I did have one until—" He hesitated, looked at her in a peculiar way, then let his eyes drop to his saddle horn. "Oh, shucks, what's the use?" he exclaimed. There was silence for a brief interval. The spirit of coquetry, that is strong in every normal girl, prompted her to urge him on, but a natural kindliness coupled with the knowledge that it would be unfair to him kept her silent. It was the man who spoke again first. "I was sorry Mac got hurt," he said defensively, "but he was lucky he wasn't killed. That Black Coyote feller must have been a friend of his." "The brute!" she exclaimed. "He ought to be strung up to the highest tree in the county." "Yes," he agreed, and then, with another of his rare smiles, "let's speak to Gum Smith about it when we get to town." Gum Smith! Were it possible to snort Gum Smith, she had accomplished it. If an honest vote had been taken for the worst man for sheriff, Gum Smith would have been elected unanimously. "Why, Gum's a good sheriff," he teased, "for tin horns and bandits." She did not reply. Her thoughts were upon the man at her side. Nothing that he had said had exactly tended to weaken her faith in him, yet it had not materially strengthened it, either. His apparent callous indifference to Mac's suffering might have been attributed with equal fairness to the bravado of the guilty desperado, or to the conditions in the times in which they lived, which placed shootings and sudden death in the category of the commonplace. His suggestion that the Black Coyote must have been a friend of Mac, as an explanation of a flesh wound rather than a mortal one, appeared a trifle sinister, though it was amenable to other interpretations. On the whole, however, Diana Henders was not wholly pleased with the result of her probing. At the Donovan house they found Mac sufficiently recovered to be able to sit upon the veranda, where there were gathered a number of Mrs. Donovan's other guests, including Wildcat Bob and the sheriff. Mary Donovan stood in the doorway, one hand on a hip and the other, the fist doubled, emphasizing some forceful statement she was delivering. As Diana Henders and Bull appeared suddenly before them, the argument, which had been progressing merrily, lapsed into an embarrassed silence. It would have been evident to the most obtuse that one or the other of the newcomers had been the subject of the conversation, and neither Bull nor Diana was obtuse, the result being that they shared the embarrassment of the others. The silence, which really lasted but a brief moment, was broken by Mary Donovan's hearty greeting to Diana, followed by a cordial word to Bull, which was seconded by Wildcat Bob. The others, however, spoke only to Diana Henders, appearing not to be aware of the presence of her escort. "Come now," cried Mary Donovan, "into the house wid ye, and have a bit of cake and a cup of tea." But Diana Henders did not dismount. "No, thank you, Mrs. Donovan," she replied. "We just rode down to see how Mac was getting along and ask if there was anything we could do for him." She turned her glance toward the wounded man. "I'm all right, miss," he replied. "'Twasn't nothing but a scratch. I'll be back at the mine in a couple of days, and guarding the bullion shipments, too, same as usual." He looked straight at Bull as he made this final statement. "Well," exclaimed Diana hastily, "I am glad you're so much better, Mac, and if there isn't anything we can do for you, we'll start back for the ranch." She sensed the sullen attitude of most of the men there, the scowls they cast at Bull, and she knew that it would require little to precipitate a direct accusation, which would have been almost certain to have been followed by gunplay. "Come, Bull," she said, and reined her pony about. They had ridden well out of town when she looked casually into the man's face. It bore a troubled expression, and he must have guessed that she noted it. "I wonder what was eating them fellers," he remarked. "No one, only Wildcat Bob even spoke to me, and Mac seemed gosh almighty sore about something. Well, they ain't none of 'em got their brand on me. If I did shoot up Gum Smith's joint, it ain't no hair off'n none of them." The girl wondered if he really was ignorant of the suspicions directed against him, or if he took this means to make her believe that the cause of the altered attitude toward them was his drunken gunplay in the sheriff's saloon. "I was right sorry about that, miss," he blurted suddenly. "I never aimed for to do it. I wasn't going to drink too much no more after what I'd promised you. I'm right sorry. Do you think that maybe you might forgive me and give me another chance?" His voice was pleading, and he was very much in earnest. The girl knew how difficult it was for a rough man like Bull to say what he had just said, and she felt a sudden compassion for him. "It made me sorry too, Bull," she said. "I trusted you, and I hated to be so disappointed in you." "Please don't say you don't trust me, miss," he begged. "I want you to trust me, more'n anything else." "I want to trust you, Bull." And then, impulsively, "I do trust you." He reached across the interval between them and laid his rough hand upon her soft one. "I love you, Diana," he said, very simply and with a quiet dignity that was unmarred by any hesitancy or embarrassment. She started to speak, but he silenced her with a gesture. "Don't say anything about it, please," he urged. "I don't expect you to love me, but there's nothing wrong about my loving you. I just wanted you to know it, so that you'd always know where I stood and that you could always call on me for anything. With your dad and all the other men around that loves you, there isn't much likelihood that you'll ever need me more than another, but it makes me feel better to know that you know now. We won't talk about it no more, miss. We both understand. It's the reason I didn't quit when your dad busted me." "I'm glad you told me, Bull," she said. "It's the greatest honor that any man can bestow upon a girl. I don't love any man, Bull, that way. But if ever I do, he'll know it without my telling him. I'll do something that will prove it. A girl always does. Sometimes, though, the men are awfully blind, they say." "I wouldn't be blind," said Bull. "I'd know it, I think, if a girl loved me." "The right one will, some day," she assured him. He shook his head. "I hope so, miss." She flushed, sensing the unintentional double entendre he had caught in her words. She wondered why she had flushed. They rode on in silence. She was sorry that Bull loved her, but she was glad that, loving her, he had told her of his love. He was just a common cowhand, unlettered, rough, and occasionally uncouth. But of these things she did not think, for she had known no other sort, except her father and an occasional visitor from the East, since childhood. Had she cared for him, she would not have been ashamed. She looked up at him with a smile. "Don't call me Miss, Bull, please. I hate it." "You want me to call you by your first name?" he inquired. "The other men do," she said, "and you did, a moment ago." "It slipped out that time," he grinned sheepishly. "I like it." "All right, miss," he said. The girl laughed aloud, joyously. "All right, Diana, I mean," he corrected himself. "That's better." So Diana Henders, who was really a very sensible girl, instead of merely playing with fire, made a big one of a little one, all very unintentionally. For how was she to know that to Bull the calling of her Diana instead of Miss was almost as provocative to his love as would have been the personal contact of a kiss to an ordinary man? As she approached the ranch house at the end of their ride, she saw a buckboard to which two broncos were harnessed, hitched to the tie rail beneath the cottonwoods outside the office door. "Whose outfit is that?" asked Diana. "I never saw it before." "The Wainrights, from the north side of the hills. I seen 'em in town about a week ago." "Oh, yes, I've heard of them. They're from the east. Mr. Wainwright don't like the country north of the mountains." "He's looking for range on this side," said Bull. "Like as not, that's what he's here for now. There ain't enough water for no more outfits, though, nor enough feed, neither." They drew rein at the corral and dismounted. "Thanks, Bull," said the girl, as she passed him her bridle reins. "We've had a lovely ride." "Thanks, Diana." That was all he said, but the way he spoke her name was different from the way any other man had ever spoken it. She was sorry now that she had asked him to call her Diana. As she was passing the office to go to her room, her father called to her. "Come in, Di. I want you to meet some new neighbors." And when she had entered, "My daughter, Mr. Wainwright." Diana extended her hand to a fat man with close-set eyes, and then her father presented the younger Wainwright. "Mr. Jefferson Wainwright, Jr., Diana," he said. The son was a well-groomed appearing, nice-looking young fellow of 21 or 22. Perhaps his costume was a trifle too exaggerated to be in good taste, but he had only fallen into the same mistake that many another wealthy young Easterner has done before and since upon his advent to the cow country. From silver-banded sombrero to silver-encrusted spurs there was no detail lacking. "By gollies, he looks like a Christmas tree," had been Texas Pete's observation the first time that he had seen him. "All they forgot was the candles." "You live north of the mountains?" inquired Diana, politely. "Yep," replied the elder Wainwright, "but we don't calculate to stay there. We're from Massachusetts. Worcester. Blankets. Made a fortune in 'em. Made 'em for the government, mostly. Jeff got it in his head he wanted to go into the cattle business. Come by it natural, I allow. I used to be in the livery stable business before I bought the mills. So when he graduates from Harvard a year ago we come out here. Don't like it t'other side of the mountains, so I calculates to come over here." "I was just explaining to Mr. Wainwright that there is scarcely enough feed or water for another big outfit on this side," interjected Mr. Henders. "Don't make any difference. Set your price, but set it right. I'll buy you out. I could buy half this territory, I calculate, if I had a mind to, but the price has got to be right. Old Jeff Wainwright's got a name for being a pretty shrewd trader. Fair and honest, though, fair and honest. Just name your price. How much for the whole shebang? Buildings, land, cattle, everything." Elias Henders laughed good-naturedly. "I'm afraid they're not for sale, Mr. Wainwright." "Tut, tut.
I'll get him. You sell. Old Jeff Wainwright's always got everything he went after. Well, son, I calculate we better be going." "You'll have dinner with us first, of course," insisted Diana. "It must be almost ready now." "Well, I don't mind if we do," returned the elder Wainwright, and so they stayed for the noonday meal. Diana found the younger Wainwright a pleasant, affable companion. He was the first educated man near her own age that she had ever met, and his conversation and his ways, so different from those of the rough vaqueros of her little world, made a profound impression upon her. He could talk interestingly from the standpoint of personal experience of countless things of which she had only second-hand knowledge acquired from books and newspapers. Those first 2 hours with him thrilled her with excitement. They opened a new world of wondrous realities that she had hitherto thought of more as unattainable dreams than things which she herself might some day experience. If he had inherited something of his father's egotism, she forgot it in the contemplation of his finer qualities and in the pleasure she derived from association with one somewhere near her own social status in life. That the elder Wainwright was impossible she had sensed from the first, but the son seemed of different fibre, and no matter what his antecedents, he must have acquired something of a permanent polish through his college associations. The disquieting effect of the Wainwrights' visit was apparent elsewhere than at the ranch house. There was gloom at the bunkhouse. "Doggone his hide!" exclaimed Texas Pete. "Whose?" inquired Shorty. "My old man's. If he hadn't gone and got hung, he might have sent me to Harvard. What chance has a fellow got agin one of them paper-collared, cracker-fed dudes anyway?" End of chapter 4.
Chapter 16 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Common Criminals. An amused smile curled Mr. Corson's unpleasant mouth. Mr. Wainwright Sr. bobbed to his feet, though through no belated urge of chivalry. Lillian Mannell rose languidly, pretending to suppress a simulated yawn with the backs of her white fingers. Young Mr. Wainwright shuffled uneasily from one foot to the other. "I am afraid, Miss Henders," said Corson, "that you do not quite grasp the situation. It is you who fail to grasp it, Mr. Corson," snapped Diana, "and please remember that you have only an hour in which to pack." Corson dropped his suavity. "See here," he exclaimed, "I've fooled along with you as much as I'm going to. You're the one who's going to get off this place. You haven't a right on earth here. You don't own a stick or a stone, a hoof or a tail, the length or breadth of the Bar Y. Now you go and go quick, or you'll land in jail, where you belong for the threats you've made. I imagine you'll learn something about law then." "How come?" inquired a voice from the doorway, and simultaneously 3 figures appeared upon the veranda. "You sent for us, miss, and here we are," continued Texas Pete. "And I reckon we arrive about the right time for the party," opined Shorty. "I craves the first dance with that dude in the funny pants," said Idaho, staring at Corson. "Boys," said Diana, "these people are trying to rob me of the ranch, the mine, and all the cattle. I have given Mr. Corson and Miss Mannell an hour to leave the premises. Idaho, I wish that you would see that they get away on time, and drive them, or better, have Willie drive them to town. Mr. Wainwright and his son had 5 minutes in which to leave, Shorty. They have wasted 3 of them. Can you help them to get away on schedule?" "Whee!" wheezed Shorty. "Watch my smoke and their dust. Fan yourselves, gents," and he sprang into the room, circling the Wainwrights to come upon them from the rear, true to the instincts of the cowman. The elder Wainwright had arguments upon his tongue. You could see them in his eye, paradoxical as it may sound, but he permitted them to expire, voiceless, and took to his heels, followed closely by his son. Jefferson Wainwright Sr. had been run off the Bar Y upon another occasion, and he had not relished the experience. He moved now with great rapidity and singleness of purpose in the direction of the corrals, his son at his heels and Shorty inconveniently close behind. To Mr. Wainwright's partial relief, Shorty had as yet indulged in no target practice, but it might come at any moment. Sympathetic perspiration streamed down the red face of Wainwright of Worcester blankets. He almost breathed a sigh of relief when he reached the corrals, but a sudden thought froze him with terror. They could not have more than a minute left. It would be impossible to hook up their team in that time. As he climbed through the bars, he tried to explain that impossibility to Shorty. "Ride 'em, then," admonished their escort. "But we have no saddles," expostulated the younger Wainwright. "No," agreed Shorty. "You ain't got nothing but a minute, and you won't have that long. I commences shooting when the minute's up, and I ain't a-goin' to shoot for fun. I've been a-waiting for this chance for months." Frantically, the elder Wainwright dragged a reluctant bronco by the halter, got him outside the corral, and struggled to clamber to his back. It was an utter failure. Then he seized the rope again, and tugging and pulling, started for the gate. His son, more successful, had succeeded in mounting the other animal, and as he trotted past his father, he whacked that gentleman's unwilling companion on the rump with the bight of his halter rope. The effects were thrilling and immediate. The bronco leaped forward, upset Mr. Wainwright, galloped over him, and dashed out the gate into the vast, unfenced immensity. 5 seconds, announced Shorty. Mr. Wainwright scrambled to his feet and started after the bronco. He passed through the bar-wide gate behind his son and heir with 1 second to spare. Disgusted, Shorty slipped the gun back into its holster. "Now keep going," he told them, "and don't never nary one of you come back." "Gosh ding it," he soliloquized as he walked back toward the office. "I wish she'd only a gave 'em 4 minutes." He was suddenly confronted by Colby, running and out of wind. "What you been doing?" demanded the foreman. "I just seen the tail end of it from the cookhouse winder. What in hell do you mean by it anyhow, eh?" Shorty eyed him up and down insolently. "I ain't got no time for you, Colby," he said. "I'm getting my orders from the boss. If she tells me to run any ordinary critters off in the ranch, I'm here to run 'em off, savvy?" "You mean Miss Henders told you to run the Wainrights off?" demanded Colby. "I reckon you ain't deaf," and Shorty continued his way toward the office. Colby followed him. He found Texas Pete and Idaho standing in the room. Diana was seated in her father's easy chair. "What's the meaning of this business, Di?" demanded Colby. "Did you tell Shorty to run the Wainrights off?" "I ran them off, Hal," replied the girl. "I only asked Shorty to see that they went. I have told Mr. Corson and Miss Mannel to go too. Idaho will see that they get to town safely." "You must be crazy," exclaimed Colby. "They'll have the law on you." "I am not crazy, Hal. I may have been a little blind, but I am far from crazy. My eyes are open now, open wide enough for me to be able to recognize my friends from my enemies." "What do you mean?" he demanded, noting the directly personal insinuation. "I mean, Hal, that any of my men who would contemplate working for those people after they had robbed me can't work for me. Pete has your check. He is acting foreman until Bull returns." Her chin went up proudly as she made the statement. Colby was stunned. He took the check in silence and turned toward the door, where he stopped and faced her. "Bull won't never come back," he said, "unless it's with a halter round his neck." The other 3 men looked toward Diana for an intimation of her wishes, but she only sat silently, tapping the toe of a spurred boot upon the Navajo rug at her feet. Colby turned once more and passed out into the gathering dusk. A half-hour later, Wild Bill, otherwise and quite generally known as Willie, jogged dustily townward with Morris B. Corson, Lillian Mannel, and their baggage. Halfway there they overtook the Wainrights, the elder riding the single horse which his son had given up to him, while the younger plodded along in the powdery dust. Corson told Willie to stop and take them both into the buckboard. "Not on your life," said Willie. "I gets my orders from the boss, and she didn't say nothing about picking up no more dudes. Get up!" Later that evening, a select gathering occupied a table at one side of Gum's bar room. There were the Wainrights, Mr. Morris B. Corson, Miss Lillian Mannel, Hal Colby, and Gum Smith. All but Gum seemed out of sorts, but then he was the only one of them who had not been run off a ranch. "We have the law on our side, Mr. Sheriff," Corson was saying, "and all we ask is your official backing. I realize that the first thing to do is to get rid of the ruffians in her employ, and then we can easily bring her to terms. The worst of them is this man Bull, but now that he is practically an outlaw, it should be comparatively easy to get him. I have arranged for an exceptionally large gold shipment from the mine on the next stage, and I have taken pains not to keep the matter too secret. The news is almost certain to reach him through the usual channels, and should serve as an excellent bait to lure him into another attempted hold-up of the stage. You can be on hand, hiding, with a posse, and should you fail to get him alive, it will be all the better for society at large if you get him dead. Do you understand me?" "That ain't no way to go about it," interrupted Colby. "You couldn't hide nowhere within 5 miles of the Gap without them 2 hombres knowing it. Now you just forget that scheme and leave it to me. You and your posse keep away from the Gap. Just leave it to me." "I think Hal's about right," agreed Gum Smith. "Y'all don't know them 2. They sure is foxy. Why, just look at all the times I've been after 'em. You just leave it to Hal here, and he sure'll get 'em." "All right," said Corson, "and then we can get the other 3 later, some way. Lure them into town one by one, and, well, I don't need to tell you gentlemen what's necessary. Only don't forget that they're worth $1,000 apiece to me if they can't bother us any more." Worn out by the excitement of the day, Diana retired to her room shortly after the lonely evening meal. She had been keyed up to a high pitch of nervous excitement for hours, and now that she had relaxed, the reaction came, leaving her tired and melancholy. She was almost too tired to undress, and so she threw herself into an easy chair and sat with her head thrown back and her eyes closed. The window of her room, overlooking the ranch yard toward the corrals, was wide open to the cooling summer air. The lamp burning on her reading table cast its golden light upon her loosened hair and regular profile. Outside, a figure moved cautiously around the house until it stood among the trees beneath her window. The figure of a man who, looking up, could just see the outlines of the girl's face above the sill. He watched her for a moment and then glanced carefully about as though to assure himself that there was none other near. Presently, faintly, the notes of a meadowlark rose softly upon the night air. Diana's eyes flashed open. She listened intently. A moment later the brief, sweet song was repeated. The girl rose to her feet, gathered her hair quickly into a knot at the back of her head, and ran down the stairway, along the hall, into the office. She walked quickly, her heart beating a trifle wildly, to the door. Without hesitation she opened it and stepped out into the night. Below her stood a tall man with broad shoulders. "Bull!" she exclaimed in a low whisper. The man swept his broad sombrero from his head. "Good evening, señorita," he said. "It is not Señor Bull, it is Gregorio." Diana Henders stepped back. She had removed her belt and gun. So sure had she been that it was Bull, and such confidence she had in him, that she had not given a thought to her unarmed condition. What better protection could any girl demand than just Bull? "What do you want here, Gregorio?" she demanded. The Mexican perceived the girl's surprise, saw her draw back, and grinned. It did not offend him that she might be afraid of him. He had become what he was by inspiring fear in others, and he was rather proud of it, proud of being an outlaw, proud of being hunted by the gringos, whom he knew held his courage and his gun hand, if not himself, in respect. "Do not be afraid, señorita," he said. "I was sent to you by Señor Bull with a message." He held out a long flat envelope. "You are to read it and hide it where the others will not find it. He says that you will know how to make use of it." She took the proffered parcel. "Why did not Señor Bull come himself?" she asked. "How should I know, señorita?" he replied. "Perhaps he thought that you would not want the Black Coyote to come here. He knew that you recognized him today. He saw it in your eyes." She was silent a moment, as though weighing the wisdom of her reply to his statement, but she made none. "Is that all, Gregorio?" she asked. "That is all, señorita." "Then thank you, and goodbye. Thank Señor Bull, too, and tell him that his job is waiting for him when he can come back." Gregorio swept his hat low and turned back into the shadows. Diana entered the office and closed the door. Going directly to her room, she took a chair beneath the reading lamp and examined the outside of the envelope Gregorio had given her. It was addressed to Morris B. Corson. How had Bull come by it? But of course she knew. It was a piece of the mail that had come into his possession through the robbing of the stage. The girl shuddered and held it away from her. She saw that the envelope had been opened. Bull had done that. She sat looking at the thing for a long time. Could she bring herself to read the contents? It had not been meant for her. To read it then would be to put herself on a par with the Black Coyote. She would be as much a thief as he. The only right and proper thing to do was to get the letter into Corson's hands as quickly as possible. She could not be a party to Bull's crime. She laid it, almost threw it, in fact, upon the table as though it were an unclean thing, and sat for a long time in deep thought. Occasionally her eyes returned to the letter. The thing seemed to hold a malignant fascination for her. What was in it? It must concern her, or Bull would not have sent it to her. She would send it to Corson the first thing in the morning. Bull would not ask her to read something that did not concern her. She rose and commenced to remove her clothing. Once or twice as she passed the table she stopped and looked at the envelope, and at last, in her nightrobe, as she went to blow out the lamp, she stood for a full minute staring at the superscription. Again she argued that Bull would not have sent it to her had it been wrong for her to read it. Then she extinguished the light and got into bed. For an hour Diana Henders tossed about, sleepless. The envelope upon the reading table haunted her. It had no business there. It belonged to Morris B. Corson. If it were to be found in her possession, she could be held guilty as the robber who took it from the United States mail pouch. They could send her to jail. Somehow that thought did not frighten her at all. What was in it? It must be something concerning the property they were trying to steal from her. They were thieves. One was almost justified in taking any steps to frustrate their dishonest plans. Suddenly she recalled what Mary Donovan had said. "You've got to fight the devil with fire." And then Diana Henders flung the covers from her and swung her feet to the floor. A moment later she had lighted the lamp. There was no more hesitation. She took up the envelope and extracted its contents, which consisted of 3 papers. The first she examined was a brief letter of transmission noting the enclosures and signed by a clerk in Corson's office. The second was John Mannell's will, the later will that Corson had told her did not exist. She read it through carefully. Word for word it was a duplicate of the last will her father had made, except for the substitution of Elias Henders' name as beneficiary. The clause leaving the property to their joint heirs in the event of her father's prior death followed. Suddenly Diana experienced a sensation of elation and freedom such as had not been hers since her father's death. She could fight them now. She had something to fight with. And Lillian Mannell could claim only what was legally hers. An even division would entail unpleasant complications of administration, but at least they could not take her share from her. They might sell theirs. They might and probably would sell it to the Wainrights, which would be horrible, of course, but she would stand her ground and get her rights no matter who owned the other half. She laid the will aside and picked up the third paper. It was a letter, in her uncle's familiar handwriting, addressed to her father. Dear L., in the event that I go first, I want to ask you to look after Lillian for me, at least until she is married. Since her mother's death, she has no one but me, and naturally I feel not only a certain responsibility for her, but a real affection that is almost paternal, since she was but a year old when I married her mother. She has never known any other father, her own having been killed before she was born. Although she knows the truth concerning her parentage, I think she looks upon me as a father, and if I am unable to do so, I know that you will provide for her. I did not mention her in my will because our understanding included only our legal heirs, or should I say heir now, since Diana is the only one left. And as she will inherit all our property eventually, I hope that you will pass this request on to her, which I shall leave attached to my will. Affectionately, John. Diana sat with staring eyes fixed upon the letter in her hand, and she had almost sent these papers back to Corson. She shuddered as she thought of the narrow escape she had had. Why, they were no better than common criminals, and she was the sole heir to the Bar Y. She did not think of the gold mine, or the value of the great herds and the broad acres. She thought only of the Bar Y as something that she loved, as home. Now no one could take it away from her, and yet she was not happy. There was a little rift within the loot. Bull was an outlaw, and who else was there than Bull upon whom she might depend for guidance and advice in the handling of her affairs? He was a good cattleman. Her father had always said that, and had had confidence in his judgment and ability. His one fault, they had thought, had been his drinking, and this, she felt intuitively, he had overcome. Of his loyalty there had never been any doubt until the whisperings of the ugly rumors that had connected him with the robberies of the stage. These she had consistently refused to believe, even to the point of denying the evidence of her own eyes. But Gregorio had definitely confounded the remnants of her hopes. Yet still she thought of Bull as her sole resource. Even now she had confidence in him. She could not fathom the mental processes that permitted her mind to dwell upon him without loathing or contempt. But, after all, was she being influenced by the dictates of her mind? She shrank from contemplation of the alternative, yet it persistently obtruded itself upon her reveries. If her mind refused to fly to the defense of Bull, then it must be her heart that championed him. What reason would not do, love had accomplished. She flushed at the thought and tried to put it aside, for it was impossible. It could not be that she, Diana Henders, could love an outlaw and a criminal. No, she must put Bull out of her mind forever, and with this resolve mingling with her tears, she fell asleep. End of chapter 16. Chapter 11 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. Ride him, cowboy. Lillian Mannell awoke early and viewed the brilliant light of the new day through the patio windows of her room. The outer windows were securely shuttered against Indians. She stretched languorously and turned over for another nap, but suddenly she changed her mind, threw off the covers, and arose. It was a hideously early hour for Lillian Mannell to arise, but she had recalled that there was to be a riding lesson after breakfast, and Diana had explained to her that the breakfast hour was an early one. Dressing, she selected a tailored walking suit. She would change into her riding habit after breakfast, for she wanted to stroll about the yard a bit before breakfast, and she knew that this new walking suit was extremely fetching. A few minutes later, as she stepped into the yard, she saw signs of activity in the direction of the horse corrals, and thither she bent her steps. Texas Pete, who was helping the chore boy with the morning feeding, saw her coming and looked for an avenue of escape, being in no sense a ladies' man and fully aware of the fact, but he was too late. There was no avenue left, Lillian Mannell being already between him and the bunkhouse. So he applied himself vigorously to the pitchfork he was wielding and pretended not to see her, a pretense that made no impression whatever upon Lillian Mannell. She paused outside the bars and looked in. "Good morning," she said. Texas Pete pretended that he had not heard. "Good morning," she repeated in a louder voice. "Mornin'," replied Pete, pulling at the brim of his hat and immediately resuming the fork. He wished she would move on. The horses were fed, and there was no other excuse for him to remain in the corral, but in order to reach the bunkhouse he must pass directly by this disconcerting person. Diana he did not mind. He was used to Diana, and aside from the fact that he was madly in love with her, she caused him little embarrassment or concern, except upon those few occasions when he had attempted to maintain an extended conversation with her. Dr. Johnson would have found nothing in Pete's conversational attainments to have aroused his envy. Pete continued feeding the horses. He fed them twice as much as they could eat in a day, notwithstanding the fact that he knew perfectly well that they were to be fed again that evening, but finally he realized that he could defer the embarrassing moment no longer, and that the girl had not left. He stuck the fork viciously into the haystack and crossed the corral. He tried to appear unconcerned and to pass her by without looking at her, but in both he failed. First, because he was very much concerned, and second, because she placed herself directly in his path and smiled sweetly at him. "I don't believe I had the pleasure of meeting you last night," she said. "I'm Miss Mannell, Miss Henders' cousin." "Yes'm," said Pete. "And I suppose you are one of the cow gentlemen," she added. Pete turned suddenly and violently purple. A choking sound issued from his throat, but quickly he gained control of himself. Something in that remark of hers removed instantly all of Texas Pete's embarrassment. He found himself at once upon an even footing with her. "No'm," he said. "I ain't one of the cow gentlemen. I'm only a tendershoe." "I'm sure you don't look it," she told him, "with those leather trousers with the fleece on. But you ride, don't you?" she added quickly. "I ain't learned yet," he assured her. "Oh, isn't that too bad? I thought of course you were a wonderful equestrian, and I was going to ask you to teach me to ride. But you'd better come along after breakfast, and we'll get Mr. Colby to teach us both." "I reckon he wouldn't like it," explained Pete. "You see, I'm in his afternoon riding class. He don't take nothing but ladies in the morning." "Oh, does he teach riding regularly?" "My, yes, that's what he's here for. He's learning us all to ride so's we can go out on hosses and catch the cows 'stead of having to hoof it." "I thought he was foreman," she said. "Yes'm, but that's one of his jobs, larnin' cow gentlemen to ride." "How interesting! I've learned so much already, and I've only been in Arizona since day before yesterday. Mr. Bull was so kind and patient, answering all my silly little questions." "I reckon Bull could answer most any question," he told her. "Yes, indeed, but then he's been here in Arizona so long, and had so much to do with the development of the country. Why, do you know he planted all the willows along that funny little river we followed for so long yesterday? Miles and miles of 'em." "Did he tell you that?" inquired Texas Pete. "Yes, isn't it wonderful? I think it shows such an artistic temperament." "There's more to Bull than I ever suspected," murmured Texas Pete reverently. A sudden, clamorous, metallic din shattered the quiet of the cool Arizona morning. The girl gave a little scream and sprang for Texas Pete, throwing both arms about his neck. "Oh, oh!" she cried. "What is it? Indians?" "No'm," said Pete, striving to disengage himself, for he saw the malevolent eyes of several unholy cow gentlemen gloating upon the scene from the doorway of the bunkhouse. "No'm, that ain't Injuns. That's the breakfast bell." "How silly of me!" she explained. "Now I suppose I must be going. I'm so glad to have met you, Mr. My name's Texas Pete. Mr. Pete, and I do hope you learn to ride quickly. I'm sure we could have some lovely excursions picnicking among the beautiful hills. Oh, wouldn't it be divine, just you and I, Mr. Pete?" And she let her great lovely eyes hang for a moment on his in a fashion that had turned more sophisticated heads than Texas Pete's. When she had gone, and Pete was making his way toward the cookhouse, he ran his fingers through his shock of hair. "By gollies," he muttered, "the outside of her head's all right, anyway." As he entered the cookhouse, Shorty seized him and threw both arms about his neck. "Kiss me, darlin'," he cried. "I ain't had a single kiss before breakfast." "Shut up, you long-legged walrus," replied Pete, grinning as he shoved the other aside. He ate in silence, despite the jibes of his companions, who quickly desisted, realizing the futility of attempting to arouse Texas Pete's ire by raillery. He was quick enough of temper, and quicker still with his guns when occasion warranted, but no one could arouse his anger so long as their thrusts were shod with fun. "Looky here, cook," he called promptly to that individual. "You're the best edicated bloke of this bunch of longhorns. What's equestrian?" "Something you put soup in," replied the cook. Texas Pete scratched his head. "I thought all along that I didn't like her," he muttered, "and now I knows it." Diana Henders greeted her guests with a cheery smile and a word of welcome as they entered the dining room for breakfast. "I hope you slept well," she said. "Oh, I did!" exclaimed Lillian Mantle. "I never knew a thing from the time my head touched the pillow until broad daylight this morning. I had a perfectly wonderful night." "I didn't," said Corson, and Diana noticed then that he looked tired and haggard. "What happened last night?" he asked. "Why, nothing that I know of," replied Diana. "Why do you ask?" "Have you seen any of your men this morning, or any of the neighbors?" he continued. "I have seen a couple of the men to talk with. We have no neighbors." "How many women are there on the place?" he went on. "Just Lillian and I." "Well, something terrible happened last night," said Corson. "I never spent such a hideous night in my life. It's funny you didn't hear it." "Hear what?" asked Diana. "That woman. My God, I can hear her screams yet." "Oh, Morris, what do you mean?" cried Miss Mannel. "It was about midnight," he explained. "I had been rather restless, just dozing a little, when all of a sudden the dogs commenced to bark, and then a woman screamed. It was the most awful, long-drawn, agonized wail I ever heard. Someone must have been torturing her. I'll bet the Indians were out last night, and the first thing you know you'll hear about a terrible massacre. Well, it stopped all of a sudden, and pretty soon the dogs commenced to yap again. There must have been 50 of 'em. And then that woman shrieked again. I'll hear that to my dying day. I don't think you ought to let any of the men go away today until you find out just what happened last night. The Indians may just be waiting for 'em to go, and then they'll rush down on us and kill us all." A faint smile had slowly curved Diana's lips and brought little wrinkles to the corner of her eyes. "What are you smiling about, Miss Henders?" demanded Corson. "If you'd have heard that woman, you wouldn't feel like smiling, not for a long time." "That wasn't a woman you heard, Mr. Corson. Those were coyotes." He looked at her blankly. "Are you sure?" he asked presently. "Of course I'm sure," she told him. Corson breathed a sigh of relief. "I'd like to believe it," he said. "I'd sleep better tonight." "Well, you can believe it, for that is what you heard." "I'd hate to be caught out after dark by 'em," he said. "A pack of 50 or 100 such as there was last night would tear a fellow to pieces in no time." "They are perfectly harmless," Diana assured him, "and the chances are that there were no more than 2 or 3 of them, possibly only one." "I guess I heard 'em," he insisted. "They have a way of sounding like a whole lot more than they really are." He shook his head. "I guess I know what I heard." "I'll have to show that cook of yours how to make coffee," remarked Corson a few minutes later. Diana flushed. "I suppose we don't get the best coffee out here," she said, "but we are accustomed to it and learned to like it first rate. I think Wang does the best he can with what he has to do with." "Well, it won't hurt him any to learn how to make coffee," said Corson. "He has been with us a great many years and is very faithful. I think he would be terribly hurt if a stranger criticized his coffee," said Diana. "Morris is very particular about his food," said Miss Mannel. "It is really an education to hear him order a dinner at Delmonico's. And the way he does flay the waiters if everything isn't just so. I always get such a thrill. You can see people at the nearby tables listening to him and whispering to one another." "I can imagine," said Diana, sweetly, but she did not say just what she could imagine. Corson swelled visibly. "Call the Chink in, Miss Henders," he said, "and I'll give him a lesson now. You might learn something yourself. Way out here, so far from New York, you don't get much chance, of course. There's really nothing quite like the refining influences of the East to take the rough edges off of people." "I think I prefer to speak to Wang privately and in person, if I find it necessary," said Diana. "Well, just so I get some decent coffee hereafter," said Corson, magnanimously. Lillian Mannel, having finished her breakfast, rose from the table. "I'm going to put on my riding habit now, Morris," she said. "Go out and tell Mr. Colby to wait for me." Diana Henders bit her lip, but said nothing as Corson rose and walked toward the door. He was garbed in a New York tailor's idea of the latest English riding mode, and again Diana bit her lip, but not in anger. Corson, setting his hat jauntily over one eye, stalked into the open and down toward the corrals where the men were saddling up for the day's work. He lighted a big black cigar and puffed contentedly. As he hove in sight, work in the corral ceased spontaneously. "My God," moaned Texas Pete. "Who left the bars down?" inquired Idaho. "Shut up," cautioned Colby. "That fellow's likely to be boss around here." "He won't never boss me," said Shorty. "Not with that funny hat on. I wonder could I crease it?" And he reached for his gun. "Don't get funny, Shorty. They're friends of Miss Henders," whispered Colby. "It'd only make her feel bad." He could not have hit upon a stronger appeal to these men. Shorty lowered his hand from the butt of his gun, and almost at once work was resumed. When Corson joined them, he could not have guessed that he was the object either of ridicule or pity, though he was of both. "Say, Colby," he said, "saddle up a couple of safe horses for Miss Mannel and me, and wait around until she comes out. I want you to give her a few lessons in riding." "Did Miss Henders say it would be all right?" he asked. "You know the work is pretty well laid out, and we ain't got none too many hands." "Oh, that's all right, my man," Corson assured him. "You'll be safe to do anything that I say. I'm handling Miss Mannel's interests and looking after everything in general until the estate is closed. Just trot along and saddle up a couple of horses, and see to it that they're gentle. I haven't ridden for a number of years, although I was pretty good at it when I was a boy." Hal Colby eyed Mr. Morris B. Corson for a long minute. What was transpiring in his mind it would have been difficult to guess from the expression on his face, though what should have been going on within the convolution of his brain the other men knew full well, and so they lolled around, their faces immobile, waiting for the fun to begin. But they were doomed to disappointment, for there was no gunplay. Colby, they thought, might have at least made the dude dance. Instead, he turned away without a word to Corson, gave some final directions for the day's work, swung into the saddle, and rode toward the office, utterly ignoring the Easterner's instructions. Corson flushed angrily. "Here, you, one of you men," he snapped, turning toward the punchers, most of whom had already mounted their ponies. "I want 2 horses saddled immediately, one for Miss Mannel and one for me." Silently, ignoring him as completely as though he had not existed, the riders filed out of the corral past him. At a little distance they drew rein, waiting for Colby. "I've saw gall before," remarked Texas Pete in an undertone, "but that there dude Tenderfoot's got more'n a brass monkey." "If you don't corral that jaw of his pronto," growled Shorty, "I ain't a-going to be responsible for what happens. I can't hold myself much longer." "I wouldn't have took what Colby did," said Idaho. "Some blokes'll take a lot to hold their jobs," said Shorty. "They can have mine right now," stated Texas Pete, "if I got to take that dude's lip." "Here comes the boss now," said Idaho. "She'll settle things, dern her pretty little hide," he added affectionately. Diana had stopped just below the house to listen to Colby, whom the men could see was talking earnestly to her. "Look here, Di," he was saying, "I want to know if I got to take orders from that tin-horn lawyer feller. Is he boss around these diggins, or is you?" "Why, I supposed I was, Hal," she replied, "though I must admit that there appears to be a suspicion of doubt on the subject in Mr. Corson's mind. What has he said to you?" Colby told her, repeating Corson's words as nearly as he could, and the girl could not suppress a laugh. "Oh, I reckon it's funny, all right," he said, testily, "but I don't see the joke. Having a paper-collared, cracker-fed dude like that and calling me 'my man' and ordering me to saddle up a hoss for him right in front of all the boys. 'Trot along,' he says, 'and saddle up a couple of hosses, and see to it that they're plumb gentle.' My God, Di, you don't expect me to take that sort of jaw, do you?" Diana, by this time, was frankly in tears from laughter, and finally Colby himself was unable to longer repress a smile. "Don't mind him, Hal," she said finally. "He is just one of those arrogant, conceited provincial New Yorkers. They're mighty narrow and disagreeable, but we've got to put up with him for a short time, and we might as well make the best of it. Go and ask Willie to saddle up 2 horses for them, and be sure that the one for Miss Mannel is plumb gentle." She accompanied her last instructions with the faintest trace of a wink. Colby wheeled his pony and loped off to the corral, where he imparted the boss's orders to the chore boy, Willie, lank, raw-boned, and pimply. Willie, who always thought of himself as Wild Bill, swaggered off to catch up the 2 ponies, grinning inwardly as he roped a gimlet for Mr. Morris B. Corson. Corson, seeing Diana approaching, had gone to meet her. He was still red and angry. "Look here, Miss Henders," he exclaimed. "You've got to tell these fellows who I am. I asked them to saddle up a couple of horses, and they absolutely ignored me. You tell them that when I give orders, they are to be obeyed." "I think it will be less confusing if the orders come from me, Mr. Corson," she replied. "It is never well to have too many bosses, and then, you see, these men are peculiar. They are unlike the sort of men you have apparently been accustomed to dealing with. You cannot talk to them as you would to a Delmonico waiter, unless you are tired of life, Mr. Corson. They are accustomed to me, we are friends, and they will take orders from me without question. So I think that it will be better all around if you will explain your wants to me in the future. Colby told me what you wanted just now, and the horses are being saddled." He started to speak, and then, evidently reconsidering, caught himself with a palpable effort. "Very well," he said presently. "We'll let it pass this time." Together they walked toward the corral, where Willie was saddling a quiet old horse for Miss Mannel. Beside him stood Gimlet, with drooping head and dejected mien. "Which one is for me, sonny?" demanded Corson. Wild Bill glanced up in sullen scorn, eyed Mr. Corson for a brief moment, and then jerked a soiled thumb in the direction of Gimlet. "What, that old crowbait?" exclaimed the New Yorker. "You said you wanted a gentle hoss," explained Colby, lolling in his saddle near by, "and Gimlet won't pitch." "I don't want to ride a skate," growled Corson. "When I'm on a horse I want to know I'm on something." "You'll know you're on Gimlet," Colby assured him sweetly. "He ain't so dumb as he looks. Just stick your spurs into him, and he'll act quite lively." "All right," said Corson glumly. "Tell him to hurry. I see Miss Mannel coming now." There were others who saw her coming, too. Texas Pete was only one of them. "By golly," he exclaimed, "look what's got loose!" Lillian Mannel was approaching jauntily, clothed in a black riding habit, with a long voluminous skirt, a man's collar and tie, and a black silk hat with a flowing veil wound round it. Shorty eyed her for a long minute. Then he let his gaze wander to Mr. Corson. "It wouldn't never be safe for me to go to New York," he confided to Idaho. "I'd sure laugh myself to death." By the time Miss Mannel joined the group, the 2 horses were saddled, and Willie had led them out of the corral. "Mercy!" exclaimed Miss Mannel. "Haven't you a side saddle? I could never ride one of those horrid things." "I'm sorry," said Diana, "but we haven't one. I doubt if there's a side saddle in the county. I think you can work it, though, if you will put your leg around the horn. Next time I'll fix you up with a skirt like mine, and then you can ride astride." "Are you sure the horse is perfectly safe?" inquired Lillian. "I'll have to have a few lessons before I can ride one of those bouncing ones. Oh, Mr. Colby, good morning. Here I am, all ready for my first lesson." Her eyes took in the punchers grouped a few yards away. "I see you are going to have quite a class this morning. Mr. Pete told me, though, that you taught the cow gentlemen in the afternoon." Colby shot a quick glance at Pete, who had just been overcome by a violent fit of coughing, and, knowing Texas Pete as he did, grasped the situation at once. "Oh, I had to give up the afternoon class," he told her, "after I found they was a few like Mr. Pete who wouldn't never learn to ride." "Isn't that too bad?" she said politely. Then she turned toward Corson. "I think you'd better try it first, Morris. I'll watch how you do it." "All right," said he. "It's been a long time since I've ridden, but I guess it'll come back to me quick enough. I might be able to give you a few pointers at that." He walked up to Gimlet's off side and took hold of the saddle horn, neglecting the reins, which Willie still held. Gimlet eyed him sadly. When he essayed to place a foot in the stirrup, the pony sidestepped rapidly in the opposite direction. "You'd better mount from the other side, Mr. Corson," advised Diana. "These horses are not broken to work with from the off side." "I knew all along he was a damn Injun," remarked Idaho. "And you better take the reins. You may need 'em," supplemented Willie, who, at bottom, had a kind heart and shrank from bloodshed. Corson walked to the near side of Gimlet, gathered the reins loosely in his right hand, stuck a foot into the stirrup, took hold of the horn with both hands, and pulled himself laboriously into the saddle. Gimlet stood quietly. "Get up," said Mr. Corson, but Gimlet moved not. "Throw the hooks into him," shouted Willie gleefully. "Why don't the old skate go?" demanded Corson, shaking the reins. "Use your spurs," called one of the cowboys. "That's what you bought 'em for, ain't it?" Mr. Corson used his spurs. The result was electrical, galvanizing Gimlet into instant and surprising action which glowingly elucidated the derivation of his name. He wheeled dizzily round and round upon the same spot, and with lightning rapidity. Mr. Corson's funny hat flew off. He clawed at the horn in intervals that he was not clawing at the loose reins in a mad effort to gather them. Then Gimlet bolted. He ran for some 100 yards, stopped, and commenced wheeling again. Mr. Corson lost a stirrup. Then he let go both reins and seized the horn with 2 hands. "Stop him!" he yelled. "Stop him! Whoa! Whoa!"
"Rip him open!" shrieked Willie. "Spur him in the eyes!" "Ride him, cowboy!" yelled Idaho. Again Gimlet bolted, and this time Mr. Corson commenced to slip dangerously to one side. 100-yard sprint back to where he had started, and Gimlet paused to wheel once more. It was the end. Mr. Corson spun off, alighting on his back. He rolled over with surprising agility, and on hands and knees crawled rapidly away from this man-eater that he was sure was pursuing him. But Gimlet was only standing dejectedly, with drooping ears. Corson came to his feet. The men about him, rough fellows with none of the finer sensibilities of New Yorkers, were laughing rudely. "It was a put-up job," he spluttered. "It was a put-up job. You'll suffer for this, Colby. You told me that animal was gentle." "I told you he wouldn't pitch, mister," snapped Colby, "and he didn't pitch." Miss Mannel had started back toward the house. "I think I'll not ride this morning," she said. End of chapter 11.
Chapter 17 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17 The Black Coyote. With the coming of morning, Diana Henders' mind had, to some extent at least, emerged from the chaos of conflicting emotions that had obstructed reasonable consideration of her plans for the immediate future. It had been her intention to ride forthwith to Hendersville and confront Corson and Lillian with the proofs of their perfidy, but now saner reflection counseled more rational procedure. The law now was all upon her side. The proofs were all in her hands. It was beyond their power to harm her. She would continue in the even tenor of her ways, directing the affairs of the ranch and mine as though they did not exist. When they made a move, she would be prepared to meet it. She spent an hour before breakfast in the office writing diligently, and then she sent for Texas Pete. When he arrived, she handed him an envelope. "Take this to Aldea, Pete," she said, "and mail it on the first eastbound train. I can't trust to the stage. It is held up too often. And, Pete, I am sending you because I know that I can trust you to get to Aldea as quickly as you can without letting anything interfere. It means a great deal to me, Pete." "I'll get it there," said Texas Pete, and she knew that he would. 10 minutes later, she glanced through the doorway of the kitchen, where she was talking with Wong, and saw a cloud of dust streaking swiftly northward towards Hell's Bend Pass, across country in an airline. Roads and trails were not for such as Texas Pete when speed was paramount. The day, occupied by the normal duties of the ranch, passed without unusual incident. There was no word from Corson. The next day came, brought Texas Pete back from Aldea, and went its way with the infinite procession of other yesterdays, and still no word from Corson. By this time Diana was about convinced that the New Yorker, appreciating what the theft of his letter must mean to him, had abandoned his scheme, and that doubtless the stage had arrived in Hendersville today and would carry him and his accomplice back to Aldea in an eastbound train. Her mind was occupied with such satisfactory imaginings that morning when the office doorway was darkened by the figure of a man. Looking up, she saw Gum Smith standing with hat in hand. "Mornin', miss," he greeted her. Diana nodded, wondering what Gum Smith could be doing on the Bar Y, a place where he had always been notoriously unwelcome. "I've come on a most unpleasant duty, miss," he explained. "As sheriff of this yere county, it's my duty to serve you all with notice to vacate this property by noon tomorrow, as the rightful and lawful owners wishes to occupy same." "You mean Mr. Corson and Miss Mannel?" inquired Diana, sweetly. "Yes, miss, and they hopes they won't be no trouble. They's willin' to do the right thing by yo if yo moves off peaceable like and pronto." "Would you mind taking a note to Mr. Corson for me?" she asked. "I think I can convince him that he is making a mistake." Gum Smith would be glad to accommodate her. He said so, but he also advised her, as a friend of her father, to make preparations for an early departure, since Mr. Corson's patience was exhausted, and he had determined to take drastic action to possess himself of the ranch as Miss Mannel's agent. When Mr. Morris B. Corson read that note an hour later, he swore in a most unseemly manner. He did not divulge its contents to the Wainrights, but he went into executive session with Gum Smith and Hal Colby, from which he did not emerge for an hour. A short time later, the sheriff, accompanied by a dozen deputies, rode out of Hendersville, and some time thereafter, Corson, Lillian Mannel, and the Wainrights drove off in the latter's buckboard, which Diana had sent in to them the morning after their hasty departure from the Bar Y. The ranch was deserted that afternoon, except for a couple of laborers, the white cook at the cookhouse and Wong at the residence. Texas Pete and his vaqueros were spread over a vast principality occupied with the various duties of their calling. Idaho had been left at home, in accordance with time-honored custom, to act as bodyguard for Diana should she wish to ride abroad, which she had wished to do, and they were both off to the southeast somewhere, in the direction of the Johnson ranch. It was a lazy afternoon. The air vibrated with heat, but in one corner of the kitchen, far from the stove, which was now out, there was a cool corner, or rather one less like inferno. Here stood a long table that had once graced the dining room, and upon it, at full length, supine, lay Wong, asleep, his long pipe with its tiny brass bowl still clutched in one depending hand. He was aroused by the sound of voices in the front of the house. He opened his eyes, sat up, and listened. There was a woman's voice among those of men, but it was not the voice of Mlissy Dlai. Wang arose and walked toward the office. He stopped where he could observe the interior without being observed. His slanting oriental eyes narrowed at what he saw. There were Corson and Miss Mannel, the two Wainrights and Gumsmith. Corson was going through Elias Henders' desk as though it belonged to him. Presently, after having examined many papers, he evidently found what he wanted, for there was a look of relief upon his face as he stuffed them into an inside pocket of his coat after a superficial glance. The elder Wainwright was continually glancing out the doorway with an air of extreme nervousness. "You think it's perfectly safe, Sheriff?" he demanded. "Of course it is, Wainwright," snapped Corson. "We've got the law on our side, I tell you, and enough men out there to back it up. As soon as her men find we mean business, they won't bother us as long as she isn't here to egg them on, and most of them would just as soon work for us anyway when they find Colby is coming back as foreman. A lot of them are his friends." "I don't see why Colby didn't come along with us now," grumbled Wainwright. "He wanted to wait until we were settled in our ownership, and then we could hire whom we pleased as foreman," said Corson. "I see how he feels about it, and it will help to make him stronger with the men and with the neighbors if he hasn't taken any part in the eviction. It'll be better for us in the long run, for we are going to need all the friends we can get in the county." "I'm afraid we are," agreed Wainwright. "I hope you will fire that Texas Pete and the ones they call Shorty in Idaho the very first thing you do. I don't like 'em." "That's about the first thing I intend doing just as soon as they get in," replied Corson. "Just now we better look up that damned insolent Chink and tell him how many are going to be here for dinner or supper or whatever they call it out here." Wang tiptoed silently and swiftly to the kitchen, where Lillian Mannel found him a moment later and imparted her orders to him. An hour later, Texas Pete rode into the ranch yard with his men. He was met at the corrals by a fellow he recognized as an habitué of Gum's place, one Ward by name. "Evenin'," said Ward. "Evenin'," said Texas Pete. "What in hell are you doing here, Ward?" "They wants you, Shorty, and Idaho up at the office." "Who wants us?" "Miss Henders and the people she's sold out to." "Sold out, hell!" exclaimed Pete. "Go on up and ask 'em." "I sure will. Come on, Shorty. Idaho must be around the bunkhouse somewheres." The two men started for the office. At the bunkhouse they looked for Idaho, but he was not there, so they went on without him. As they approached the house, they saw three men lolling on the veranda outside the office door. They were not Bar Y men. Inside they saw Corson sitting at the desk. He motioned them to enter. "Come in, boys," he said pleasantly. As they entered, the three men behind them rose and drew their 6 guns, and at the same instant 3 others just within the office covered them with theirs. "Put 'em up," they were advised, and Texas Pete and Shorty, being men of discretion, put them up. While they had them up, one of the gentlemen in their rear relieved them of their weapons. "Now look here, boys," said Corson, not unpleasantly. "We have no quarrel with you, and we don't want any, but you're rather quick with your guns, and we took this means of ensuring an amicable interview. Mr. Wainwright, Miss Mannel, and I are now owners of the Bar Y Ranch. Miss Henders, realizing that she had no claim, has vacated the premises and turned them over to us. We shall not need your services any longer. We shall give you a month's wages and escort you as far as town, where your weapons will be turned over to you. But I want to warn you that you are not to return to the Bar Y. If you do, I shall see that the law takes its full course with you." "Where's Miss Henders?" demanded Texas Pete. "She has left the ranch," replied Corson. "I do not know her exact plans, but I think she went directly to Aldea to take the train for the east." "I don't know her exact plans neither," said Texas Pete, "but I know you are a damn liar. You got the drop on me and Shorty, and we goes to town as you says, but if the rest that you've told us ain't straight, we coming back again. And when we do, it's going to be gosh almighty unpleasant for dudes in these parts. Savvy?" "If you show your faces around here again, you'll be shot on sight," said Corson. "We've got the men and the money to run this ranch as we see fit, and we mean business. The old disgraceful lawless days are about over in this county, and there won't be any place for bad men like you two." "No, Pete," said Shorty. "We're dead for. Our time's up. There ain't no more place for us in a jackrabbit. We're going to have a new brand of bad men now, the kind they raise in New York that wears funny pants and robs orphans." "Take 'em to town, boys," said Corson, addressing his own men. "And then come back here. You've all got jobs here on the Bar Y, and one of the first duties you have is to shoot bad men on sight if they show up around the ranch." Texas Pete and Shorty turned and walked out with their escort, and shortly after, still under guard, were loping away in the direction of Hendersville. The stage came down the pass with a load of passengers that day, and among them was a lawyer from Aldea imported by Corson and Wainwright to draw up the papers that would make 1/3 of the Bar Y property Wainwright's and place $125,000 in the hands of Corson and Lillian Mannel. At the mine road it stopped and took on the messenger with the bullion. Then, to the crack of Bill Gatlin's whip, it lurched onward toward the gap. Bill was discoursing to a tenderfoot who had remarked on the dry appearance of the country that he had seen, stretching as far away as the eye could reach from the summit of the pass. "I should hate to be caught out there alone," said the young man. "I'm afraid I'd starve to death." "Why, that wouldn't be nothing," observed Bill. "That wouldn't be nothing at all. Why, back in the 70s when I was riding for the Lazy H outfit in Montana, I was chasing a critter one day when my pony stepped in a badger hole, and after turning 3 complete somersaults, lights plumb on his feet and starts off across country scared stiff, which would have been all right if it hadn't been that the last somersault chucked me clean out in the saddle, and by cracky, it was just my dern luck that my foot caught in the stirrup, and that ornery critter up and drags me. He was so skeert that he never much more'n slowed up for 3 days. Yes, sir, he drug me for 3 days and nights, and all I had to eat was when he drug me through a strawberry patch, and all I had to drink was when he drug me through a river. No, sir, after that it wouldn't seem bad at all to be left out nowheres in no country." The tenderfoot looked at Bill with deep and reverent awe, but he said nothing. The stage bumped over the uneven road, lurching drunkenly around curves. A masked man waited silently behind the boulders at the south end of the gap. He appeared nervous, turning often to glance back into the chaparral from which he had emerged a few moments before. "I wonder where in hell Gregorio is," he muttered, half aloud. "He told me last night that he would be here before me." The stage drew nearer. Bill Gatlin reined his team to a walk at the first deep chuck hole at the entrance to the gap. The horses moved slowly, picking their way and sometimes stumbling in the deep, dust-filled cavities that made this short stretch of scarce 50 yards the most notorious piece of road within 100 miles. The lone highwayman could wait no longer for his accomplice. He must essay the thing alone. He stepped forward to intercept the slow-moving stage, and as he did so a noise behind him attracted his attention, and a single backward glance revealed to him a masked man and the familiar habiliments of Gregorio. He breathed a quick sigh of relief, motioned to his accomplice to hurry, and moved forward with the second man now close at his heels. Bill Gatlin and the messenger were not surprised when the two men stepped into the middle of the gap and held them up. They would not have been surprised under ordinary circumstances, but today they had been forewarned that there would doubtless be an attempted hold-up on account of the unusually valuable gold shipment, which was being used as a lure to trap the Black Coyote. And they had been warned to offer no resistance, since Hal Colby had agreed to take the notorious robber if the matter was left entirely in his hands without any interference whatsoever. All of which pleased Bill Gatlin and the messenger immensely, since it relieved them both of most of the danger and all the responsibility. Not only did Bill Gatlin show no surprise at the appearance of the two masked figures, but, as a matter of fact, he was already stopping his team as they appeared, and had his hands in the air almost as soon as the command left the lips of the foremost of them. As usual, the Mexican kept the driver and the messenger covered, while the Black Coyote approached the stage to obtain the gold, but this time the second robber followed his principal more closely than had formerly been his custom. The Coyote menaced the passengers with his weapons, seeing that they kept their hands elevated, and then with Gregorio on the watch behind him, he slipped both his guns back into their holsters and reached up to take the bags of gold away from the messenger. He had placed one foot on the hub of the front wheel to raise himself to a height that would enable him to reach the precious pouches when his confederate stepped quickly toward him, shoved the muzzles of his guns into the Black Coyote's back, and ordered him to put up his hands. "Step down and put 'em up," he said. "You're through." "Dern my hide!" exclaimed Bill Gatlin. "Hal's pretty cute. I thought he was Gregorio all the time. He's got Bull to rights this time." The Black Coyote stepped back from the stage with a growl. "You dirty greaser, you!" he cried. "I'll get you for this yet, Gregorio." The latter nodded to the messenger. "Get down and get his guns," he said, and when the man had done so, "Now, yank off his mask." The messenger jerked the black silk handkerchief from the face of the Black Coyote with a single quick movement, and then stepped back suddenly, his eyes wide with surprise. "Colby!" he ejaculated. Bill Gatlin almost swallowed his quid of tobacco. "Well, I'll be hornswaggled," he exclaimed, and then to the second robber. "And you was Gregorio all the time, and I mistook you for Colby. The joke sure is on me, and the drinks too." "They are," agreed the second robber. He shoved one of his guns into its holster and removed his own mask. "Well, now I will be hornswoggled," murmured Bill Gatlin, "if it ain't Bull." "Keep him covered," said Bull to the messenger, "while I get our horses." Colby glared sullenly at Bull as the latter walked back up the road to get the horses, but he said nothing. He was still half dazed from the surprise of seeing Bull disguised as Gregorio, for even to the latter's guns Bull wore the entire outfit of the Mexican. And when Bull returned, riding Gregorio's and leading Colby's animal, the Black Coyote eyed him as though he still doubted his identity. Bull drew rein beside him and nodded toward Colby's horse. "Climb aboard," he said. Colby mounted, and Bull tossed the noose of his riata around the prisoner's neck, drawing up the slack until the Honda touched the collar of the man's shirt. "Pull your freight, Colby," said Bull, and the two started off down the road toward Hendersville. A moment later the stage passed them. "Want me to stay along with you in case you need any help?" called Bill Gatlin. "I won't want no help," said Bull. As the stage drew away from them, concealing itself in its own dust, a swarthy rider galloped up to Bull and Colby, reining in a blaze-faced chestnut beside them. It was Gregorio. Colby glared at the Mexican. You, he shouted. "Shut up, Colby," Bull interrupted him. "You got what was coming to you. It'll learn you not to ditch a pal." Gregorio had dismounted and was stripping off his outer garments, and Bull followed his example. As they exchanged clothing and horses, they joked together over the day's work, which they considered good. Gregorio swung himself into his saddle first. "Adios, Señor Bull," he cried, with a wave of his hand. "Perhaps in a few days Gregorio comes out of the hills, eh?" "I'll fix that up when I get through with this business, Gregorio," replied the American. "In the meantime, just lay low." "And I will work with you for the Barway Rancho?" inquired the Mexican. If I do, Gregorio, so long. Adios, senor. And Gregorio wheeled his pony back toward the hills. That greaser's whiter'n some white men, said Bull. When he trotted into Hendersville a few minutes behind the stage, he found that already the news had spread, and a crowd, gathered about the stage in front of the Donovan house, surrounded him and his prisoner. "Durn his hide!" exclaimed one who had been foremost among the posse that had ridden forth to hang Bull only a short time before. "I knew right along 'twarn't Bull. I allus said there was something shady about that there Colby feller." Bull had but just drawn rein when Texas Pete and Shorty rode up, safely delivered in town by their escort, and having reclaimed their guns, which had been emptied of cartridges and dropped in the road at the edge of town, while the escort galloped quickly out of range toward the Bar Y. Texas Pete had no time for questions. His quick eyes took in the scene at a glance, and possibly he guessed the explanation, or caught it from the comments of the crowd. But another and more important matter occupied his thoughts as he forced his pony to Bull's side. "Have you saw anything of Miss Di?" he asked. "Is she here in town?" "I don't know. Why?" "She ain't on the Bar Y. Corson said she's sold out and left for Aldea," replied Texas Pete. "Corson's a liar," snapped Bull. He turned toward the veranda of the Donovan house, where he espied the proprietress. "Mrs. Donovan," he called to her, "is Miss Henders in town?" "She is not, Bull," replied Mary Donovan. Bull turned his eyes toward the crowd until they alighted upon a man he knew who bore a decent reputation, one who was not affiliated with Gum Smith or his gang. "Thompson," he called, "you take Colby and keep him till I get back. Don't let Gum Smith get his hands on him, and shoot Colby if he makes any funny plays. Get down offen your horse, Colby. Take him, Thompson. Come on, boys." And with Texas Pete and Shorty at his pony's heels, he started on a run for the Bar Y. As they raced along, now neck and neck, Texas Pete jerked his head back in the general direction of Hendersville. "What was it all about?" he inquired. "I just runned up the Black Coyote," replied Bull. "Colby?" Bull nodded. "I've been suspicioning him," he said, "for a long time back, but I couldn't never call the turn on him. Then I runs into Gregorio while I'm hiding out up Coyote Canyon. Him and Colby been working together all along, but it seems lately the greasers found out that Colby's planning on double-crossing him and going south with all the swag. This was to be the last job, and Colby fixed it some way to have a big shipment of gold today, so Gregorio and me fixes it and swaps clothes and horses, and I takes the greaser's place. Colby never got onto it at all. He thinks I was the greaser plumb up to the minute I yanks off the mask." "I thought Gregorio didn't have no use for you, Bull," said Shorty. "I done him a good turn a spell back." That was all he said about the fight with the Apaches in Cottonwood Canyon, where he had risked his life to save the Mexicans. They rode on in silence for a while. The ranch buildings, nestling among their trees, were visible in the distance when Texas Pete called attention to a speck among the sagebrush far to the southeast. To an untrained eye it was scarcely appreciable. "There's a saddled cayuse," he said. "What fur is it doing out yonder?" Bull strained his eyes in the direction of the animal. "Looks like the yellow sorrel Idaho used to ride," he said. "Idaho was left home with Miss Di," said Pete. As one man the three reined toward the distant pony, and with loosened reins tore over the powdery earth, bounding in and out and over the brush like so many nimble-footed jackrabbits. Blazes, outdistancing the other ponies, reached the yellow sorrel first. Bull threw himself from his saddle and kneeled beside the prostrate form of a man, half hidden in the brush. It was Idaho. As Bull lifted his head, he opened his eyes. He looked at Bull in a bewildered way for a moment, the expression of his face denoting a concentrated effort to recall his mental faculties. Then Texas Pete and Shorty reined in beside him in a cloud of dust and profanity. "Where's the boss?" demanded Pete. "What you loafing out here for?" inquired Shorty. Slowly Idaho sat up, assisted by Bull. He looked at the reins looped about his wrist. He felt of his side and brought his hand away covered with blood. "I done the best I could," he said, "but they was too many of 'em." "Where's the boss, you ornery sidewinder?" yelled Texas Pete. "Who's them? What have they done with her?" "They was all masked," said Idaho. "I didn't know no more after they creased me. I don't know what they done with her. Help me aboard that cayuse, you bow-legged flannel mouth, and we'll pull our freight and find her, 'stead of sitting around here listening to your yap." Pete, who had dismounted, helped Idaho, almost tenderly, into the saddle. "You better beat it for town," he said. "You ain't much good, nohow, and with a 45 between your ribs you ain't no good whatsomever." "Shut up," Idaho admonished him. "If I was perforated like a salt cellar, I'd be worth two of you." He reeled a little in the saddle, but shook himself and straightened up. It was evident that he was weak from shock and loss of blood, and that he was suffering pain beside. "You better go back, Idaho," said Bull. "You ain't in no shape to ride at all, and I reckon we got some hard riding ahead of us." "Go back, you damn fool," said Texas Pete, who, under the cloak of rough and almost brutal badinage, had sought to hide his real concern for his friend's welfare. "Go chase yourselves," replied Idaho. "I'm going with you." They wasted no more time in argument, but started riding a wide circle, looking for the tracks of the abductors. They found sufficient evidence to convince them that there had been upward of a dozen horsemen concerned in the work, which corroborated Idaho's statement, and that approximately half of these had ridden directly in the direction of the Bar Y, while the others had taken a southerly route. It was the latter trail they elected to follow after Bull discovered upon it the imprint of an iron shoe, and as Captain, being tender in front, had recently had his 4 feet shod, it was safe to assume that they had taken Diana Henders this way. They rode fast, for dusk was already on them, and when, a short time later, it became too dark to distinguish the trail from the saddle, they were often compelled to stop and dismount, and upon several occasions strike matches to make sure that they were still on the right track. Their progress was, therefore, necessarily slow. Toward midnight they lost the trail completely. It was there they left Idaho, too weak from loss of blood to continue. End of chapter 17. Chapter 15 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Now, go. It was Wednesday again. 4 horses, sweat-streaked, toiled laboriously to drag the heavy coach up the north side of Hell's Bend Pass. It was a tough pull, even with a light load, one that really demanded 6 horses and would have had 6 in the old days, and today the load was light. There was but a single passenger. She sat on the driver's box with Bill Gatlin, with whom she was in earnest discussion. "I tell you, I don't believe he did it," she was saying. "I'll never believe that he did it, and I'm mighty glad that he got away." Gatlin shook his head. "There ain't no one got a better right to say that than you has, miss," he said, "for 'twas your gold as was stole, and your messenger as was shot up. But nevertheless, and howsomever, I've got my own private opinion, what I'm keeping to myself, that it was Bull all right as done it." "I'd just like to see this Black Coyote once," said the girl. "I'd know if it was Bull or not." "They ain't no chance today, miss," Gatlin told her. "They ain't no gold shipment today, unless I'm mighty mistook." "Don't he ever make a mistake?" asked the girl. "Never hain't yet, miss." Diana relapsed into silence, her thoughts reverting to her interview with the Kansas City attorney. He had not held out very roseate hopes. By means of litigation, long and expensive, she might, after a number of years, get a small portion of her father's share of the business. She had better take a cash settlement, if she could get one, he thought. $125,000 in the hand would be much better, in his opinion, than a long-drawn-out lawsuit that could be nothing better than an expensive gamble with the odds against her. "But I won't be robbed," she ejaculated beneath her breath. "How's that, miss?" inquired Bill Gatlin. "Was you speaking to me?" "I must have been thinking out loud," she said, smiling. "What a long pull this is, Bill." "We're nigh to the summit," he replied, pulling in his team to breathe them for a moment. On the shoulder of Wagon Mountain, overlooking the south stretch of Hell's Bend Pass road, 2 men sat their horses amidst a clump of chaparral that effectually hid them from the road, though they could see nearly its entire length from the summit to the gap at the bottom. Presently one of them spoke. "Here it comes," he said. He was a swarthy, powerfully built Mexican, somewhere in his 30s, Gregorio, the Bandit. His companion was adjusting a black silk handkerchief across his face in such a way as to entirely hide his features. There were 2 small holes cut in the handkerchief opposite its wearer's eyes, which, through them, were fixed upon the stage as it topped the pass and started downward upon its rapid and careening descent toward the Gap and Hendersville. "Come," said Gregorio, and wheeled his horse about. His companion's mount moved suddenly before the handkerchief was finally adjusted, and as the man reached for his reins, the thing fell away from his face, revealing it. It was Bull. A second attempt was more successful, and then the men rode down the sheer mountainside, keeping just below the crest upon the south side and hidden from the view of the driver and the passenger upon the stage. Their horses moved with extreme care and without haste, for the way was precarious, occasionally requiring that the horses sit upon their haunches and slide for short distances until they found footing again further down. The riders seemed unperturbed either by the dangers of the descent or fear of being late at their rendezvous, suggesting habitude with the work in hand. In a dense growth of scrub just above the gap they tied their horses, continuing on foot. The stage lumbered downward, rocking from side to side. Diana held tight and said nothing. She had ridden with Bill Gatlin before, many times. He glanced at her out of the corner of an eye. "This ain't nothin'," he said, as though in answer to a remonstrance on her part. Diana knew what was coming. She had heard it many times. "No siree," continued Bill, "this ain't nothin'. Why, you orter been with me one night when I was on the Denver run in the old days, afore the railroads spoiled the country. The trails crossed plumb over the top of a mountain. 'Twarn't no road. 'Twarn't nothin' but a trail. I held the old stage plumb full and passengers a-hangin' on to the boot. It was pitch dark, the doggonest, darkest night I ever see. Couldn't see ary wheel horse. Only ways I knowed I had any horses was when their shoes struck fire on the stony parts of the road. Just afore we struck the top of the mountain, they was the worst cloudburst I ever did see. Them horses had to swim the last 100 rods to the top of that mountain, and the old stage was bobbing around so on the waves that 8 of the passengers got seasick. But that wa'n't nothin'. When we kim to the top, I found the road had been all washed away. There wa'n't no more road than a jackrabbit. But I was a-carryin' the mail, just like I be now, and I had to get through. It was a high mountain and tolerably steep, but not no trees. So I see there wa'n't only one thing to do, and that was to go down, road or no road. So right there on top of that mountain, I threw the leather into 'em and headed 'em for Denver, and down we goes faster'n ever I rid afore since. The wheelers a jumping to keep out of the way of the stage, and the leaders a jumping to keep out of the way of the wheelers. Well, sir, we was a going so fast that the first thing I knowed the friction had melted the nut off'n the nigh front wheel, and away went that wheel hell-bent for election down the mountain. But it couldn't keep up with the stage, and pretty soon it was left behind, but the stage was going so fast that it never missed that wheel at all. And pretty soon off came the off rear wheel, and that wheel couldn't keep up, though I see it was doing its best out in the corner of my eye. Well, sir, 'twa'n't long 'fore the t'other hind wheel come off, but we was going about twice as fast now as when the first wheel come off, and that old stage just skimmed along on one wheel a dinged sight smoother than it ever done on four. When we were about to the bottom, off come the last wheel, and then thinks I for sure we gotta quit, and we ain't to Denver yet. But we'd got so much momentum by this time that the last wheel didn't make no more difference than the others. Them horses just drug that stage out behind 'em like the comet does its tail, and on we went streaking down that mountain and 5 mile out onto the flat before the stage hit the ground, and then, of course, we had to stop. It was too bad. I tell you I felt plumb sore. I hadn't never been off schedule since I took the run. Then, all of a sudden, says one of the passengers, "Look back yonder, Bill," says he. "Look what's coming." And I looked, and there come them 4 wheels a-tearing across the flat straight for us. Well, to make a long story short, they peters out right beside the stage, and with the help of the passengers and some extra nuts, we got 'em back on where they belonged and pulled into Denver 2 hours ahead of time. But I tell you, miss, that was some ride. I'd hate to have to take it again. Why? Hands up! Put 'em up! The stage had slowed down for the rough road through the gap, when 2 men with muffled faces stepped before the leaders, covering the driver and his lone passenger with wicked-looking 6 guns. Diana Henders sat as one turned to stone, her eyes fixed upon the tall, fine figure of the leading highwayman. A little gust of wind moved the handkerchief that covered his face so that she saw, or she thought that she saw, a scar upon the square chin. She was not afraid. It was not fear, physical fear, that held her motionless. It was worse than that. It was the paralyzing terror of the heart and soul. Was it Bull? Could it be Bull? But, dear God, could she be mistaken in the familiar lines of that figure? Every movement, every gesture proclaimed the numbing truth. He had not spoken. She was glad of that, for she wanted something upon which to hang it out. The second man had given the brief commands. That he was Gregorio she had no doubt. "Throw down the mail pouch," he commanded, and Bill Gatlin threw it down. The taller man took it and went to the rear of the stage, out of sight. 5 minutes later Gregorio commanded them to drive on. That was all. The thing had not consumed 6 minutes, but in that brief time the structure of Diana's life had been shaken to its foundations. A new, a terrible truth had engulfed her. A truth that should have upborne her upon a wave of exaltation and happiness now dragged her down into the vortex of a whirlpool of self-loathing and misery. They rode on in silence for a few minutes, Bill Gatlin cracking his long whip above the ears of the leaders, galloping smoothly over a comparatively level road. "Doggone," he said presently. "It's getting too almighty regular to suit me, though I reckon as how I might get lonesome if I wasn't held up once in a while. But you had your wish, miss. You got to see the Black Coyote, all right. And now what do you think? Is it or isn't it Bull?" Diana Henders bit her lip. Of course it was not Bull, she said. "Looked powerful like him to me," said Gatlin. As they drew up in front of the Donovan house, the usual idlers came forth to learn what new element this, their sole link to civilization, had infused into their midst. They greeted Diana none the less cordially because she was the only passenger, and the stage had brought no new interest to Hendersville. "Held up again," announced Bill. "Some on you better go and tell Gum. He might want to deputize someone." Immediately the crowd was interested. They asked many questions. "There wa'n't much to it," said Bill Gatlin. "Being as how there wa'n't no gold, he took the mail. I reckon if you was looking for any letters, you won't get 'em." A man from the Bar Y spoke up. "That New York feller up to the ranch was looking for an important piece of mail," he said. "He sent me down special to get it." "Hey, what's this?" demanded another, peering into the interior of the coach. "Here's your mail bag, Bill, lying right in here." He dragged it out and exhibited to the others. "Is something wrong with it? It's been cut open," said another, pointing to a slit in the leather. Then the postmaster came up and rescued the sack. The crowd followed him to the general store in which the post office was conducted. Here the postmaster, assisted by the crowd, went through the contents of the sack. "Course I can't tell what's missing," he said, "only they ain't no registered letter for Mr. Corson." Diana Henders had gone immediately into the Donovan house as quickly as she could clamber from the stage after it had come to a stop, and Mary Donovan had taken her into the privacy of her sitting room for the cup of tea that Diana had been looking forward to for the past couple of hours. Here she told the motherly Irish woman the details of her trip to Kansas City and the quandary she was in as to what procedure to follow in her future dealings with Corson. "If I had anything to fight with, I'd fight," she exclaimed, "but I'm all alone. Even the law seems to be on their side, against justice." "Sure, and it's not all alone ye are," Mary Donovan assured her. "What would all the friends ye have that would fight for ye at the drop of a hat? Faith, they'd run them tin horns out of the country, and ye give the word." "I know," assented the girl, "and I appreciate what the boys would do for me, but it can't be done that way. Dad always stood for law and order, and it wouldn't do for me to sponsor illegal methods." "You've got to fight the devil with fire," said Mary. Diana made no reply. She sat sipping her tea, her expression one of troubled sadness, but she was not thinking of those who would take her property from her, nor of their unfair methods. Mary Donovan was moving about the room tidying up. Diana set her empty cup upon the rickety center table which supported an oil lamp, a Bible, a red plush photograph album, and a gilded conch shell, and sighed. Mrs. Donovan glanced at her out of the corner of an eye and guessed shrewdly that there was something more than New Yorkers troubling her. Presently she came and stood in front of the girl. "What is it, Mavourneen?" she asked. "Be after telling Mary Donovan." Diana rose, half-turned her head away, and bit her lower lip in an effort to hide or suppress a short, quick intaking of the breath that was almost a gasp. "The stage was held up again today," she said, mastering herself and turning, wide-eyed, toward the older woman. "I saw them both." "Yes," said Mary Donovan. "But it wasn't he. It wasn't Mary Donovan." And Diana, throwing herself upon the broad motherly bosom, burst into tears, through which she gasped an occasional, "It wasn't. "Sure now, it wasn't," soothed Mary. "And the first one that'll be after saying it was, wish he'd never been born. And even if it was, Diana Henders, there's many a good man's gone wrong and come right again. Why, look at that old fool Wildcat Bob. They do be saying he was a road agent hisself 30 years ago, and he's killed so many men he's lost count of 'em, he has, but now look at him. A quiet and peaceable old man, and a good citizen when he ain't full of barbed wire, which ain't often." Diana dried her tears through a smile. "You're very fond of Bob, aren't you?" she asked. "Run along with you now," exclaimed Mary Donovan, smiling coyly. "I think Bob would make you a good husband," continued Diana, "and you really need a man around here. Why don't you marry him? I know he's anxious enough." "Marry him, indade," sniffed Mary. "The old fool's stricken dumb every time he's alone with me. If ever he's married it's the girl that'll be having to pop the question." They were interrupted by a rap on the sitting-room door. It was the vaquero from the Bar Y who had come down for the mail. "Bill Gatlin told me you was here, miss," he said. "Do you want me to tell Colby to send the buckboard down for you?" "I left Captain here, thanks," replied Diana, "and as soon as I can change my clothes, I'll ride back to the ranch." "Shall I wait for you?" he inquired. "No, thanks. I don't know how long I'll be," she told him. "But if Pete is there, you might ask him to ride out and meet me." A half-hour later, Diana rode out of Hendersville on Captain along the winding, dusty road bordered by interminable sage and greasewood that stretched off in undulating billows of rolling land to the near mountains on the north and away to the south as far as the eye could reach, where the softened outline of other mountains rose, mysterious, through the haze. The low sun cast long shadows toward the east, those of herself and her mount transformed into a weird creature of Brobdingnagian proportions, mincing along upon preposterous legs. The inhabitants of a prairie dog village watched her approach with growing suspicions, scampering at last to the safety of their catacombyan retreat, all but a single patriarch and 2 owls, who watched her from the safe proximity of burrow mouths until she had passed. Drear and desolate the aspect of the scene, perhaps, but to Diana it was home, and a tear came to her eye as she thought that in a day or a week she might be leaving it forever. Her home! And they were driving her away from it, stealing it from her, her home that her father had built for her mother, that he had planned that Diana should have after he had gone. The wickedness of it, the injustice. That was what rankled, the injustice. She dashed away the tear with an angry gesture. She would not be dispossessed. She would fight. Mary Donovan was right. It was no sin to fight the devil with fire. It was at this moment that she saw a horseman approaching her from the direction of the ranch. Her eyes, long accustomed to keen observation and to vast expanses, recognized the man minutes before his features were discernible, and a little cloud crossed her brow. It was not Texas Pete, as she had hoped, but Hal Colby. Perhaps it was for the best. She would have to see him sometime, and tell him. As he approached her, she saw that there was no welcoming smile on his face, which wore a troubled expression, but his greeting was cordial. "Hello, Di," he cried. "Why didn't you let me know you was coming today?" "There was no way to let you know, of course," she replied. "You might have guessed that I would be back as soon as I could." "Tom just got in from town and told me you was coming. I hurried out to head you off. You don't want to come to the ranch now. It wouldn't be no ways pleasant for you." "Why?" she demanded. "The Wainrights are there for one thing," he said, drawing rein in front of her. She set her firm little jaw and rode around him. "I am going home," she said. "I wouldn't be foolish, Di," he insisted. "It'll only make more trouble. They as good as got the place now. We can't fight 'em. It wouldn't get us nowheres." "Let me see what I can get 'em to do for you. They're willing to give you enough to live decent on if you're reasonable, and I'll get the most I can for you, but if you go to fighting 'em they won't give you nothing." "They'll never give me anything," she cried. "I'd never accept anything from them, but I'll take and keep what's mine, and my friends will help me." "You'll only get yourself and your friends into a peck of trouble," he told her. "Listen, Hal." She hesitated, stumbling a little over the speech she had been rehearsing. There's something I want to say to you. You asked me to marry you. I told you that if you would wait a little while, I thought that I could say yes. I can't say yes, Hal, ever, for I don't love you. I'm sorry, but the only fair thing to do is tell you." He looked a bit crestfallen and disconcerted, for, though he had realized that it would be poor policy to press his suit now that she was penniless, it injured his pride to be told that he could not have won her in any event, and suddenly came the realization that, money or no money, he wanted her very much. His infatuation for Lillian Mantle was revealed in all its sordidness. It was not love. All the money in the world, all the clothes in New York, would not make Lillian Mantle as desirable as a Diana Henders. Colby was a crude, uneducated man, yet he discerned in Diana Henders a certain quality, far beyond his powers of analysis, that placed her in a sphere to which Lillian Mantle and her kind might never hope to aspire. He knew now that he wanted Diana Henders for herself, and Lillian Mantle for her money, and for that coarse feminine attraction that certain types of women have for coarse men. He lived in a more or less lawless country and a more or less lawless age, so it is not strange that there should have crept into his mind the thought that he might possess them both. Naturally, it would be only the part of good business to possess lawfully the one with the money. It was only the flash of a thought, though, and he quickly put it aside. "I'm plumb sorry, Di," he said, "but of course you know your own business." That was all he said, but he did a great deal of thinking, and the more he thought, the more he realized how much he wanted her now that she seemed least accessible. His face wore an expression such as Diana Henders had never seen upon it before. He was not the laughing, good-natured Hal that she had liked very much and almost loved. There was something almost sinister about him, and she wondered if being disappointed in love had this effect upon men. "How is everything at the ranch since I've been away?" she asked presently. "So-so," he replied. "Some of the hands want to quit. They're waiting till you come to get their checks." "Who are they?" "Pete, Shorty, and Idaho," he replied. "They'd have been the first to be let out after the change come anyhow, so it don't make no difference." "You plan to stay on as foreman?" she asked. "Sure, why not? I got to work for someone, don't I?" She made no reply, and they rode on in silence toward the ranch. He had given up trying to dissuade her. Let them do their own dirty work, he thought. As they neared the ranch, a horseman emerged from the yard and came toward them at a run amidst a cloud of dust that obscured the ranch and all else behind him. It was Texas Pete. He brought his horse to its haunches beside her and wheeled the animal about on its hind feet. "I just got in, miss," he said, "and Tom told me that you'd sent word in that I was to meet you. I'm plumb sorry I was late." Each man ignored the other as completely as though he had not existed. "I understand you want to quit, Pete," said the girl. "You and Shorty and Idaho." Pete looked down shamefacedly. "We was aimin' to," he said. "I wish you'd come up to the office and bring Shorty and Idaho with you when you get home," she said. "I want to talk with you." "All right, miss." The three finished the ride in silence. Diana dismounted with them at the corral, and leaving her horse for Pete to unsaddle, walked toward the office. As she approached the doorway, she saw that there were several people in the room, and when she crossed the threshold found herself face to face with Corson, Lillian Mantle, and the two Wainrights. Corson nodded, and he and the younger Wainwright rose. "Good evening, Miss Henders," said Corson. "Back safely, I see." She ignored his greeting and stood for a moment silently eyeing them through narrowed lids. Her wide-brimmed sombrero sat straight and level above slightly contracted brows. A tendril of hair waved softly over one temple where it had escaped the stiff confinement of the heavy hat, but it did not tend to soften the light in those cold, steady eyes, reflecting the bitterness of her resentment toward these four. About her hips, a cartridge-filled belt supported a heavy gun, no toy such as women sometimes affect, but a .45, grim and suggestive. Its grip was shiny with usage, and the blue was worn from the steel in places. "I know little about law, Mr. Corson," she said, without prelude. "I have lived almost all my life a long way beyond either the protection or the menace of law. We do not bother much about it out here, but we understand moral right perfectly. We know what justice is, and we have our own ways of enforcing it. We have similar ways of protecting our just rights as well. These means I intend to invoke against you, all of you, who have come here with the intention of robbing me of what is rightly mine. Though I owe you no consideration, it is my duty to warn you that our methods in such matters are usually sudden and always unpleasant. I shall give you, Mr. Corson and Miss Mantle, an hour to leave the premises. The buckboard will be ready then. Mr. Wainwright and his son have 5 minutes, as they have no excuse whatsoever for being here. Now, go." End of chapter 15. Chapter 7 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Exit Wainwright. A week or 10 days after Elias Henders' funeral, the Wainwright buckboard drew into the Bar Y Ranch, and the Wainwrights, senior and junior, alighted and approached the house. They found Diana in the office working on the books, which she had kept for her father when they were without a bookkeeper, which was the case at present. She greeted them politely, but without marked cordiality. It was the first time that she had encountered either of them since her father's death, having refused to see the younger man on her return to the camp with Elias Henders' body. "We been calculatin' to drive over for several days past, Miss Henders," said the older man. "Thought maybe you might want some advice or something. Anything we can do, we're both at your service." "That's very kind of you, indeed, I'm sure," replied the girl. "But really I have so many good friends here that I couldn't think of inconveniencing you. Everyone has been so kind and considerate." "Well, there ain't no harm in offerin'," he continued. "Anything we can do, you know. If it's a little matter of money to tide you over till the estate's settled, why, just call on Jefferson Wainwright. He's got a lot, and he ain't stingy either." "There is nothing, thank you," she said, with just the faintest tinge of asperity. He rose slowly from the chair and shoved his fat hands in his pockets. "I reckon I'll walk around a bit," he said. "I calculate that you young folks got something to say to one another." And he winked ponderously at them as he waddled through the doorway. There was a strained silence for several minutes after he left. Jefferson Wainwright, Jr., finally, after clearing his throat 2 or 3 times, broke it. "The governor means all right," he said. "We'd really like to be of service to you, and after the talk we had that last night before your father was killed, you know, why, I hoped I might have the right to help you, Diana." She drew herself up very straight and stiff. "I think we had better forget that, Mr. Wainwright," she said. "But you promised me an answer," he insisted. "After what happened, I should think you would know what the answer must be without being subjected to the humiliation of being told in words." "Do you mean that you are blaming me too, like the men did, for going for help? You would all have been killed if I hadn't. I think I did just the sensible thing," he concluded, half defiantly. "Yes, I suppose so," she replied icily. "And Hal Colby did a very silly thing staying and risking his life for Dad and me." "I think you're mighty unfair, Diana," he insisted. "And the way it turned out only goes to prove that I was right. I met Bull and that Texas person less than halfway to camp and got them there in time. If they had been as sensible as you, they would have gone on to camp for more reinforcements, as you did. But like most of our boys out here, Mr. Wainwright, they haven't got much sense, and so they nearly rode their horses down to get to us. Only 2 of them, remember, after you had told them that we were surrounded by 100 Indians." "Oh, pshaw, I think you might be reasonable and make some allowance for a fellow," he begged. "I'll admit I was a little excited, and maybe I did do the wrong thing, but it's all new to me out here. I'd never seen a wild Indian before, and I thought I was doing right to go for help." "Can't you forgive me, Diana, and give me another chance? If you'll marry me, I'll take you away from this God-forsaken country, back where there are no Indians." "Mr. Wainwright, I have no wish to offend you, but you might as well know once for all that if you were the last man on earth, I would never marry you. I could not marry a coward, and you are a coward. You would be just as much of a coward back east if danger threatened. Some of our boys are from the east. Hal Colby was born in Vermont, and the day that you ran away was his first experience, too, with hostile Indians. And if you want another reason why I couldn't marry you, the first and biggest reason, I'll give it to you." Her voice was low and level, like her father's had been on the rare occasions that he had been moved by anger, but the tone was keen-edged and cutting. "I feel now, and I shall always feel as long as I live, that if you had remained instead of running away, we might have held them off, and Dad would not have been uselessly sacrificed." She had risen while she spoke, and he rose too, standing silently for a moment after she had concluded. Then he turned and walked toward the door. At the threshold he paused and turned toward her. "I hope you will never regret your decision," he said. The tone seemed to carry a threat. "I assure you that I shall never. Good day, Mr. Wainwright." After he had gone, the girl shuddered and sank down into a chair. She wished Hal Colby was there. She wanted someone to comfort her and to give her that sense of safety under masculine protection that her father's presence had always afforded. Why couldn't all men be like Hal and Bull? When she thought of brave men, she always thought of Bull, too. How wonderful they had all been that day, Hal and Bull and Pete. Rough, uncouth they often were, worn and soiled and careless their apparel, afraid of nothing, man, beast, or the devil, risking their lives joyously, joking with death. And yet they had been as gentle as women when they took her back to camp, and all during the long, terrible journey home, when one of the 3 had always been within call every minute of the days and nights. Of the 3, Bull had surprised her the most, for previously he had always seemed the hardest and the most calloused, and possessing fewer of the finer sensibilities of sympathy and tenderness. But of them all, he had been the most thoughtful and considerate. It had been he who had sent her ahead with Colby that she might not see them lash her father's body to the horse. It had been he who had covered all that remained of Elias Henders with the slickers from his saddle and Pete's, that she might not be shocked by the sight of her father's body rocking from side to side with the swaying motion of the horse. And it was Bull who had ridden all night to far-away ranches and brought back 2 buckboards early the next morning to carry her dad and her more comfortably on the homeward journey. He had spoken kindly to her in an altered, softened voice, and he had insisted that she eat and keep her strength when she had wanted to forget food. But the funeral over, she had seen nothing more of him, for he had been sent back to the roundup to ride with it for the last few remaining days, while Hal Colby remained at the ranch to help her to plan for the future and gather together the stray ends that are left flying when even the most methodical of masters releases his grip for the last time. She sat musing after Wainwright left the room, the clock upon the wall above her father's desk ticking as it had for years, just as though this terrible thing had not happened, just as though her father were still sitting in his accustomed chair, instead of lying out there in the sandy, desolate little graveyard above Hendersville, where the rocks that protected the scattered sleepers from the coyotes offered sanctuary to the lizard and the rattlesnake. Her reverie was disturbed by the fall of heavy feet upon the veranda, and she raised her eyes just as the elder Wainwright entered the room. He was not smiling now, nor was his manner so suave as usual. "We got to be going now, Miss Henders," he said brusquely, "but I wanted a mite of a word with you before we left. Of course, you don't know nothing about it, but afore your father died we was negotiating a deal. He wanted to get out from under, now that the mine's running out, and I wanted to get a range on this side of the mountains. We'd just about got it all fixed up when this accident happened. Now here's what I wanted to say to you. Of course, the mine's no count, and the range is about all fed off, and they ain't scarce enough water for the number of stock I was calculating to put on. But Jefferson Wainwright's a man of his word, and when I says to your father that I'd give him $250,000 for his holdings, even if I don't think they'd be worth so much as that, I'll get all the papers ready so's you won't have to go to no expense for a lawyer, and then you can have the money and go back east to live like you always wanted to, and like your pa was fixin' for you." The deeper he got into the subject, the faster he talked, and the more he relapsed into the vernacular of his earlier days. Finally he paused. "What do you say?" he concluded. "The ranch is not for sale, Mr. Wainwright," she replied. He opened his little eyes and his big mouth simultaneously in surprise. "What's that? Not for sale? Why, you must be crazy, child. You don't know what you're talking about." "I know exactly what I am talking about," she told him. "Father talked this all over with me and showed me your offer of $1,000,000 for our holdings. The ranch is not for sale for $1,000,000 or any other price to you, Mr. Wainwright, and be careful that you do not stumble over that stool as you go out." The man's fat face became suddenly empurpled with rage, and for a moment he was inarticulate as, backing toward the doorway, he sought for words adequately to express his outraged feelings. He was not humiliated. There are certain types of men whose thick skin serves them as an invulnerable armor against humiliation. He was just plain mad. Mad all the way through to think that he had been caught at his trickery, exposed and thwarted by a chit of a girl, and, like the type he represented naturally would be, he was mad at her rather than at himself. As he reached the doorway he found his voice. "You'll be sorry for this! You'll be sorry for this!" he cried, shaking a fist at her. "And mark you, I'll get this property yet. Jefferson Wainwright can buy and sell you 20 times over, and he always gets what he goes after." The figure of a tall man loomed suddenly behind him. Calloused and ungentle fingers seized him roughly by the collar of his coat. A low voice spoke softly in his ear. "Don't you know better'n to shake your fist in a lady's face, you pot-bellied buzzard?" it inquired, and the elder Wainwright was jerked unceremoniously through the doorway, whirled about, and projected violently from the veranda, his speed simultaneously accelerated by the toe of a high-heeled cowboy boot. "I reckon you'd better make yourself damn scarce around here," continued the low tones of the speaker. Wainwright scrambled to his feet and turned upon the owner of the voice. He shook both fists now and fairly danced up and down in his fury. "I'll get you!" he screamed. "I'll get you! Don't you know who I am? Why, I could buy and sell you 100,000 times over. I'm Jefferson Wainwright, I am. I'll get you, laying your hands on me, you low-down $35 cow-puncher." "Vamoose," said the man, "and do it pronto." He emphasized his injunction with a shot, the bullet kicking up a little spurt of dust between Wainwright's feet. The fat man started on a run for his buckboard, which the younger Wainwright had driven down to the corrals. The man on the veranda fired again, and again the dust rose about the fleeing feet of the terrified Easterner. Diana Henders had come to the doorway, where she stood leaning against the frame, smiling. "Don't hurt him, Bull," she said. The man cast a quick smile over his shoulder. "I ain't aimin' to hurt him," he said. "I'm just aimin' to educate him. Them corn-fed Easterners ain't got no education nohow. What they need is someone to learn 'em manners." As he spoke he kept on firing at the fleeing Wainwright, and every shot kicked up a puff of dust close to the fat man's feet until he reached the corner of the bunkhouse and disappeared behind it. The shots had called out the cook and a few men who were about, with the result that a small yet highly appreciative audience witnessed Wainwright's discomfiture. A part of it was Texas Pete, who rocked to and fro in unholy glee. "By gollies, did you see him?" he yelled. He never hit nothing but the high spots. I bet he busted all the world's records between the office and the bunkhouse. Why, he done it in nothing flat, and you could have played checkers on his coattails. He sure stepped high, wide, and handsome." On the veranda of the ranch house, Bull had shoved his gun back into its holster. The smile had left his face. "I thought you were still out with the outfit, Bull," said the girl. "We finished up last night," he told her, "and I come in ahead." He looked down at his feet in evident embarrassment. "I come in ahead for my time, miss." "Your time? Why, Bull, you're not going to quit." "I reckon I better," he replied. "I been aiming to move on for some spell." The girl's eyes were wide and almost noticeably moist, and there was a surprised, hurt look in them that he caught as he chanced to glance up at her. "You see, miss," he hastened to explain, "things ain't very pleasant for me here. I ain't complaining, but there are those that don't like me, and I figured I'd quit before I was let out. As long as your pa was alive, it was different, and I don't need to tell you that I'd be powerful proud to work for you always, if there wasn't no one else, but there is. I reckon you got a good man, and it will be pleasanter all around if I ain't here no more." At the mere thought of his going, a lump rose in Diana Henders' throat, and she realized how much she had come to depend on him. Just the mere fact that she had known Bull was around had given her a feeling of greater security. He had become in the nature of a habit, and it was going to be hard to break that habit. "Oh, Bull," she cried, "I can't let you go now. I can't spare both you and Dad at the same time. You're like a brother, Bull, and I need a brother mighty badly right now. You don't have to go, do you? You don't really want to." "No, miss, I don't have to, and I don't want to, if you want me to stay." "Then you will stay?" He nodded. "But I reckon you better tell Colby," he said, "for I expect he's aiming to give me my time." "Oh, no, I'm sure he's not," she cried. "Hal likes you, Bull. He told me you were one of his best friends, and he was so sorry about your losing the job as foreman. He said he hated to take it." Bull made no comment, and whatever his thoughts, his face did not betray them. Presently he jerked his head in the general direction of the corrals where the Wainrights, having hastily clambered into their buckboard, were preparing to depart. "Say the word," he told her, "and I'll run them short sports so far out of the country they won't never find their way back." "No," she said, smiling. "Let them go. They'll never come back here, I am sure." "I reckon the old gent figures he ain't very popular round these diggings," said Bull, with the faintest trace of a smile. "But I don't know so much about how that young dude stands." He looked questioningly at Diana. "About deuce high, Bill," she replied. "I saw enough of him to last me a couple of lifetimes the day the renegades jumped us." "I reckon as much, miss, knowin' you as I do. Scenery and the gift of gab ain't everything, but sometimes they fool women folks, even the brightest of 'em." "He was awfully good company," she admitted. "When there weren't no Injuns around," Bull completed the sentence for her. "The old feller seemed all het up over something about the time I happened along. I heard him say he was set on getting this property. Is that what they come over for?" "Yes. He offered me a quarter of what he'd offered Dad for it, and his offer to Dad was only about 20% of what it's worth. You see, Bull, what they want is the mine. They're just using the range and the cattle as an excuse to get hold of the mine because they think we don't know the real value of the diggings. But Dad did know. There's another vein there that has never been tapped that's richer than the old one. Dad knew about it, and somehow Wainwright learned of it too." "The old skunk," muttered Bull. The Wainwrights were driving out of the ranch yard and heading toward Hendersville. The older man was still breathing hard and swearing to himself. The younger was silent and glum. They were going to town for dinner before starting on the long drive back to their ranch. Approaching them along the trail at a little distance ahead was a horseman. Young Wainwright recognized the rider first. "That's Colby," he said. "He hasn't any use for that fellow Bull. They are both stuck on the girl. It might not be a bad plan to cultivate him, if you want to get even with Bull." As they came nearer, it appeared evident that Colby was going by them with nothing more than a nod. He did not like either of them, especially the younger, but when they drew rein and the older man called to him, he turned about and rode up to the side of the vehicle. "You're still foreman here, ain't ye?" asked Wainwright Sr. Colby nodded. "Why?" he inquired. "Well, I just want to tell ye that some of your men ain't got a very pleasant way of treating neighbors." "How's that?" "Well, I was just a-leavin' after a social call when one of your men starts shooting at me. That ain't no way to treat friends and neighbors. Suppose we was to shoot up your men when they came over our way." "Who was it?" demanded Colby. "Bull," said the younger Wainwright. "I suppose he was drunk again, though. They say he always goes to shooting whenever he gets drunk. When we left he was up at the house making love to Miss Henders," he added. "I shouldn't think she'd feel safe with a fellow like that around." Colby scowled. "Thanks for telling me," he said. "I reckon I'll have to fix that feller. He's getting too damn fresh." "Well, I thought you'd orter know," said Wainwright Sr. "Well, so long, and if ye ever get over our way, drop in." "Get out," said Jefferson Wainwright, Jr., and the two rolled away through the deep dust of the parched road. Colby rode on at a brisk gallop, and as he swung from his saddle cast a glance in the direction of the house, where he saw Bull just descending the steps from the veranda where Diana Henders stood. Colby bit his lip, and the frown on his face became deeper. Dragging saddle and bridle from his pony, he turned the animal into the corral with a final slap on the rup, a none too gentle slap which reflected the state of his feelings. Then he headed straight for the bunkhouse, which he reached just in time to intercept Bull at the entrance. "Look here, Bull," said Colby without any preamble. "This business of drinking and shooting things up has gone about far enough. I ain't a-going to have it around here no more. I reckon you'd better ask for your time." "All right," said Bull. "You go and get it for me while I'm packing my war bag." Colby, rather surprised and at the same time relieved that Bull took the matter so philosophically, started for the office, while the latter entered the bunkhouse, where Shorty, Texas Pete, and a couple of others who had overheard the conversation outside the door looked up questioningly. "By gollies!" exclaimed Texas Pete. "I'm a-going to quit. I'm a-going after my time right now, pronto." And he arose and started for the doorway. "Wait a minute, old hoss," advised Bull. "I ain't went yet." "But didn't Colby just let you out?" inquired Pete. "He might change his mind," explained Bull. Up at the house, Colby was entering the office. "Hello, Di," he cried. "Got your checkbook handy?" "Yes, why?" "Bull's quitting." "Quitting? Why, he just promised me that he'd stay on. I don't understand." "He just promised you that he'd stay on? You mean you asked him to?" "Yes," replied Diana. "He came up here to quit. Said he thought he wasn't wanted any more, and I made him promise he wouldn't leave. And I tell you, Hal, we could never replace him. Are you sure he was in earnest about quitting? Send him up here and I'll make him stay." "Well, like as not I was mistaken," said Colby. "I reckon Bull was just a-kiddin'. I'll ask him again, and if he's plumb set on leaving I'll send him up." When he entered the bunkhouse a few minutes later he nodded at Bull. "You can stay on if you want to," he said. "I've changed my mind." Bull winked at Texas Pete, who was vainly endeavoring to remember another verse of the seemingly endless self-glorification of the bad hombre. "By gollies," he exclaimed, "I believe I've got another. He twirls two big guns and he shoots out a light. The fellows a-drinking their ducks out of sight. He shoots through a bottle that stands on the bar, and shoots the old ashes plumb off my cigar. But it seems like I'd left out something that orter gone before." "Nobody'd get sore if you left it all out," Shorty assured him. "The trouble with you uneducated cow-punchers," Texas Pete told him, "is that you are too all-fired ignorant to appreciate my efforts to elevate you all by means of good poetry. It sure is hell to be the only litery gent in a bunch of roughnecks. Come, set up the bottles, you gol-darned galoot," says he to the boss, "'fore I opens your snoot with one of these here little babies o' mine, and shoots out the no in the no credit sign." End of chapter 7. Chapter 2 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2 The Hold-Up. After breakfast the following morning, the men were saddling up listlessly for the day's work. There was no foreman now, and they were hanging about waiting for the boss. Bull sat on the top rail of the corral, idle. He was out of a job. His fellows paid little or no attention to him, but whether from motives of consideration for his feelings, or because they were not interested in him or his troubles, a casual observer could not have deduced from their manner. Unquestionably he had friends among them, but he was a taciturn man, and, like all such, did not make friends quickly. Undemonstrative himself, he aroused no show of demonstration in others. His straight black hair and rather high cheekbones, coupled with a tanned skin, gave him something the appearance of an Indian, a similarity that was further heightened by his natural reserve, while a long red scar across his jaw accentuated a suggestion of grimness that his countenance possessed in repose. Texas Pete, saddling his pony directly below him in the corral, was starting the day with a new song. "I stood at the bar, the Spread Eagle bar, a-drinkin' a drink while I smoked a seegar." "Quittin', Bull?" he inquired, looking up at the ex-foreman. "Reckon so," came the reply. "When in walks a gent that I ain't never see, and he lets out a beller and then says he—" Texas Pete swung easily into his saddle. "Reckon as how I'll be pullin' my freight, too," he announced. "I been aimin' to do that for quite a spell. Where'll we head for?" Bull's eyes wandered to the front of the ranch house, and as they did so they beheld "the old man" emerging from the office. Behind him came his daughter Diana and Hal Colby. The latter were laughing and talking gaily. Bull could not but notice how close the man leaned toward the girl's face. What an easy way Colby had with people, especially women. "Well," demanded Texas Pete, "if you're coming, why don't you saddle up?" "Reckon I've changed my mind." Texas Pete glanced toward the ranch house, following the direction of the other's eyes, and shrugged his shoulders. "Oh well," he said, This ain't a bad place. Reckon as how I'll stay on, too, for a spell." Elias Henders and Hal Colby were walking slowly in the direction of the horse corral. The girl had turned and re-entered the house. The two men entered the corral, and as they did so, Bull descended from the fence and approached Henders. "You don't happen to need no hands, do you?" he asked the older man. "I can use you, Bull," replied Henders with a faint smile. "$35 a month and found." The former foreman nodded in acceptance of the terms, and walking toward the bunch of horses huddled at one side of the corral, whistled. Instantly Blaze's head came up above those of the other animals. With up-pricked ears he regarded his owner for a moment, and then, shouldering his way through the bunch, he walked directly to him. Elias Henders stopped in the center of the corral and attracted the attention of the men. "Colby here," he announced, "is the new foreman." That was all. There was a moment's embarrassed silence, and then the men resumed their preparations for the work of the day, or, if they were ready, lolled in their saddles, rolling cigarettes. Colby went among them, assigning the various duties for the day, pretty much routine work with which all were familiar. "And you, Bull," he said when he reached the ex-foreman, "I wish you'd ride up to the head of Cottonwood Canyon and see if you can do anything about that bunch of crazy jay-cows. I ain't seen nothing of 'em for a week or more." It was the longest, hardest assignment of the day, but if Bull was dissatisfied with it he gave no indication. As a matter of fact, he probably was content, for he was a hard rider and he liked to be off alone, a trait that had always been a matter of comment and some conjecture. More than one had asked himself or a neighbor what Bull found to do that took him off by himself so often. There are those who cannot conceive that a man can find pleasure in his own company, or in that of a good horse and the open. The mouth of Cottonwood Canyon lay a good 20 miles from the ranch, and the head of it 5 miles of rough going further. It was 10 o'clock when Bull suddenly drew rein beside the lone cottonwood that marked the entrance to the canyon and gave it its name. He sat motionless, listening intently. Faintly, from far up the canyon, came the staccato of rifle shots. How far, it was difficult to judge, for the walls of a winding canyon quickly absorb sound. Once convinced of the direction of their origin, however, the man urged his pony into a gallop, turning his head up the canyon. As the last of the cowhands loped away from the ranch upon the business of the day, Elias Henders turned back toward the office, while Hal Colby caught up 2 ponies which he saddled and bridled, humming meanwhile a gay little tune. Mounting one, he rode toward the ranch house, leading the other, just as Diana Henders emerged from the interior, making it apparent for whom the led horse was intended. Taking the reins from Colby, the girl swung into the saddle like a man, and she sat her horse like a man too, and yet, though she could ride with the best of them, and shoot with the best of them, there was nothing coarse or common about her. Some of the older hands had known her since childhood, yet even that fact, coupled with the proverbial freedom of the '80s in Arizona, never permitted them the same freedom with Diana Henders that most of the few girls in that wild country either overlooked or accepted as a matter of course. Men did not curse in Diana's presence, nor did they throw an arm across her slim shoulders, or slap her upon the back in good fellowship, and yet they all worshipped her, and most of them had been violently in love with her. Something within her, inherently fine and noble, kept them at a distance, or rather, in their places, for only those men who were hopelessly bashful ever remained at a distance from Diana where there was the slightest chance to be near her. The men often spoke of her as a thoroughbred, sensing, perhaps, the fine breeding that made her what she was. Elias Henders was one of the Henders of Kentucky, and, like all the males of his line for generations, held a degree from Oxford, which he had entered after graduation from the beloved alma mater of his native state, for the very excellent reason that old Sir John Henders, who had established the American branch of the family, had been an Oxford man and had seen his son and his grandson follow his footsteps. 25 years before, Elias Henders had come west with John Mannell, a classmate and neighbor of Kentucky, and the 2 young men had entered the cattle business. Their combined capital managed to keep them from the embarrassments and annoyances of a sheriff's sale for some 3 years, but what with raiding Apaches, poor rail facilities, and a distant market, coupled with inexperience, they were at last upon the very brink of bankruptcy when Henders discovered gold on their property. 2 years later they were rich men. Henders returned to Kentucky and married Mannell's sister, and shortly afterwards moved to New York, as it was decided that the best interests of the partnership required an Eastern representative. Mannell remained in Arizona. Diana Henders was born in New York City, and when she was about 5 years old her mother contracted tuberculosis of the lungs. Physicians advising a dry climate, Henders and Mannell changed places, Henders taking his family to Arizona, and Mannell removing to New York with his wife and little daughter. He had married beneath him, and unhappily, with the result that, being both a proud and rather reserved man, he had confided nothing to his sister, the wife of his partner and best friend. When Diana was 15, her mother had died, and the girl, refusing to leave her father, had abandoned the idea of finishing her education in an Eastern college, and Elias Henders, loath to give her up, had acquiesced in her decision. Qualified by education as he was to instruct her, Diana's training had been carried on under the tutorage of her father, so that at 19, though essentially a frontier girl unversed in many of the finer artificialities of social usage, she was yet a young woman of culture and refinement. Her music, which was the delight of her father, she owed to the careful training of her mother as well as to the possession of a grand piano that had come over Raton Pass behind an ox team in the 70s. Her father, her books, her music, and her horses constituted the life of this young girl, her social companions the young vaqueros who rode for her father, and without at least one of whom she was not permitted to ride abroad, since the Apaches were still a menace in the Arizona of that day. And so it was that this morning she rode out with the new foreman. They walked their horses in silence for a few minutes, the man's stirrup just behind that of the girl, where he might let his eyes rest upon her profile without detection. The heavy lashed eye, the short straight nose, the patrician mouth and chin held the adoring gaze of the young foreman in mute worship. But it was he who, at length, broke the silence. "You ain't congratulated me yet, Di," he said. "Or maybe you didn't know?" "Yes, I knew," she replied, "and I do congratulate you, but I cannot forget that your fortune means another man's sorrow. It's his own fault. A man that can't keep sober can't be trusted with a job like this. He was a good foreman." "Maybe so. I ain't saying nothing about a man that's down. It seems to me you set a lot of store by him, though. And what do you know about him? You can't be too careful, Di. There's lots of bad uns in these parts, and when a feller never talks none, like him, it's probably because you've got something on his mind he don't want to talk about." "I thought he was your friend," said the girl. Colby flushed. "He is my friend. I set a lot of store by Bull, but it's you I'm thinking of, not him or me. I wouldn't want nothing to happen that you'd have to be sorry about." "I don't understand you, Hal." He flecked the leg of his chaps with the lash of his quirt. "Oh, pshaw, Di," he parried. "I don't want to say nothing about a friend. I only want to put you on your guard, that's all. You know there ain't nothing I wouldn't do for you. No, not even if it cost me all the friends I got." He passed his reins to his right hand and reaching across laid his left across one of hers, which she quickly withdrew. "Please don't," she begged. "I love you, Di," he blurted suddenly. The girl laughed gaily, though not in derision. "All the men think they do. It's because I'm the only girl within miles and miles." "You're the only girl in the world, for me." She turned and looked at him quizzically. He was very handsome. That and his boyish, laughing manner had attracted her to him from the first. There had seemed a frankness and openness about him that appealed to her, and of all the men she knew, only excepting her father, he alone possessed anything approximating poise and self-confidence in his intercourse with women. The others were either shy and blundering, or loud and coarse, or taciturn sticks like Bull, who seemed to be the only man on the ranch who was not desperately in love with her. "We'll talk about something else," she announced. "Isn't there any hope for me?" he asked. "Why, yes," she assured him. "I hope you will keep on loving me. I love to have people love me." "But I don't want to do all the loving," he insisted. "Don't worry, you're not. Even the cook is writing poems about me. Of all the foolish men I ever heard of, Dad has certainly succeeded in corralling the prize bunch." "I don't care a hang about that red-headed old fool of a cook," he snapped. "What I want is for you to love me." "Oh, well, that's a horse of another color. Now we will have to change the subject." "Please, Di, I'm in earnest," he pleaded. "Won't you give me a little to hope for?" "You can never tell about a girl, Hal," she said. Her voice was tender and her eyes suddenly soft, and that was as near a promise as he could get. As Bull urged Blazes up the rough trail of Cottonwood Canyon, the continued crack of rifles kept the man apprised of the direction of the origin of the sounds, and approximately of their ever-lessening distance ahead. Presently he drew rein, and pulling his rifle from its boot, dismounted, dropping the reins upon the ground. "Stand," he whispered to Blazes, and crept forward stealthily. The shooting was close ahead now, just around the brush-covered shoulder of a rocky hill. The detonations were less frequent. Bull guessed that by now both hunters and hunted were under cover and thus able to take only occasional pot shots at one another's refuge. To come upon them directly up the trail in the bottom of the canyon would have been to expose himself to the fire of one side, and possibly of both, for in this untamed country it was easily conceivable that both sides of the controversy might represent interests inimical to those of his employer. With this idea in mind, the ex-foreman of the Bar Y ranch clambered cautiously up the steep side of the hill that hid from his view that part of the canyon lying just beyond. From the varying qualities of the detonations, the man had deduced that 5 and possibly 6 rifles were participating in the affair. How they were divided he could not even guess.
he would have a look over that crest of the hogback, and if the affair was none of his business, he would let the participants fight it out by themselves. Bull, sober, was not a man to seek trouble. Climbing as noiselessly as possible and keeping the muzzle of his rifle ahead of him, he came presently to the crest of the narrow ridge, where he pushed his way cautiously through the brush toward the opposite side, passing around an occasional huge outcropping of rock that barred his progress. Presently the brush grew thinner. He could see the opposite wall of the canyon. A sharp report sounded close below him, just over the brow of the ridge. In front of him, a huge outcropping reared its weather-worn surface 20 feet above the brush. Toward this he crept until he lay concealed behind it. Then, warily, he peered around the up-canyon edge, discovering that his hiding place rested upon the very edge of a steep declivity that dropped perpendicularly into the bottom of the canyon. Almost below him, 5 Apaches were hiding among the rocks and boulders that filled the bottom of the canyon. Upon the opposite side, a single man lay sprawled upon his belly behind another. Bull could not see his face, hidden as it was beneath a huge sombrero, but he saw that he was garbed after the fashion of a vaquero. He might be either an American or a Mexican. That made no difference now, however, for there were 5 against him, and the 5 were Indians. Bull watched for a moment. He saw that the Indians were doing all the firing, and he wondered if the man lying across the canyon was already dead. He did not move. Cautiously, one of the Indians crept from cover as the other 4 fired rapidly at their victim's position, and then another followed him, and the 3 remaining continued firing, covering the advance of their fellows. Bull smiled, that grim, saturnine smile of his. There were some redskins in the vicinity that were due for the surprise of their lives. The 2 were working their way across the canyon, taking advantage of every particle of cover. They were quite close to the hiding place of the prone man now. In another moment, the 3 upon Bull's side of the canyon would cease firing, and the 2 would rush their unconscious quarry and finish him. Bull raised his rifle to his shoulder. There followed 2 reports, so close together that it was almost inconceivable that they had come from the same weapon, and the 2, who had already risen for the final attack, crumpled among the rocks beneath the blazing sun. Instantly apprehending their danger, the other 3 Apaches leaped to their feet and scurried up the canyon, searching new cover as they ran. But it was difficult to find cover from a rifle holding the commanding position that Bull's held. It spoke again, and the foremost Indian threw his hands above his head, spun completely around, and lunged forward upon his face. The other 2 dropped behind large boulders. Bull glanced across the canyon. He saw that the man had raised his head and was attempting to look around the edge of his cover, having evidently become aware that a new voice had entered the grim chorus of the rifles. "Hit!" shouted Bull. The man looked in the direction of the voice. "No," he replied. "Then why in hell don't you shoot? There's only 2 of 'em left. They're up canyon on this side." "Out of ammunition," replied the other. "Well, you were in a hell of a fix," mused Bull as he watched the concealment of the 2 Indians. "Any more of 'em than this bunch?" he called across to the man. "No." For a long time there was silence. The quiet and peace that had lain upon this age-old canyon since the creation, and that would lie upon it forever except as man, the disturber, came occasionally to shatter it. "I can't lie here all day," mused Bull. He crawled forward and looked over the edge of the cliff. There was a sheer drop of 40 feet. He shook his head. There was a sharp report, and a bullet tore up the dirt beneath him. It was followed instantly by another report from across the canyon. Bull kept his eyes on the cover of the Indians. Not a sign of them showed. One of them had caught him napping, that was all, and ducked back out of sight after firing. But how was the man across the canyon firing without ammunition? "I got one, then," came the man's voice, as though in answer. "But you better lie low. He come near getting you." "Thought you didn't have no ammunition," Bull called across. "I crawled out and got the rifle of one of these you potted." Bull had worked his way back to his cover and to the brush behind it, and now he started up along the ridge in an attempt to get behind the remaining Indian. A minute or 2 later he crawled again to the edge of the ridge, and there below him and in plain sight, the last of the redskins crouched behind a great boulder. Bull fired and missed, and then the Apache was up and gone, racing for his pony tethered further up the canyon. The white man shrugged, rose to his feet, and sought an easy way down into the bed of the canyon. The other man had seen his action, which betokened that the fight was over, and as Bull reached the bottom of the cliff he was walking forward to meet him. A peculiar light entered the eyes of each as they came face to face. "Ah!" exclaimed the one, "it is Señor Bull." He spoke now in Spanish. "Gregorio," said Bull, "how'd they get you in this fix?" "I camped just above here last night," replied the other, "and this morning I walked down with my rifle on the chance of getting an antelope for breakfast. They come on me from above, and there you are. They've been shooting at me since early this morning." He spoke English with scarce the slightest accent. "You have saved my life, Señor Bull, and Gregorio will not forget that." "You haven't happened to seen a bunch of crazy jay cows hereabout, have you?" inquired Bull, ignoring the other's expression of gratitude. "No, senor, I have not," replied Gregorio. "Well, I'll go get my horse and have a look up toward the head of the canyon, anyway." And Bull turned and walked down to get Blazes. 15 minutes later, riding up again, he passed Gregorio coming down, the latter having found his pony and his belongings intact at his camp. "Adios, senor," called Gregorio in passing. "So long," returned the American. At the head of the canyon, where it narrowed to the proportions of a gorge, Bull examined the ground carefully and saw that no cattle had passed that way in many days. Then he turned back and rode down the canyon. Meanwhile, entering Cottonwood from below, Jim Weller, looking for lost horses, passed Gregorio coming out and, recognizing him, loosened his gun in its holster and kept one eye on the Mexican until he had passed out of sight around the shoulder of the hill that flanked the east side of the entrance to the canyon, for Gregorio bore an unsavory reputation in that part of the country. He was an outlaw with a price upon his head. "Howsomever," mused Weller, "I ain't lost no outlaws. It's a hosses I'm looking for." And he rode on with a sigh of relief that there was a solid hill between him and Gregorio's deadly aim. 10 minutes later he met Bull coming down from the head of Cottonwood. The two men drew rein with a nod. Weller asked about horses, learning from Bull that there was no stock above them in Cottonwood, but he did not mention having met Gregorio. It was obvious to him that the two men could not have been in Cottonwood together without having met, and if Bull did not want to mention it, it was evident that he had some good reason for not doing so. It was not the custom of the country to pry into the affairs of others. Bull did not mention Gregorio, nor did he speak of their brush with the Apaches, but that was because he was an uncommunicative man. "I think I'll have a look up Sinkhole Canyon for them hosses," remarked Weller. Sinkhole was the next canyon west. "Keep your eyes peeled for them crazy jay cows," said Bull, "and I'll ride up Belter's, and if I see your horses I'll run 'em down onto the flat." They separated at the mouth of Cottonwood, Weller riding toward the west, while Bull made his way eastwardly toward Belter's Canyon, which lay in the direction of the home ranch. 3 hours later the semi-weekly stage, careening down the North Pass trail, drew up in a cloud of dust at the junction of the Henders Mine Road at a signal from one of two men sitting in a buckboard. As the stage slowed down, one of the men leaped to the ground, and as it came to a stop clambered to the top and took a seat beside the driver, who had greeted him with a gruff jest. The new passenger carried a heavy sack which he deposited between his feet. He also carried a sawed-off shotgun across his knees. "The saints be praised!" exclaimed a fat lady with a rich brogue, who occupied a seat inside the coach. "Sure, and I thought we were after being held up." An old gentleman with white whiskers, down which a trickle of tobacco juice had cascaded its sienna-hued way, reassured her. "No, mum," he said, "that's the messenger from the mine with a bag of bullion. This here stage ain't been held up for 3 weeks. No, mum. Times ain't what they used to be with all these here new-fangled ideas about reform what are spilin' the country." The fat lady looked at him sideways, disdainfully, and gathered her skirts closer about her. The stage lurched on, the horses at a brisk gallop, and as it swung around the next curve, the fat lady skidded into the old gentleman's lap, her bonnet tilting over one eye, rakishly. "Be off wid ye!" she exclaimed, glaring at the little old gentleman, as though the fault were all his. She had scarcely regained her own side of the seat when another and opposite turn in the road precipitated the old gentleman into her lap. "You spalpeen!" she shrilled, as, placing two fat hands against him, she thrust him violently from her. "Sure, and it's a disgrace, it is, that a poor widdy lady can't travel in pace without the loikes of ye taking advantage o' her weak and unprotected state." The little old gentleman, though he had two huge guns strapped at his hips, appeared thoroughly cowed and terrified, so much so, in fact, that he dared not venture even a word of protest at the injustice of her insinuations. From the corners of his weak and watery blue eyes he surveyed her surreptitiously, wiped the back of his perspiring neck with a flamboyant bandana, and shrank farther into the corner of his seat. A half-hour later the stage swung through the gap at the foot of the pass. Before it lay the rolling uplands through which the road wound down past the Bar Y ranch house and the town of Hendersville on the flat below. The gap was narrow and winding, and the road excruciatingly vile, necessitating a much slower pace than the driver had been maintaining since passing the summit. The horses were walking, the coach lurching from one chuck-hole to another, while clouds of acrid dusk arose in almost vapor lightness, enveloping beasts, vehicle, and passengers. Through the nebulous curtain rising above the leaders, the driver suddenly saw materialize the figures of two men. "Halt! Stick 'em up!" The words snapped grimly from the taller of the two. The messenger on the seat beside the driver made a single move to raise his sawed-off shotgun. A 6-gun barked, and the messenger toppled forward, falling upon the rump of the near wheel horse. The horse, startled, leaped forward into his collar. The driver attempted to quiet him. The two men moved up beside the stage, one covering the driver and a passenger on top, the other threatening the two inside. The fat lady sat with her arms folded, glaring at the bandit. The little old gentleman's hands touched the top of the stage. "Stick 'em up," said the bandit to the fat lady. She did not move. "Sure, and I'll not stick 'em up an inch for the likes of yees," she shrilled. "And lucky it is for ye, you dirty spalpeen, that Mary Donovan hasn't a bit of gun with her, or that there ain't a man along to protect a poor helpless widdy lady." And she cast a withering glance of scorn in the direction of the little old gentleman, who grew visibly red through the tan of his weather-worn countenance. The other bandit stepped to the hub of the front wheel, seized the messenger's bag, and stepped down again. "Don't move or look back for 5 minutes," he admonished them. "Then pull your freight." The two then backed away up the road behind the stage, keeping it covered with their guns. The messenger lay in the road, moaning. The fat lady unfolded her arms, opened the door, and stepped out. "Get back there, you!" called one of the bandits. "Go to the devil!" retorted Mary Donovan, as she stooped beside the wounded messenger. The man opened his eyes and looked about. Then he essayed to rise, and with Mary Donovan's help came to his feet. "Just a scratch, me boy," she said in a motherly tone as she helped him to the stage. "You'll be all right in the morning." "Get a move on, ye inside there, ye old woman with the artillery," she yelled at the little old gentleman, "and give this boy a hand in." Together they helped the wounded man to a seat. The bandits were still in sight, but they had not molested her, doubtless because she was a woman and unarmed. But no more had she deposited the messenger upon the seat than she turned upon the old man and wrenched one of his guns from its holster. "Drive like the devil, Bill," she cried to the driver, sticking her head out the window, and as he whipped up his team she turned back toward the two bandits and opened fire on them. They returned the fire, and the fusillade continued until the stage disappeared in a cloud of dust around a curve below the gap, the old gentleman and the passenger on top now taking part in the shooting. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 1 of The Bandit of Hell's Bend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Bandit of Hell's Bend by Edgar Rice Burroughs. Chapter 1. Tough Luck. A half-dozen men sprawled comfortably in back-tilted chairs against the side of the bar-Y bunkhouse at the home ranch. They were young men, lithe of limb, tanned of face, and clear of eye. Their skins shone from the recent ablutions, and their slicked hair was still damp, for they had just come from the evening meal, and meals at the home ranch required a toilet. One of them was singing. "In the shade of a tree we two sat, him and me, where the Hagler hills slope to the raft, while our ponies browse round, reins a-dragging the ground. Then he looks at me funny and laughed." "Most anyone would," interrupted a listener. "Shut up," admonished another. "I ain't only heard this 365 times in the last year. You think I want to miss anything?" Unabashed, the sweet singer continued. "Do you see that there town?" he inquires, pointing down to some shacks sprawling round in the heat. I opined that I did, and he shifted his quid, after drownding a tumblebug neat. Then he looks at me square. "There's a guy waiting there, that the sheepmen have hired to get me. Are you game to come down to that jerkwater town, just to see what in hell you will see?" One of the group rose and stretched, yawning. He was a tall, dark man. Perhaps in his expression there was something a bit sinister. He seldom smiled, and when not in liquor, rarely spoke. He was foreman, had been foreman for over a year, and, except for a couple of sprees, during which he had playfully and harmlessly shot up the adjoining town, he had been a good foreman. For he was a thorough horseman, knew the range, understood cattle, was a hard worker, and knew how to get work out of others. It had been 6 months since he had been drunk, though he had taken a drink now and then if one of the boys chanced to bring a flask back from town. His abstinence might have been accounted for by the fact that Elias Henders, his boss, had threatened to break him the next time he fell from grace. "You see, Bull," the old man had said, "we're the biggest outfit in this part of the country, and it don't look good to see the foreman of the Bar Y shooting up the town like some kid tenderfoot that's been slapped in the face with a bar rag. You gotta quit it, Bull, and I ain't gonna tell you again." And Bull knew the old man wouldn't tell him again, so he had stayed good for 6 long months. Perhaps it was not entirely a desire to cling to the foreman's job that kept him in the straight and narrow path. Perhaps Diana Henders' opinion had more weight with him than that of her father.
"I'm ashamed of you, Bull," she had said, and she refused to ride with him for more than a week. That had been bad enough, but as if to make it worse, she had ridden several times with a new hand who had drifted in from the north a short time before, and had been taken on by Bull to fill a vacancy. At first Bull had not liked the new man. "He's too damn pretty to be a puncher," one of the older hands had remarked, and it is possible that the newcomer's rather extreme good looks had antagonized them all a little at first. But he had proven a good man, and so the others had come to accept Hal Colby in spite of his wealth of waving black hair, his perfect profile, gleaming teeth, and laughing eyes. "So I told him I'd go, for I liked that there bow, and I'd see that the shootin' was fair. But, says he, it is just to see who starts it fust, that I wants any one to be there." "I'm going to turn in," remarked Bull. Hal Colby rose. "Same here," he said, and followed the foreman into the bunkhouse. A moment later he turned where he stood beside his bunk and looked at Bull, who was sitting on the edge of his, removing his spurs. The handsome lips were curved in a pleasant smile. "Looky here, Bull," he whispered, and as the other turned toward him, he reached a hand beneath the bag of clothes that constituted his pillow and drew forth a pint flask. "Wet your whistle?" he inquired. "Don't care if I do," replied the foreman, crossing the room to Colby's bunk. Through the open window floated the drawling notes of Texas Pete's perennial rhapsody. "When the jedge says, 'Who drew his gun fust, him or you?' then I wants a straight guy on my side. For that poor puddin'-head, why, he's already dead, with a 45 hole in his side." "Here's looking at you," said Bull. "Drink hearty," replied Colby. "'Tain't so bad at that," remarked the foreman, wiping his lips on the cuff of his shirt and handing the flask back to the other. "Not so worse for rock gut," agreed Colby. "Have another." The foreman shook his head. "'Twon't hurt you any," Colby assured him. "It's pretty good stuff," sang Texas Pete. "And that wasn't just jaw. When it came to a draw, this here guy was like lightning turned loose. Then we rolls us a smoke, and not neither one spoke, till he said, 'Come aboard your cayuse.' Then we reined down the hill, each a puffin' his pill, to the town neath a shimmer of heat, and heads up to the shack that's a-leanin' its back 'gainst the side of the cowboys' retreat." Bull took another drink, a longer one this time, and rolling his cigarette, sat down on the edge of Colby's bunk and commenced to talk. Whiskey always broke the bonds of his taciturnity. His voice was low and not unpleasant. He spoke of the day's work and the plans for tomorrow, and how Colby encouraged him. Perhaps he liked him. Perhaps, like others, he felt that it paid to be on friendly terms with the foreman. While from outside, "It is Slewfoot's good luck where they hand you out chuck, that is mostly sow-belly and beans. Says he, 'Bub, let's us feed. I'm a-feelin' the need of more substance than air in my jeans.' So old Slewfoot was there, all red freckles and hair, and we lined our insides with his grub. Says Bill then, 'Show your gait, lest be pullin' our freight, for I am rarin' to go,' says he, Bub." Inside the bunkhouse, Bull rose to his feet. "That's damn good stuff, Hal," he said. The two had emptied the flask. "Wait a minute," says the other. "I got another flask," and reached again beneath his bag. "No," demurred the foreman. "I guess I've got enough." "Oh, hell, you ain't had none yet," insisted Colby. The song of Texas Pete suffered many interruptions, due to various arguments in which he felt compelled to take sides. But whenever there was a lull in the conversation, he resumed his efforts, to which no one paid any attention further than as they elicited an occasional word of banter. The sweet singer never stopped except at the end of a stanza, and no matter how long the interruptions, even though days might elapse, he always began again with the succeeding stanza, without the slightest hesitation or repetition. And so now, as Bull and Colby drank, he sang on. "Now we'll sashay next door to that hard liquor store, where his nibs is most likely to be, and then you goes in first and starts drowndin' your thirst, but a-keepin' your eyes peeled for me." Bull, the foreman, rose to his feet. He stood as steady as a rock, but Colby saw that he was drunk. After 6 months of almost total abstinence, he had just consumed considerably more than a pint of cheap and fiery whiskey in less than half an hour. "Going to bed?" asked Colby. "Bed, hell," replied the other. "I'm going to town. It's my night to howl. Comin'?" "No," said Colby. "I think I'll turn in. Have a good time." "I sure will." The foreman walked to his bunk and strapped his guns about his hips, resumed the single spur he had removed, tied a fresh black silk handkerchief about his neck, clapped his sombrero over his shock of straight black hair, and strode out of the bunkhouse. "For I wants you to see that it's him draws on me, so the judge he can't make me the goat. So I heads for that dump, and a queer little lump starts a-wriggling round in my throat.
"Say, where in hell's Bull going this time o' night?" Pete interrupted himself.
"He's headin' for the horse corral," stated another.
"Acts like he was full," said a third.
"Did you hear him hummin' a tune as he went out? That's always a sign with him. That stuff sort o' addles up his brains, like Pete's always is, and makes him sing."
"For I wants you to know that I likes that there Bo, and I'd seen more than one good one kilt. For you can't never tell, leastways this side o' hell, when there's shootin' whose blood will be spilt." "There he goes now," says one of the men, as the figure of a rider shone dimly in the starlight loping easily away toward the south, "and he's going toward town." "I wonder," said Texas Pete, "if he knows the old man is in town tonight." Just inside of the door, with one foot on the floor and the other hissed up on the rail, stands a big raw-boned guy with the orneriest eye that I ever seen out in a jail. "By gollies, I'm going after Bull. I don't believe he all knows that the old man's in town." And leaping to his feet, he walked off toward the horse corral, still singing. And beside him a girl that sure looked like a pearl that the Bible guy cast before swine was a-pleadin' with him, her eyes teary and dim, as I high-signed the barkeep for mine. He caught up one of the loose horses in the corral, rammed a great silver-mounted spade bit between his jaws, threw a heavy carved saddle upon the animal's back, stepped one foot into a trailing, tapaderade stirrup, and was off on a swirl of dust. Texas Pete never rode other than in a swirl of dust, unless it happened to be raining, then he rode in a shower of mud. His speed tonight was, therefore, not necessarily an indication of haste. He would have ridden at the same pace to either a funeral or a wedding, or home from either. But any who knew Texas Pete could have guessed that he was in considerable haste, for he rode without his woolly sheepskin chaps, one of the prides of his existence. If he had been in too much of a hurry to don them, he must have been in a great hurry indeed. Texas Pete might be without a job, with not more than 2 bits between himself and starvation, but he was never without a fine pair of sheepskin chaps, a silver-encrusted bit, a heavy bridle garnished with the same precious metal, an ornate saddle of hand-carved leather and silver conches, a Stetson, 2 good 6-guns with their belt and holsters, and a vivid silk neckerchief. Possibly his pony cost no more than $10. His boots were worn and his trousers blue denim overalls, greasy and frayed. Yet Texas Pete otherwise was a thing of beauty and a joy forever. The rowels of his silver-inlaid Mexican spurs dragged the ground when he walked, and the dumbbells depending from their hubs tinkled merrily, a gay accompaniment to his boyish heart beating beneath ragged underclothing. Texas Pete galloped along the dusty road toward a small cattle town that served the simple needs of that frontier community with its general store, its restaurant, its Chinese laundry, blacksmith shop, hotel, newspaper office, and 5 saloons, and as he galloped he sang. Then the door swings again, and my pal he steps in, and the light in his eye, it was bad. And the raw-boned guy wheels, and the girl there she squeals, "Oh, for God's sake, don't shoot, Bill, it's Dad!" A mile ahead of Pete, another pony tore through the dust toward town, a blazed-faced chestnut with 2 white hind feet, Blazes, the pride of the foreman's heart. In the deep saddle, centaur-like, sat the horseman. Hendersville tinkled softly in the quiet of early evening. Later, gaining momentum, it would speed up a bit under his own power. At present it reposed in the partial lethargy of digestive functionings. It was barely first drink time after supper. Its tinkling was the tinkling of spurs, chips, and only very occasional glassware. Suddenly its repose was shattered by a wild whoop from without, the clatter of swift hoofs, and the rapid crack, crack, crack of a 6-gun. Gum Smith, sheriff, rose from behind the faro layout and cocked an attentive ear. Gum guided the destinies of the most lucrative thirst emporium in Hendersville. Being sheriff flattered his vanity and attracted business, but he had his drawbacks. The noises from without sounded like one of them, and Gum was pained. It was at times such as this that he almost wished that someone else was sheriff, but a quick glance at the shiny badge pinned to the left-hand pocket of his vest reassured him quickly on that point, and he glanced swiftly about the room at his other occupants and sighed in relief. There were at least a dozen husky young punchers there. Across the street, in the office of the Hendersville Tribune, Elias Henders sat visiting with the editor. As the shouting and the shots broke the quiet of the evening, the 2 men looked up and outward toward the street. "Boys will be boys," remarked the editor. A bullet crashed through the glass at the top of the window. With a single movement the editor extinguished the lamp that burned on the desk before them, and both men, with a celerity that spoke habit, crouched quickly behind that piece of furniture. "Sometimes they're damn careless, though," replied Elias Enders. Down the road Texas Pete galloped and sang, for the thing she had saw was Bill reach for to draw, when the guy she called Dad drawed on Bill. In the door was my pal, with his eyes on the gal, and his hand on his gun, standin' still. From the distance ahead came, thinly, the sound of shots. "By gollies!" exclaimed Texas Pete, "the darned son of a gun!" The men lolling about the bar-room of Gum's place, liquors and cigars, looked up at the sound of the shots and grinned. An instant later a horse's unshod hoofs pounded on the rough boards of the covered porch in front of Gum's place. The swinging doors burst in, and Blazes was brought to his haunches in the center of the floor with a wild whoop from his rider, who waved a smoking gun above his head. Bull, the bar-Y foreman, let his gaze run quickly about the room. When his steel-gray eyes alighted upon the sheriff, they remained there. Gum Smith appeared to wilt behind the faro table. He shook a wavering finger at the bar-Y foreman. "Yo-all's under arrest," he piped in a high, thin voice, and turning toward the men seated about the neighboring tables, he pointed first at one and then at another. "I deputize you! I deputize you! I deputize you!" he announced to each as he covered them in turn with his swiftly moving index finger. "Seize him, men!" No one moved. Gum Smith waxed excited. "Seize him, yo-all! I'm sheriff of this here county. If I deputize yo-all, yo-all's got to be deputized." "My mother was a wildcat, my father was a bear," announced Bull. "I picks my teeth with barbed wire, with cactus combs my hair, and I craves drink, pronto." "Yo-all's under arrest! Seize him, men!" shrilled Gum. Bull fired into the floor at the foot of the faro table, and Gum Smith disappeared behind it. The men all laughed. Bull turned his attention toward the barkeep and fired into the back bar. The barkeep grinned. "Be careful, Bull," he admonished. "I got a bad heart. My doctor tells me as how I should avoid excitement." The front doors swung in again, and Bull wheeled with ready six-gun to cover the newcomer. But at the sight of the man who entered the room, the muzzle of his gun dropped, and he was sobered in the instant. "Oh," said Elias Henders, "so it's you again, Bull, eh?" The two men stood looking at one another in silence for a moment. What was passing in their minds, no one might have guessed. It was the older man who spoke again first. "I reckon I'll not be needing you any more, Bull," he said, and then, after a moment's reflection, "unless you want a job as a hand, after you sober up." He turned and left the building. As he stepped down into the dust of the road, Texas Pete swung from his pony and brushed past him. Inside, Bull sat his large horse at one side of the room, near the bar. Behind him, Gum Smith was slowly emerging from the concealment of the faro table. When he saw the man he feared sitting with his back toward him, a crafty look came into the eyes of the sheriff. He glanced quickly about the room. The men were all looking at Bull. No one seemed to be noticing Gum. He drew his gun and leveled it at the back of the ex-foreman of the Bar Y. Instantly there was a flash from the doorway, the crack of a shot, and the sheriff's gun dropped from his hand. All eyes turned in the direction of the entrance. There stood Texas Pete, his shooting iron smoking in his hand. "You damn polecat!" he exclaimed, his eyes on Gum. "Come on, Bull. This ain't no place for quiet young fellers like us." Bull wheeled Blazes and rode slowly through the doorway, with never a glance toward the sheriff, nor could he better have shown his utter contempt for the man. There had always been bad blood between them. Smith had been elected by the lawless element of the community, and at the time of the campaign Bull had worked diligently for the opposing candidate, who had been backed by the better element, consisting largely of the cattle owners, headed by Elias Henders. What Bull's position would have been had he not been foreman for Henders at the time was rather an open question among the voters of Hendersville. But the fact remained that he had been foreman, and that he worked to such good purpose for the candidate of the reform element that he had not only almost succeeded in electing him, but had so exposed the rottenness of the gang back of Smith's candidacy that their power was generally considered to be on the wane. "It'll be Bull for sheriff next election" was considered a safe prophecy and even a foregone conclusion by some. Gum Smith picked up his gun and examined it. Texas Pete's shot had struck the barrel just in front of the cylinder. The man looked angrily around at the other occupants of the room. "I wants you all to remember that I'm the sheriff here," he cried, "and when I deputizes you all, it's plumb legal, and you all gotta do what I tell you to." "Oh, shut up, Gum," admonished one of the men. Outside, Texas Pete had mounted his pony and was moving along slowly, stirrup to stirrup with Bull, who was now apparently as sober as though he had never had a drink in his life. "It's a good thing for us he didn't have his gang there tonight," remarked Pete. Bull shrugged, but said nothing in reply. Texas Pete resigned himself to song. "Then that damned raw-boned guy with the ornery eye up and shoots my pal dead in the door. But I'm here to opine with this bazoo o' mine that he won't shoot no hombres no more." "What was you doing up to town, Texas?" inquired Bull. "Oh, I just thought as how I'd ride up and see what was doing. Thought maybe you didn't know that old man was there tonight. I reckon I was a bit late, eh?" "Yes, thanks just the same. I won't forget it." "Tough luck." "How'd you know the old man was going to be in town tonight?" "Why, I reckon as how everybody excepting you knew it, Bull." "Did Colby know it?" "Why, I reckon as how he must have." They rode on for some time in silence, which Texas finally broke. "Just a moment, and where they'd been 5 of us there, we had suddenly dwindled to 3. The barkeep, he was one, the darned son of a gun, and the others an orphan and me." When Bull and Texas entered the bunkhouse, most of the men were asleep, but Hal Colby rolled over on his bunk and smiled at Bull as the latter lighted a lamp. "Have a good time, Bull?" he inquired. "The old man was there," said Bull, "and I ain't foreman no more." "Tough luck," sympathized Colby. End of chapter 1.